Well, good morning. Happy
Hello.
Sunday to you all. It's so nice to have your company. Adam has come
Hi,
back.
Bex.
He's in the shed.
Good to see you.
Hurrah! It's always nice to have Adam's company here.
And yours. I love your company as well.
Thank you. It's always nice to have your company as well. So thank you so much for joining us here at YGTV. Such a fun place to be.
It is, especially this time of year, with all this colour and joy and fragrance and, yeah, brilliant.
Lots going on, isn't there?
There is, yeah. Bang in the middle of summer now. Whoa, it's the time we've waited for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
so
here.
This is where all our hard work starts to pay off, isn't
Exactly.
it? We
That's
can walk
where
out into the garden, we can see all the colour.
Yeah, all the effort just comes to fruition, doesn't it? It's what it's all about for the next 3 or 4 months. You know, don't worry about the shortest day going or longest day going already. There's oodles of summer left and lots of lovely flowers and blossom and time to come. So yeah,
Oodles. That's a great word. Love it.
Just enjoy it.
Right, let's cover off some of the boring stuff, but also very exciting, very interesting for all of us that want to shop here at YGTV. First of all, free postage. Yes, please. I would like to get a bit of that. It is the favourite, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, free P&P. Yeah, absolutely.
There are 2 offers that we've got on postage. So the first one, if you have got a bit of a budget, and I do understand we all do, and you can't get your order to over £40, that's absolutely fine. We do have an offer on postage for you. So even if you've got 3 items in your basket that have postage attached to them, you'll actually only pay 1 postage cost. Maximum today is £6.99, so it's only 1 postage cost under £40. But if you can get your order to over 40, we will give you free postage on your order. Okay, so it's well worth doing that. We've got a few tips and tricks throughout the show to help you just to tip over that £40 mark. That is going to include our garden ready selection. We've got 4 of them over there, 10 garden ready plants. There's geraniums, gazanias, antirrhinums, marigolds. £4.99 for each one of those, whereas our postage is £6.99. So if you're hovering around the £35, £36 mark and you're paying £6.99 postage, don't do that. Just add in one of those. You will pay less and you're going to get more because you'll get those 10 garden ready plants included. So pay less, get more, pay less, get more. That's what we love. We've also got some deals on pots and things that will help you too. We have a free gift included. Well done, Adam.
There you go.
So it does actually go really well with one of the other amazing offers that we've got on the show today, which is a buy one, get one free on the roses. We're going to come to those. Amazing deal. 9 different choices for you. This is the ultimate rose bloom booster.
It is, yeah, because it's got mycorrhiza in it, which is great for root development. It's got the trace elements in it. It's a granular feed that you put in around the plant when you plant it, or after you planted it. And it's not just for roses, it's for all sorts of shrubs and plants. So yeah, anything really, don't just think roses only. And Bex will have a brilliant little tip later on regarding compost.
Oh yeah.
And how you can get more than one of these as a free gift.
I wondered where you were going with that then. But
I love your little trick and bit of advice on that.
Yeah, I've definitely got some tips and tricks for you. So yes, free gift included with every single purchase that you make. So great to go with our roses, but with anything else that you are buying, this is going to be fantastic. It's worth £4.99, but it's free with every single purchase. The way that you get the discounts, the buy one, get one free, the savings, the double up deals, it's all with that offer code that you can see on your screen right now, YGTV2624. It's really simple. There's a box when you place your order. We'll show you it later on. All you have to do is put that code in, YGTV2624, and you'll get the savings, you'll get the deals, you'll get your free gift included. And one more thing is, we were going to urge you, if you're not a club member already, to join our discount club. It is a fantastic club. It costs just £5 to join. It's a one-off cost, £5. That lasts you for 12 months. It auto-renews at the end of that 12 months as well, which also means if we ever put the price of the club up, you won't pay that higher price. You'll always pay £5. It gives you, for that £5 spend, 10% off every plant and accessory order over that 12 months. You can also go and shop the entire website as well. It's not just for the plants, the pots, the compost, the stuff that we bring to you on the YGTV shows. There is the entire YouGarden website for you to be able to shop, so you can get that 10% discount off everything else as well. Plus you get your £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers. Now what we've always said is that £20 break down to £5 every 3 months. However, the head gardener came in for a little show last week or the week before. It's been verified by our viewers now as well, and he did tell me that actually you can use more than one of those vouchers within the 3-month period. Okay, so they do have dates on them, but actually you can use them at any point, but it's one per order. So if you want to use all £20 worth across 4 separate orders within 1 month, you absolutely can. Within 1 day. If you want to place 4 separate orders in 1 day, you can use all your £20.
So that would be good to do with your little compost trick later on, because not only would you get reduced price on the compost, you get a free gift every time as well, which is exactly the same as the amount you're saving with the £5 each time.
This is the place to be for gardening tips, tricks, knowledge, amazing deals. Share it with your friends, please. Tell everybody about YGTV because we love being here. I know that we have a lovely dedicated audience that love coming and joining us every week as well. The other thing, finally, and then we will get onto the plants, I promise you, YGTV@YouGarden.com. That's where we want you to send your questions, your comments and your pictures because we love seeing your gardens. Please send us pictures of your gardens, send us your questions and comments to that email address on the YouTube chat, which I've got here, or in the Facebook chat as well, because Stu, who's in the control room just outside here, he will be looking at those. I love sharing my garden with you. If you follow me on any of the social media channels, I will always post stuff about my garden. Adam Woolcott does the same, so just search for us on all the social media channels. Good morning to... Hello, I'm in the YouTube chat. We have got Elaine who's saying good morning, Neil who's saying good morning, Julia who's saying good morning, Bill, hello from Scotland.
Scotland, whoa,
Scotland, yes. Who else have we got in here? Philip, good morning to you as well. Karen, good morning. She's saying she used her voucher last week. Elaine saying she used her vouchers on Thursday. Love it. I'm so pleased to have your company. We apparently also have some emails. I will come back to those. Who's sending me pictures already? Dingo. Thank you, Dingo. You know how much I love seeing your gardens. We will come to those in just a short while. But first thing we need to do, over to our favourites table, please, because this is where we've got some just incredible deals for you. 4 separate garden-ready items, 10 garden-ready plants that you will get included here. Each and every one of these is just £4.99. £4.99 for 10 garden-ready plants. These blew up in the week. Everybody went nuts for these, and I'm not surprised at £4.99 for 10 garden-ready plants. Yeah,
well, I think kind of we're probably starting to panic a bit, aren't we, at the nursery, because we kind of realise these need to be in the garden now. These need to be growing. We don't want them here. We don't want them sitting outside. Out there. We want you to get them home and we want you to be enjoying them. That's why we've brought you this incredible value. But look at the quality of the plants.
Yeah.
You're not going to get all of these, but we've got a little example here of what they look like. This is the stunning flowers on these Antirrhinums, these incredible double flowers, these wonderful colours. Yeah, really good sturdy stems. So when we get those heavy rain showers, these might sort of lean over a bit, but as soon as the wind comes and they dry out, they just pop back to being upright again. The ones that you're more likely to get sent out are the more stout ones that you can see Bex has got there. And just very, very quickly brings us a little option you can do, because with Antirrhinums, you can leave them to make these lovely big tall upright kind of stately plants with that flower head on, when it got stuck then, or you can pinch the top out and you can have more sort of multi-branch plants that will be slightly shorter but kind of give you more flower heads. But you know what? The option's completely up to you. You do what suits you.
I'm going to do it.
Go on,
so
Bex.
About there, do you reckon?
Yeah, about there. You could do it.
Pinch.
There you go, pinch.
Gone. I've taken the flower head off. I know it seems cruel, but we're being cruel to be kind, because you will get stout plants, but you'll get more of them, right? Yeah,
because all these little side shoots will now start to grow out and they'll produce flower spikes in their own right. At the moment, this top flower bud is the bully. It's stopping all these little side shoots and doing what they want to do. But when you pick the top bud out, that stops happening and the little side shoots get to see their day in the sun and create flowers.
Lovely. £4.99. We're saving £8 on that. It's not too late, guys. It really isn't too late to get these in your garden. You're still going to get months of joy out of these plants. So 410048 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Antirrhinum, the mini butterflies mixed. Next, we've got the marigolds. This is the Durango mix, £4.99. Again, £8 saving. Again, 10 garden-ready plants. Get these into your basket because we want you to get the best out of these. And you will with marigolds because these flower for ages. They're really late flowering,
They flower for a long, long time. They're all going to be already going to be flowering when you get them. They've got these wonderful hot colours there, these oranges, these reds, these yellows. You can use these for companion planting as well.
Yeah,
so, for instance, you can plant them with tomatoes and they're meant to sort of deter aphids and things like that. So, you've got that option as well. But these immediately take me back to my childhood. They remind me of my grandma and granddad because they always had these in the gardens back in the 70s. Remember when you used to have sort of long lines of these and you had a long line of blue lobelia and white alyssum and the red salvias at the back.
Nice.
Those long lines. But you can do this now. Like Beck said the other week, Beck said give lobelia a chance. Beck said give the
marigolds
quartz,
a chance.
What's it? The verbena quartz a chance. Give marigolds a chance. Plant them in a pot on their own. Stunning colour all the year through. Well, right up until the frosts. Loved by all the pollinating insects. Bright and cheery, and really good, fun plants to get children started with gardening as well.
Yeah, they're lovely. I love the colour mix that you get with the Durango mix. They are total rooty beauties. Check out that root system on there.
Stunning.
10 of those in those gorgeous, hot, fiery colours. I just love them. They're so easy to grow. They're nice and stout, sturdy stems, and they flower really late in the season as well. So again, when some of those summer flowers are fading, marigolds are still doing their job, aren't
they? They just keep going and going, but it's only the frost will stop them. And even a light frost, they'll get through it. Only it'll be really harsh frost before they actually finally stop flowering.
410072 is the item number for the Marigold Durango mix. $4.99 for 10 garden-ready plants. Next, we're going to move on to our Gazania Tiger Stripes. I adore Gazanias. I planted a few of these a few years ago, and they actually got through a few winters.
Yeah, they do.
A harsh winter did knock them out, but I definitely got 2, maybe 3 years out of my Gazanias. They kept coming back.
Yeah, they will. I mean, we don't give them a lifetime guarantee, the hardiness guarantee on these, I believe. But
no, we don't.
Mild winters, as Beck said, I've seen these get through 2 or 3 winters. Plant them somewhere super, super sunny, really well drained. That's where they really, really flourish. And oh my goodness me, on a sunny day when all these burst open, the mix of colours is absolutely stunning.
I adore them. I love the different colours. I particularly like this one at the back here. I don't know why. Something about that colour mix included there that really does talk to me. They have this wonderful attribute actually because they close up at night time.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the studio, so they have closed up a little bit, but during the daytime when the sun comes out, they open up, and I love that. I love that when you're sitting, in the evening, you can watch them close, and if you're out in the morning, you can watch them open. They're beautiful, aren't they?
They are beautiful, Bex, and so many flowers on these. I mean, just keep deadheading them. They'll flower for month after month after month. They've got a lovely rosette of foliage that kind of sits quite low underneath the plant, giving a lovely foil to those flowers. But if you've got a lovely, hot, bright, sunny position, but brilliant for pots and troughs as well, these are definitely worth a go. They are stunningly beautiful, easy to grow, long flowering, gorgeous plants.
All right, well, I really want to highlight the value on these for you. If we haven't told you already, these are £4.99 for 10 of these. But can we take you to the website? Because I want to show you a little something on here. Look. There is 10 there for $4.99. They should be $12.99. It's only $4.99. It's only showing us that because we've already put the code in our basket. If you haven't put the code in, it'll show at $12.99. But look, 20 of them, £19.98. If you want to spend £20 today, you can get 40 of the garden-ready Gazanias for the same price as you'd be paying for 20 of them on the website. Or 40 of any of our 4 garden-ready options that we've got here for you. 40 for 20 quid. So they work out 50p each for these garden-ready plants. And as I said, these are not too late. We are not too late to get these in our garden. We are only just... Are we in July yet?
No, another couple of days. Could I use one of my Fiverr vouchers as well to get them?
Absolutely.
Yeah? So I could go even more insane.
Basically get them free. What? Have we gone mad? Yes, we have. 410060 for the Gazania Tiger Stripes. If you do want to take a little look at everything that we've got on the show, go to YouGarden.com, click on the bit where it says live now or YGTV. There's a little section you can click on, and then you can scroll down the page, and that will give you the selection of everything that we've got on our particular show today. Do bear in mind, you can see all those little sections up at the top. You can go and shop the entire website, but what you're looking at right now is what we have selected for our show today. So many different things included in there. all of the offer codes, or the offer code YGTV2624, all of the savings that we've got on those, that is what unlocks all of those savings and those prices. So do make sure you put that in, and then you can scroll to your heart's content. Let's bring you on to the final of our garden ready selections. This is £4.99 for 10 garden ready plants. Geranium Fire Queen, I've actually got these in my garden right now, or outside the front of my house in actual fact. But let's just have a little look. Is this the video from this morning, Stu? Oh no, so this one is from a few weeks ago.
Already looking good.
I planted my Geranium Fire Queens out from tiny little plugs a little while ago, and this is what they started to grow into just a couple of weeks ago. I've got my lobelia there around my cypress trees, and then I've got my little Geranium Fire Queens just potted up. And honestly, it's so pretty. It's really welcoming view to my front, you know, to the front of my house. So that was a couple of weeks ago. But as I was running out the house this morning, I did a little video.
Whoa!
No, look at it. Okay, yeah, my little dog, bless him. There's little Otis. He's like, Mum, where you going? Anyway, we're not looking at the dog. We're looking at the Geranium Fire Queens. This is what just a couple of them do need deadheading. Admittedly, I do need to get out there and do a bit of deadheading.
That is flipping brilliant. I mean,
isn't it gorgeous?
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
Look at my hanging baskets.
That is just sensational. I mean, and you say it's only the end of June. I mean, goodness me, we've got, you know, sort of yonks left yet of lovely sort of, you know, long days and summer and stuff, and these are just going to keep looking spectacular.
I adore Geranium Fire Queen, and it's not just for the flower, it's for that zonal markings on the leaves.
Yeah, and the fragrant foliage as well. I mean, that's fragrant as well.
I'm going to smell it because it just transports me to my grandma's house. Sorry, Stu, I'm taking it out of shop. That smell, just transports me to my grandma's house.
It does.
She used to grow them on the windowsill. I'd walk in and that smell would, it's just so reminiscent. It's beautiful.
And it's interesting because you can actually take these through the winter as well at the end of the year. You don't need to let the frost take these out. And again, in recent years, both Bex and I have actually seen geraniums in a really well-drained sunny position get through winters. We can't guarantee they will, but we have seen it in recent years. But
well, this is why I planted mine into pots there, actually, because they're in those small, they're the Alhambra pots. So what I'm going to do is I am going to overwinter these. I'm just going to pick the pots up and take them into my conservatory so that I can overwinter them. You can even take cuttings, can't you?
Absolutely.
From them? I think I'll probably just overwinter. I might do I'm going to do cuttings on my lavender, actually. That's another job for me this week. But yeah, those are the Geranium Fire Queens, 10 garden readies, £4.99. Super easy to look after and actually quite drought tolerant as well once you get them sort of established. Something that has been promoted to our favourites table is the hydrangea. This is the Tara. We didn't actually even show it on our Thursday show when you were buying it, and that's why it's been promoted onto our favourites table. We will come back to that one in a little while, but we just want to give you that little sneaky preview. Just £9.99. We've taken a third off the price. You access that saving by using the code YGTV2624. So when you put that item in your basket, 511493, also put the code in YGTV2624. But we're going to bring you on to our amazing oleander. We've brought you the pink, we've brought you the red, and now we are bringing you the white. We've kept exactly the same deal that we had on the other two. You can get one of these half price. They're normally £29.99, which is absolutely amazing, isn't it, for this?
Phenomenal, because they're difficult. These have been to get hold of in the last year or so.
But what we've done is we've made it half price. You can get one of these for £14.99. But if you are looking for two, you can double up and you can actually get them for a tenner each, because it's £19.98. So even if you only want one of these, I highly recommend you put two in your basket, because £10 for a gift for somebody, I think, is an amazing gift to give to somebody, particularly if you were thinking about buying somebody a bouquet of flowers, for example, which is a lovely thing to receive. I love getting flowers, but those are going to fade and disappear within 7 to 10 days. This could last a lifetime, couldn't it?
It could, yeah. And do you know what, Bex? These ones...
Are they smelling
good? Yeah, they've got...
Oh, yeah.
It's a subtle fragrance, but it's definitely there.
It's subtle, but it's lovely.
Yeah, sweet little fragrance. Wow, I'm so glad we're doing the white ones, because, you know, white is such a classic flower colour, isn't it, to put in the garden. It kind of really stands out. It contrasts well with other plants. I know a lot of people actually have sort of white gardens, and they just grow, everything is white in the garden, all white flowered. So you've got that option with these as well. These... are hardy down to about -5 as well. And in recent years, all of us have seen oleanders growing more and more through the British winters, getting bigger and bigger because we've got the milder winters. But I mean, the quality of these plants, I mean, this is incredible, really. On this one, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 stems on this one.
I got
Some
9
have
on
about,
mine.
Yeah, generally they've got 9. No. Bex has got 9. I've only got 8. But never mind. Well, I might have better roots than you. I'm going to I've got better roots than you. It's like my roots are better than Bexy's roots.
They're all fabulous
Mine's taller
quality.
than yours.
They are all incredible quality, and we are so proud of the quality of these. Our head gardener is really, really proud of the relationship that we've got with the breeder and the grower that we get these from. They're based in Sicily. They are the absolute best. There's a 10-year waiting list to get to work with them.
Not for us anymore.
Not for us. We joined that waiting list years ago. I think we only had to wait a few years, but it's now a 10-year waiting list. And that really does highlight the quality that you get with these plants. They're evergreen, they flower for ages, they're super easy to look after. My favourite thing to say about a plant, it thrives on neglect.
These do.
There's very little you need to do to these.
Yeah, and this is how they come out the box. They'll come out of the box in flower, like you see them now. So you've got that instant impact, that instant colour. I actually, you'll have that moment I had this week, because I had a box of Cannas arrive this week, Canova peach Cannas. Oh my goodness me, I was like a kid in a sweet shop. I opened the box, they were full of flower. That'll be the feeling you're going to get with your oleanders. You can open the box, you're going to see this colour, but you know, not just colour immediately and then gone in a few weeks. Look at all the buds, little tiny buds up here. These are going to be your flowers for 2 or 3 weeks time. So these are going to keep going for month after month after month. The only thing you need to do, let's get this one to stand up, is put them somewhere super sunny, bright and well drained, and that's where they'll thrive.
Absolutely. Do remember that these are toxic to pets and humans, so don't eat them. We don't often go out in the garden and start eating our plants, but I do have to say it to you. Do wear gloves, particularly if you're sensitive, because the sap can affect you as well. I do have a dog, but and I've got loads of plants in my garden that are toxic, but I keep them out of the way. I make sure he doesn't eat them. Right, let's move over, because we're going to take you on to our buy one get one free selection of roses. These are all our climbers that we've got here. These are all the bush roses that we've got along here. Now, this is a buy one get one free, but that doesn't mean you have to get 2 of the same. You can if you want to, but it's also a mix and match. So if you want to get 2 different varieties, if you want to get 1 bush, 1 climbing, if you want to get 2 bushes, you want to get 2 you can choose. Basically, it's a mix and match, buy one get one free on. I mean, so the roses that we bring at YouGarden, they are all incredible quality, aren't they? Amazing breeding.
They are, yeah, they're stunning. And they're also not only brilliant quality, but also very established roses, well-loved roses with a fantastic track record, being that they're disease resistant, being the fact that they're super winter hardy, being that they're keep repeat flowering as well. We look for the roses with all the best features. Some of our roses have AGMs, of Award of Garden Merits in the RHS. Some of them have been Rose of the Year. Yeah. One particular year. Some get the Golden Rose Society standard. So yeah, we bring you the creme de la creme when it comes to roses. Yeah, and I think some of these are Harkness roses as well. It's a relationship that we've got with Harkness roses, and they are right up there when it comes to bringing the most amazing roses to us, so that we can buy. Award-winning breeders. They've been in business for over 140 years. 25 gold medals at Chelsea. Hey. Adam's got 4. Yeah. Adam's got 4 gold medals from Chelsea. I got a bit of a catch-up there, haven't I, with Harkness?
Yeah,
Goodness
but it's just you. Harkness is a big old company.
Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, indeed.
Anyway, so yes, we've got an amazing selection for you. We're going to run through each one of these. Do we want to do some chat and pictures first, Stu? So, and let's go back onto the YouTube chat. If you want to join the YouTube chat, I've got it here. Stu's got the Facebook chat and he'll let me know. I've also got access to the emails as well, which we'll have a little look. Send us your pictures, send us your questions and your comments at ygtv@yougardens.com. Who else is in here? Kev has joined us. Karen's saying something about Me Too Elaine, Orange and Lemon Rose and Wellbeing Rose and HD Pots and Compost. I'd have to go back to see what Karen said, but yes, it sounds like that's what Karen's got in her garden. Neil, the tiger stripes may just end up in my basket. I think they should, Neil, to be perfectly honest. You might as well get 2 considering the prices on there. Karen says, I have the dwarf pampas, just putting on leaf growth. Will flower later. I have mine in a pot. Neil's saying trying Strolch or something similar. Thanks, Ian. Do you know what? I love how much you all talk to each other in the chat. It's not all directed at us. You actually just help each other out. You provide each other with tips and helpful tricks, which I absolutely adore. What's with the discount code shown on the screen for the white oleander? Neil saying, what's with the discount price shown on the screen for the white oleander? Neil, I don't know exactly what you're asking, so clarify for me, but it's a half price deal. You can get one for $14.99, or you can double up if you put 2 in your basket and you put the code YGTV2624 in. You get 2 for $19.98, so £10 each. It's the same deal that we had on the pink and the red recently. So hopefully that clarifies it. If it doesn't, put another message in here and I will see if I can clarify it for you. There we go, it's in the basket right now. So you can see, look, it's $14.99 for one, but if we add a second one in, the price comes down to £10 each. Look, £19.99. Also got some of those garden readies in his basket as well. Stu knows what he's doing. He's a savvy shopper. Ooh, yes, well done, Stu. We do need to talk about those heavy-duty pots, don't we? Because here's a little surprise. We didn't know. We probably should have known. But they're normally $19.99, and we did have a little cheeky $17.99 for a pack of 4. But actually, they are now £14.99 for a pack of 4 of those heavy-duty pots. I know all of our regulars know about these already, but if you are new to YouGarden, these are great pots, aren't they? Because they're heavy duty, they're great growing pots.
Yeah, I mean, we could spend 20 minutes just talking about them because, you know...
We won't, I promise.
You grow things in them, but they've just got a multitude of other uses as well, from, I don't know, collecting firewood to storing tools to keeping your bamboo canes in. Oodles thing, the kids' toys, harvesting, deadheading, weeding... Yeah, endless, really.
Yeah, we went and did a little garden makeover, didn't we, earlier on this week?
We did.
And we took some of those with us. We were using them for garden clearance and all sorts. Highly recommend you adding those into your basket while we have that amazing deal. Just £14.99 for all 4 of those. Elaine was saying in the chat, I have ordered iceberg rose and the orange and lemon rose. She's ordered 4 heavy-duty pots and something else as well. She's obviously forgotten. And a separate order for compost. Well done. That's the savvy way of shopping. Always, if you're looking to do an order of compost, do that as a separate order. There's no postage attached to the compost, so you'll get a free gift included with that deal and pay no postage. Unless, of course, you need it to get yourself over that £40, then do it that way so you can get your free postage. Just play with your basket and make it work for you. All right, we'll come back to the chat in a little while. And, am I going to show pictures? All right. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures. Let's go into the emails and let's have a little look. Anybody you want to go to specifically, Stu? Right, I'm going to go Alison's grapevines. Let's have a look. Morning all. I have a question regarding my grapevines. Do you think that they would be better growing in a tower pot as they are always falling over? She's given us some pictures as well. What's your recommendation here?
I would put a grapevine in the ground, to be honest. They're too vigorous to do well in a tower pot long term. So yeah.
Yeah, they're too small, aren't they? Sorry, the tower pots are too small.
Too small. So yeah, definitely plant that grapevine in the ground, not in a tower pot.
And then give it something to climb up and around, like a trellis.
Yeah, trellis.
Could you climb it up a wall? Does it have to go over something, or could you climb it up a wall like a climbing rose?
No, you could train it on a wall on wires if you wanted to. You could train it onto a piece of trellis if you tied it onto a piece of trellis. You can grow it over an arbour or over a pergola. There's lots and lots of options with grapevines. The most important thing is somewhere really nice and sunny, warm, well drained. Feed them well, because they're quite big feeders, vines, and you will get grapes on them in the UK. I've seen people grow fantastic edible grapes all over the place in the UK.
Lovely. So Grimmy, good morning to you, Grimmy. Was it Grimmy who sent us the pictures of the roses earlier on in the week? It was, wasn't it? Somebody sent us a picture, 2 different types of roses on the same bush, and he asked a question as to why it might be happening. That was Adam, wasn't it? I was looking for the wrong one. I'll see if I can find that email, Adam, if you're watching. Right, fern collection and Hypericum arrived yesterday. Ferns potted until they are a bit bigger. Then plan to make a fern garden in shady part of the garden. Okay, so, there we go. It's the Hypericum that we can see in the pot there. By the way, if you can hear some beeping and stuff going on, don't worry. We've got a new alarm in the shed, and for some reason it's making beeping noises, so just ignore it, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll take a bit of wood to it in a minute.
We're not on fire, the police aren't going to turn up, we're okay apparently.
You've been on fire since you got here this morning.
Hey! Adam's really perky this morning. All right, so that's the Hypericum that Grimmy has received. Oh, look at all those ferns. They are looking so good. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so that we can see all of the different ones in there. I love my ferns. So I planted some last year and they've really started to establish. And it's amazing once they grow and get a bit bigger, how very different the foliage all starts to appear. When you're looking at it there, it all looks very sort of a bit same, a bit similar. But as they get a bit bigger, you really start to see the distinction, don't you?
They can be really distinct ferns. I mean, there's so many different foliage shapes and also so many different foliage tones and colours as well. They're not just green. Some are orange, some have got red tint, some are, sort of got pinky tint. It's amazing how many different types of ferns you can find.
Lovely. So Keith, I know you've sent us an email. Elaine, I will come back to them. I absolutely promise we will get there. We want to talk to you about the roses and things first. But first of all, good morning to you lovely people who are watching on Facebook. Angela, Jan, good morning. Neil, Julie, Dingo's also on Facebook as well. So good morning to you all. It's really nice to have your company. And thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday. Right, we're going to go through the roses. We've given you an overview of, what we bring you from YGTV, from YouGarden as far as the roses. We're going to whip through these because it's basically just a choice now. Which two are you going to go for? Put two in your basket. It's a mix and match. You can put two of the same. You can put two different ones in your basket. You just decide which ones you want to go for, okay? Stu has worked out what Neil was saying about the oleander. Look at the discount price in yellow. Yes, you're right, Neil. The discount price should say $13.49. So we will prove to you that it is. Going onto the website now, we're going to put those into the basket. Where are we going? Scrolling down here, look. Yeah, look. See, when we put the club saving in, it is £9 a rose. Or if we only wanted one, £13.49. Are you able to change it on the details, Stu? Maybe, he says. We'll have a go. Thank you for pointing that out, though, Neil. This is why we love our viewers. Right, yeah, really observant, aren't they? Love it. Right, let's start off. Rose Rhapsody in blue.
First thing to say, it's about as blue as custard. That's the first thing I'm going to say.
This is blue.
That's blue.
That's not blue.
Not blue. It should have been called Rhapsody in purple. It's a stunning purple. I've got this in my garden. It makes a lovely tall rose, 4 or 5 foot tall, on really upright stems with dozens of flowers on each stem. It's a floribunda type of rose. It's really sweetly fragranced. It's got these purple flowers, these lovely yellow centres. It's repeat flowering. I found it to have really good disease resistance. And it's just one of the most adorable roses that I've ever seen or ever grown. I saw it in a customer's garden years ago. I had to get one, and I did. My hubby's got one in the front garden. I've got one in the back. Pollinating insects love it. It's an adorable rose.
Yeah, it is really beautiful, and I think it's quite an unusual colour, one you don't see very often. There's a house I pass on the way here, and there's a big established one in the front garden. I'm pretty sure it's this. I don't think it could be any other variety.
It's
it was
very
really
distinct.
stunning.
Yeah.
Really draws my attention every time I drive past on the way to YGTV. So 530182, if Rose Rhapsody in blue is one of the roses you want to go for. Remember, you don't have to just go for two. You don't have to just get a buy one, get one free. You could buy two, get two free. You could buy three, get three free. It's entirely up to you. You can multiply as many of these as you want to. Let's move on. Next one. It was the most popular on Thursday. It's dipped a little bit. It's not the most popular right now, but let's see where we get to by the end of the show today. This is the Wellbeing Rose.
Yeah, and this is a great rose as well, because it only gets about 90 centimetres tall, but it's a really bushy rose. You can already see that by the one here. You know, it's got these lovely kind of bushy stems. Again, it's a floribunda, and basically a floribunda means that you get lots of flowers on the top of each stem, but slightly smaller flowers. With an hybrid tea rose, what I call like Valentine Day roses, you'll get a single rose, but a much larger rose. But this one, the Wellbeing Rose, is a fantastic rose. It repeats flowers, which is good. Remontant is the posh term for that. You've got that kind of pink outer kind of colouring there, and then you've got those sort of yellow amber colours in the centre, which looks absolutely amazing. This one is really, really fragrant, and it's got quite good disease resistance as well. So this is a fantastic rose for a smaller garden, or as I always say, if you live 3 floors up and just got a balcony, great rose to put in a pot.
Yeah, totally. And do think about those heavy-duty pots when it comes to planting the roses. colours. I mean, I've got a few heavy-duty pots for a variety of different things, but I do have my menopause charity rose planted in a heavy-duty pot, and it lives beautifully in there. And of course, it's got that extra drainage as well. So do think about going for those if you're going for any of the roses and you want to grow them in pots. Next, we're going to move on to our Lady Marmalade rose. I adore the colour of Lady Marmalade. It's a soft peachy pink tone to this one.
It is, yeah. And if you wanted to put marmalade together with Wellbeing, they both get to about 90 centimetres tall. So these have got similar heights. So if you kind of want to get different, want to match the heights of the two roses you choose, these two would go together well there, and those two colours go together very well as well. This one is about 90 centimetres. This was nominated Rose of the Year in 2014, so you've got that pedigree. Good disease resistance on this, and a really sweet, spicy fragrance on this one as well. And then you've got those sort of tangerine orange petals, and as the flower matures, you get those sort of nice yellow centres. So a good rose again for growing in a pot or a tub or a container, but obviously brilliant out in the beds and borders as well. As I say, repeat flowering, so you're going to keep getting flushes of flower right the way through the summer into the autumn. And look at the foliage on this. Look how glossy and healthy that foliage is. So
yeah,
another
I'm glad
stunner.
you pointed that out, because that was the first thing I noticed when Stu took this shot. Look at that glossy foliage. It's really healthy, isn't it?
It looks like I swear to you, I haven't, but it looks like we put leaf shine on it.
Yeah, there's no leaf shine on there.
That's just the natural lustre of those really, really super healthy leaves.
All right, remember that every single rose we're showing you is the same price. They are all £24.99, but it is a buy one, get one free. So they break down to £12.50 each. Or if you are in the club, take another 10% off that, because by being a club member, you are saving an extra 10%. Yeah, I can't do the maths. I'm talking, Stu. I can't do both at the same time. There's lots of things I can do. £11.25 a rose. Thank you very much. So £11.25 each if you're in the club, because it is that amazing buy one, get one free deal. 530749 for your Lady Marmalade rose. Now we're going on to our iceberg rose. Remember, each of the ones we're showing you on the table, these are all the bush roses. We're going to move on to the climbing roses in a moment. Love iceberg. Perfectly named.
It is perfectly named as well. So it's pure white. It's fragrant as well. I've seen this one in so many gardens over the years. I've been self-employed about 37 years. I can think of half a dozen gardens straight off the top of my head, customers' gardens that have got this rose. It was cultivated in Germany in 1958, so it's a long time this rose has been around, and the reason being is because it's so loved. Again, it's a floribunda, so masses and masses of flowers on top of really lovely stems, repeat flowering, so it keeps going all the way through. In fact, this is one of the latest flowering roses I've ever come across. Sometimes I've seen iceberg flowering into October, even November. I mean, it really will just keep going until the end. The weather and the winter kind of just knocks the hell out of it, and then it just finally stops. But a great rose for super flowering. About a metre tall as well, so not a super tall rose, so a nice compact rose, great for going in pots and containers. And as you saw there...
Yeah, I had a little sniff. It's nice.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say to you it's like a knock you in the face kind of fragrance, but it's definitely a sweet, delicious fragrance on that one.
Yeah, love it. Do consider adding white into your garden if you haven't already. I used to steer away from white. I thought it was boring, but actually now it was the hydrangea that I've planted, the white one. Forget the name, but it's the white one. Runaway Bride. Thank you, Stu. When I planted that, I really sort of turned on to having white in the garden, because it's stand out, but it also works with everything else, all of the other colours in your garden.
Well, I'll tell you what, how about having this today with the white oleanders and the hydrangea tara as well, the hydrangea quercifolia. You've got your white garden, your white flowering garden sorted in a moment there.
Very, very nice. Karen, no, not Karen, Jane says, good morning, everybody. Loving the roses this morning. Yes, we are as well. So thank you so much for joining us, Jane. Thank you for that comment. We are now moving on to the most popular rose. This one is the winner so far out of the 9 roses that we are bringing you. Still got another 4 to show you, but let's talk about oranges and lemons first of all.
Why did they call it oranges and lemons?
Oh, I don't know.
No, it's a funny old name, really. I'd have called it, I don't know, bananas and peaches. But yeah, this rose was created about 1993. So again, yeah, this is a reasonably recent introduction in the rose world. But I mean, the foliage. Look at the foliage on that. I mean, that foliage is shiny. It's beautiful, and it's it's one of those roses that when the new foliage comes through, it comes through that bronzy red colour, which I always like as well. And it suits the flowers on this rose because you've got these orange and yellow blooms on top of that really, really kind of red bronzy foliage. That's like a double whammy for me in a really, really good way. This one's got a light fragrance. It gets to about 3.5 feet tall, 3.5 foot tall. So again, not a super tall rose, so a fabulous rose again for containers. And it's what we call a floribunda rose. So again, you get those sort of multiple amounts of roses. You don't just get one big single rose on top of the stem. You get perhaps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kind of roses on top. As each one dies, you just cut that one off and then another little rose will come. And then when that stem's finished, you just take that down to another side stem, and this one's doing it already, and that will produce flowers again in another 3 or 4 weeks' time, and it'll keep flushing like that with flowers right the way up until the autumn. But look at this one, isn't it great? Because you might think to yourself, I've always wanted an orange rose, and I've always wanted a yellow rose, but I haven't got much space. Well, now you've got a yellow and an orange rose in one space. You've got both colours you've always wanted in one rose.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, people will be drawn to this one. This is the one that's going to draw attention because of that mixture of colour that you've got on there. Once that grows and establishes and you get loads of those on there, it's just an incredible one.
Isn't it?
So those are all of our bush roses. Now we're going to move on to the climbing section. So buy one, get one free, but it's a mix and match. You can go for 2 of the same, or you can go for 2 completely different ones. Any of these 9, if you put 2 in your basket, you will get 1 of them absolutely free. Do think about it. If you've got the space and the room, then you can double up and double up. So you can get 2 roses and 2 free, or 3 roses and 3 free. It's entirely up to you. Do take advantage of the amazing offers that we've got here for you today on the buy one, get one free. This one I adore, actually, the ginger syllabub. I like the petal formation that you get with the ginger syllabub. Yeah,
you get that incredible, beautiful petal formation. Petal formation.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, it's 2 words. Yeah, look at that.
Look, it's just ruffles.
It's great, isn't it? It's like one of those really sort of roses you see in old paintings, like a Victorian or Edwardian painting. You've got those super double flowers there, pinky colour on the outside, oranges and ambers and yellows in the middle there. This is a fragrant rose, a really fragrant rose. Gets to about 2.5 metres tall. It's repeat flowering, which is really good as well. So you'll get one lot of flower, deadhead, and it will flower again. It's quite a vigorous climber, but only gets to about 2.5 to 3 metres. So it's not going to be one of these ones that gets up to the top of the house and you can never keep under control. And again, look how lovely the foliage is on that really super glossy foliage on this one. And you can already see it's heading skywards. It's got good disease resistance as well, and it is that really stunning sort of multicoloured flower on there.
And your top tip for growing climbing things, anything climbing, is not to let it just go straight up. Make it meander slightly.
Yeah, if you can, kind of make the actual branches go more sort of horizontal, because that way you restrict the sap and it breaks bud all the way along the stem, and then you get multiple amounts of flowers rather than just a cluster of flowers on the top.
Yeah, so if you're growing it up a trellis on a wall, snake it up the wall.
That's it.
Make it go like this. Just tie it into place, snake it up the wall, and then you'll get more blooms, more foliage.
Absolutely. Yeah, don't take it straight up, as I say, zigzag it or plant it, tie it in horizontally, and that will create much more flower.
Amazing. All right, so that's the ginger syllabub. Really nice, strong fragrance on that one. The next climbing rose we've got, I love this one so much. This one is the handle rose. I just look at the pink tips that you've got on. I'm so excited about this one.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
I think it's so pretty, this rose.
I'm glad they called it handle, not lever. But yeah, I mean, it is an absolutely beautiful flower. Look at that. I mean, the great thing about some of the roses we're bringing you today is that they're not just one solid colour. You're getting a sort of a mixture of colours in that one flower. And I remember when I left school, my first job when I left school at 16. I was about to start A-levels, but I got bored of being at school. So I left school, I went to a nursery, a rose growing nursery, and I remember handle was one of the roses we used to grow. I can remember in the potting shed, bagging the rosa handle up. And I adored it as much then as I do now. It is an absolutely fabulous rose. My next door neighbour, where I used to live in Bishop Stortford, had one of these, and it flowered all summer long, and it was such knockout flowers, super healthy foliage again as well. And again, another one of these roses where the new foliage tends to be sort of a nice reddy sort of bronzy colour on that. A floribunda as well, so you're getting these kind of multiple amounts of flowers on the top of each stem. My gut feeling is I think this is going to be very popular today as well, this one. I
adore it.
Feel it's going to be.
I don't have a climbing rose yet. I have a south-facing garden, so the back of my house is baked in sun for, all day, basically, or southwest facing garden. So for the majority of the day, the back of my house is baked in sun. I just need to attach some trellis to that wall, and it would create the most beautiful display, wouldn't it?
And it would, because this one gets about 10 to 15 foot tall as well. So this is going to cover quite a large area for you, very, very easily. And just imagine, seeing that expanse of wall suddenly become an expanse of these gorgeous, incredible flowers with this super healthy foliage.
I might have to do it. I might have to do it.
Just see if there's.
Get the ladder out, attach some trellis, and off we go.
I would say light. That's
fragrance.
A light fragrance, yeah. It's fragrant, but it's a light fragrance. This one, I tend to rank roses as either flower first or scent first. This one, definitely the flower first, scent second, I'd say.
Definitely. 530184 is the item number for the handle. Buy one, get one free, remember. You can mix and match. You can get two of the same, or you can get different ones. It's entirely up to you. The next one we're going to move on to is the Dublin. Now, I think a lot of people, when they think of roses, they'll think of a red rose, won't they?
It's classic.
Like the first, if somebody said the word rose to you, the majority of people are going to think a red rose first of all.
Like a Valentine's Day rose.
Exactly.
That kind of rose, yeah.
And that is what you're getting with this one. It is that beautiful, gorgeous red rose from the Dublin Bay, and this is a beautiful... My house opposite me, actually, my lovely neighbours, they've got the most... I don't know if it's the Dublin Bay, but they do have a gorgeous red climbing rose, and it is standout. It's beautiful.
And this one's got everything. It's like that kid at school in your class that kind of had everything. They were kind of brilliant academic, they were good sportsmen, they were kind of women, they were just everything. Well, this rose is the same. This rose has super healthy, glossy, disease-resistant foliage. It's repeat flowering. It is very, very fragrant. It has the RHS Award of Garden Merit, which is really, really important. Gets to about 8 foot tall. And it actually comes from the Macready family, which rose growers that have been established for decades and decades. They were originally based in Northern Ireland at one point, and then unfortunately when the Troubles came along, they actually moved to New Zealand.
Oh, wow.
New Zealand's a really brilliant place to grow roses, and sort of the Macready family have bred so many of the most famous roses that people know. So this rose has got a real pedigree, a real kind of culture and history to it. And if you want a really dramatic red rose as a climber, please go for Dublin Bay. Fragrance, healthy foliage, lustre, beauty, charm, you'll love it.
Of course, with the climbing roses, it might be worth considering buy one, get one free of the same variety, particularly if you've got an arch or a pergola or something, because you can grow them up and they can meet in the middle, which is exactly what somebody did with the New Dawn climbing rose, Lisa and Michael. Michael's the grower. I'm gonna find that picture because it's the most stunning picture. Like, if you want to see a garden, this is the garden. I'll find that while Adam tells us about the New Dawn.
Is that the one with the lavender going down the middle?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
New Dawn. We brought you New Dawn about a week or so ago. Again, an absolutely adored climber. I mean, I've seen New Dawn growing all over the place. It's got this incredible flower colour to it. It's repeat flowering, which is really, really good as well. Look at that sort of pinky coloured flower. And what tends to happen is deep sort of pink in the middle, and then as the flower matures, the petals on the outside sort of go a bit more of a sort of a whitish colour, but the centre stays pink. This gets to about 2.5 metres tall. It will repeat flower, which is great as well. Masses of these floribunda kind of type flowers, and fragrant, really, really fragrant, this rose, which is fantastic to know. So really, the only other thing you need to know now is your own mind and which two you want to choose, because we've really given you such a fabulous range here. I wouldn't want to be making a choice today, because all of these are so stunning. But I think sometimes the thing is, Bex, depending on kind of what sort of personality you are, you might want to go for two of the same, or you might just want to go for two completely opposite roses and really kind of mix it up and kind of create something really zany and wild and wacky and different. Choice is yours.
Absolutely, the choice is yours, because we have given you all of the choice. That is the end of our rose section. I found the picture from Lisa and Michael, and this is the New Dawn climbing rose. They've got one on each side of that gorgeous archway, growing up and meeting in the middle. And just look at that. They've got a lovely walled garden. They've got that lovely pathway of lavender, which I'm pretty sure they got those lavenders from us. I'm sure that's what they said in a follow-up email. And they're in their second year now, looking absolutely gorgeous. So you can create that in your garden, and you can do it quite inexpensively, because we are giving you that buy one, get one free mix and match deal on all of your roses. As I say, with the climbing rose, maybe you're going to go for 2 of the same, so you can create that lovely meeting in the middle, or you can just choose to your heart's content. Go for as many different ones as you want to. What are you saying to me, Stu? Angela, yes, I did click on that one because Angela has sent us one of my roses from you in bloom now. I have 3 in pots, I believe. And this, I mean, that to me looks like the ginger syllabub. I'm not sure what variety it is, but check out the petal formation in those.
I mean, again, look at the foliage on that, Bex. Look how healthy and glossy the foliage is. And I really like these super double kind of rose flowers we have now. They're just amazing. They just look like those really old-fashioned kind of roses that I really adore. And quite often those super double ones are really fragrant as well.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, yes, those are absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sending your pictures in. That one was from Angela, and obviously we just showed that lovely one from Michael and Lisa with the archway as well. If you want to have a little look at, we've shown you all the roses here, but if you want to go onto the website and have a little look, go there, click on the Live Now button, or scroll down and click the YGTV button there. Then you can scroll down. There's the live show, but this is where you can have a look at all of the items in the show today. That's also where you can go through and remind yourself of all of the roses that we have available. We showed you all 9 of them, but that's where you can go and you can recap, and that's where you can then start adding things into your basket. Let's add a couple, shall we? Look. Oranges and lemons, add to basket. Continue shopping. Which other one is Stu going to add in? I'm excited to see which one do you want to go for. Oranges and lemons is in the lead right now. Handle, yes, thank you for adding handle. Look at that, it's so pretty. View the basket and look what we've got in here. We have already entered the offer code in. That's why it is showing now as one of them being free. If you haven't entered the code in, go to the side of the screen there. Can you see where it says, do you have an offer code? That's where you put in the code YGTV2624. Stu's going to clear the code out of there, because what we want to show you is how incredible that basket is for value for money. So if he clears the code out and we go back in, you'll be able to see. So first thing to look at, look, heavy duty pots, $17.99. We said they were cheaper than that, didn't we? Garden readies, $12.99 each. Roses, $24.99 each. The white oleander bush, $29.99. Put 2 in, they're $29.99 each. So actually, let's just have a little look here. £160.92 is the order total. Currently, we're only saving £12 and we're paying £6.99 postage. All we're going to do now is enter the code YGTV2624. Check this out. Whoa! We're now down to £69.95. We are saving £70.96. The postage has disappeared off there as well. Let's have a little look at what we're saving. That was £17.99. It's now £14.99. That was £12. It's now £4.99. Same on the Gazanias, now £4.99. We've got a free rose. Because it's a buy one, get one free. And on the oleanders, because we've got that double up deal, it's not £30 each, it's £10 each. That's why we're making such an amazing saving. Now is the time to join the club. In that red box there, it said save £10.50. One click, you add that to your basket, you're spending £5, but it's £5 for the full 12 months. So you only pay that cost once. Every time you place an order then, you're going to be saving 10%. Now, those garden readies that we were just showing you that have dropped from £12 to £4.99. Let's show you all 4 of those because they're 4 different options. It is not too late to get these in your garden and still get amazing results from them. It is perfect time to get them in. We are on the Antirrhinums first of all. People are still going to get really good displays from these for a long time, aren't they? Definitely,
and these ones are superb. These double Antirrhinums or snapdragons, they are just gorgeous. The colours on those, they're not kind of, you know, sometimes you can narrow a colour down as like, that's red, that's blue, that's purple, but these are kind of those in-between sort of colours, which just makes them even more attractive. Like, the white is like a lemony kind of
look at
white,
this
isn't it?
Peachy colour here,
yeah,
pinks and peach tones included in there.
All mixed in, Bex, aren't they, which is great. great.
love them.
So beautiful, these, aren't they? And even the sort of the white one there, I like the fact that the buds are kind of almost like a lemony kind of colour. And as you showed, those stems
nice and sturdy.
Yeah, super stout stems on there.
I'm trying to be the British weather. I do try to be the British weather. They are really nice and sturdy flowers, and of course these are going to flower for a really long time.
They will. And even if yours get tall, like the ones you see there that are flowering, all you've got to do is when those flowers are finished on those tall stems is just cut those flowers heads off, and then the little side shoots will come and they'll give you more flower as the season goes on. Antirrhinums or snapdragons flower all the way through the summer, really easy to grow. In fact, they sometimes have a little bit of a fragrance to them as well.
Oh no, they do. Oh, yeah. That is.
Can I just have a little whiff?
Oh, what is that? That is so reminiscent of something, and I can't.
Oh yeah,
Isn't that lovely?
That's really sweet.
It's a sweet fragrance, isn't it?
That is. I wonder if this one does as well.
Oh, that one's less sweet, but still nice.
The white one isn't so sweet.
No,
but,
the white one not so much. The pink and the kind of wine red one.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a nose feast, I should say.
Nostril feast.
Nostril feast.
Hashtag nostril feast. Right, so these are ones that have grown nice and tall. This is probably more like what you are going to get. We actually took the head off one of these, which is something that you can do. You can pinch these out, so pinch it out somewhere like here, create those side shoots, get even more flowers from them. It's entirely up to you. It'll delay the flowering by, a week or two, but it doesn't matter with these because these will flower for you for a long time. And remember, they're just £4.99. They're on our favourites table, which tells you something. It tells you that these have been super popular. We start the week on a Thursday now, by the way. We start the week on a Thursday by putting out what we think is going to be the favourites, and then we upgrade, we change it depending on what you're buying. This is what you're buying. You are going for the garden readies, and I'm not surprised at £4.99.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Of course you can.
Because you're the expert on this.
Anytime.
You see that discount club price is £4.49. Can I, if I've got one of my fiver vouchers, could I use that today?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'd be 50p in credit almost at that point.
Yeah, I mean, add something else into your basket. Definitely.
Wow. So that's phenomenal.
Was it the Antirrhinums, Stu, that had the 20 of them for £19.99? They all are. Okay, so this is really important to point out to you. You can get 10 of the garden readies for £4.99. On the website, you can buy a 20-pack for £19.98. So basically, for the same as the 20, you can get 40 for the same price. And that is purely by watching us here at YGTV. I mean, the maths is incredible. Each one of these garden ready plugs will then work out 50 pence per plug, which is absolutely incredible. Yeah, check out the root system on there. So Rooty Beauty, raring to grow. You can get all 4 packs of the 4 garden readies that we've got here for less than the price of 20 of one of them.
Yeah.
That maths works, doesn't it?
That makes sense to me.
There you go. Right, £4.99 $4.49 if you're in the club. If you've got a discount voucher, definitely think about using those. As the secret tip from the head gardener tells us, he told me this, that the vouchers have dates on them. We sort of try and encourage you to spread out your free spending, but essentially you can use them whenever you like. It's 1 per order, but if you want to use all 4 in the same day in 4 separate orders, you absolutely can. The head gardener told me that. I'm probably going to get in trouble for keeping on repeating it, but never mind.
No, straight from the horse's mouth, so
exactly.
Yeah, can't go wrong there.
Good morning, Peter, if you're watching. 410072 is the item number if you want to go for the no. He's moved on already. Get your Antirrhinums. Marigolds are next. 410072. 10 garden ready plants, £8 saving, £4.99 or £4.49 if you're in the club.
And look at these. Joy. Look, oranges, yellows, reds. Sort of. And a good thing about these as well, and I always like this when it happens with plants, some are a solid colour, solid orange, solid yellow, but then look, you've got those really fiery ones there that look like kind of the cinders in a barbecue, or when you're kind of out with a fire pit and you kind of just just poke those embers and you have those oranges and reds and those super, super deep kind of hot colours. How joyful is that pot of marigolds? I mean, it's almost like emanating its own light source. It's so bright and cheery. Lovely, lovely foliage on these as well. They flower for month after month after month. Super compact plants, great for pots, great for containers, hanging baskets, pots, beds, troughs, gardens, wherever you want to plant them. Great for children to get involved with as well. Good for companion planting with things like tomatoes, because the fragrance of them deters things like aphids and so on, so you can use them for that as well. And I've even found that these have actually seeded themselves about as well when I've grown them in the past before.
Yeah.
Next spring, I've actually found like little marigold seedlings starting to come up the following year. The plants aren't hardy, but the seeds are. But yeah, and look at these. I mean, they're just knockout becks, aren't they? Such good quality plants there, ready to go straight out in the garden now, and they will keep flowering probably up until November.
Yeah, I grew some marigolds last year. Not the Durango mix. There was some lovely creamy white coloured ones. I forget the variety, but honestly, it was one of the best things I had in my garden last year because they just. The flowers themselves last ages, don't they? You don't have to constantly be deadheading. No. They last for weeks on end, but of course they flower late into the season.
Were they the bigger flowered ones?
Slightly larger.
Because you get the African marigolds, which are the bigger ones. Yeah,
could have been African vanilla. Yeah, it could have been those.
Yeah.
Honestly, they were beautiful. They were amazing. I really, really loved those. And of course, you'll get the same things from your Durango mix as well. 410072 499 for 10 garden ready plants. The value here is incredible. Next, we're going to move on to the third of our 4 garden ready selections for you, and that is the Gazania Tiger Stripes. I like the fact that these close at night time and open during the daytime. I just think it's an extra layer of interest.
Yeah, I think it's something called nyctastacy, which kind of foliage does and flowers do as well. And sometimes it's to protect the plant during the night from predators. Sometimes it's to hold on to moisture and prevent sort of moisture loss. But with these, they'll pop open in full sun. They'll close up when the sun goes away. But oh my goodness me, look at these explosions of colours. These are almost like made up kind of flowers. They're just so dramatic, so beautiful.
Yeah, the stripe of colour you get on each of those petals is so pretty, isn't it?
It's really uplifting. I always remember a house I used to look after in Bishop Stortford. It was called Manor Links. It was a road that used to lead to a golf course. I used to look after a lady there, a lovely lady there, and she had a little kind of quadrant bed on the corner of her lawn, pathway in that way, pavement that way, and a little quadrant bed on the corner. And she had gazanias in that corner every year. And I went there one year in October, and it was one of those lovely blue, warm October days before autumn had really kicked in. And they were smothered in bloom. Yeah. Absolutely glorious. Foliage kind of nice and low, ground hugging, sort of a rosette of foliage. Flowers about 5, 6, 7 inches tall. But just such an explosion of joyful, happy flowers. And I've found in mild winters, they'll get all the way through. And in fact, if you grow them in pots or containers, keep them somewhere frost-free for the winter. You know, keep them on the dry side, give them light, obviously. You can probably almost get them to react and be like perennials.
Yeah, I definitely had gazanias that lasted 2-3 years because we had just had some mild winters and then one particularly harsh winter because I had them just planted out in beds and that harsh winter knocked them out. But yeah, absolutely. If you want to grow them in pots, you can easily get these to come back. Most people tend to grow them as annuals, and certainly at £4.99 for a pack of 10 of these, you can grow these as annuals. But if you're trying to be savvy, if you're trying to make your money go that little bit further, then you can actually get these to overwinter and get them to come back again for you. 410060 is the item number. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order, or you can, if you want to actually speak to people, it's a rarity these days, but it's nice, you can use our phone lines. They are open until 4 o'clock. 0844 502 0050. Apparently we're going to end just in time to watch the football. Come on, England. We're in the knockout stages now. Not that I'm a big football fan, but I've got 2 boys, so I have to pretend.
Stand behind this picture. Like, stand behind the picture like that. Great. Yeah. You look like your front door.
All right, we're moving on to...
I don't mean literally like your front door. I mean, you look like what's in front of your front door. You look like...
I do, because it's the lobelia blue.
There you go. Look,
yeah.
that's like... Look,
Geranium fire queens. Look, my little dog sitting in the window. This was this morning when I ran out, and he loves me so much. Mum, don't leave me.
How much is that little doggy in the window?
He's too much, I tell you. He needs more haircuts than I do. I spend more on that dog than I do on me.
Aww.
But these are my Geranium fire queens. I grew these from little plug plants ages ago. But these are what they're looking like right now. I've planted them. There's just one plant, by the way, in each of those Alhambra pots. There's not multiples, it's one in each of those. And I'm really proud of this, to be honest with you. My front door has never looked so welcoming. That lovely cypress tree, the lobelia underplanted, and then those pots of the bright red underneath. You got a sneaky peek of my hanging baskets, which I'm also super proud of this year. I love them this year. So it's just to give you an idea of, you know, what plants can do, how welcoming they can make your garden.
And it's interesting you say you've got them in those planters as well, because, you know, geraniums can get as dry as the outback, and like they will still survive. They're not the kind of summer bedding plant that's suddenly going to flop and collapse if they're on the dry side. So these can get really, really dry. But you, again, a bit like the Gazanias, if you can give these some protection in the winter time, keep them somewhere bright, give them a bit of light, and keep them frost free, there's no reason you can't take the geraniums through to the following year. And if you've got the Gazanias, why not go for the geraniums as well? Because, again, you've got those lovely hot colours there to create that kind of explosion of colour right the way up until the autumn.
They're beautiful, honestly. That's and that's the reason I put them into those small pots, because I knew that they were going to be a little bit more drought tolerant. I wouldn't have done that with some other summer bedding plants, but also I am going to overwinter mine. Love those zonal leaves. Absolutely adore the fragrance. £4.99 if you'd like to go for these. They have got an £8 saving. They're on our favourites table. This is how you get your order to over £40. If you're hovering around that sort of £36, £37 mark and you're paying £6.99 postage, put any one of these 4 garden readies into your basket. It'll get you over the £40, which means that you will be spending less than you would be if you were paying the postage, but you'll also be getting 10 garden ready plants. You can find space for these. You can put them into your borders. You've got a pot there. You've got a pot sitting around the side of the house that you haven't put anything in. Stick these in. They will delight you. Any one of these 4 will delight you. If you want to go and have a little look on our website, YouGarden.com, just click that Live Now button. It will take you to where the live show is, but you can also then scroll down and find the list of items that we have selected for our YG TV shows. There's some of the garden readies. We've got our Oleanders. We've got a buy one, get one free roses. Oh, look at that Fatsia Evergreen collection. That's coming up. We've got our Salix coming up as well. Yeah, 3 different... I really want this. I've got the spider's web, which is the bigger picture, but then you've also got the japonica, and I can't remember the name of the other one. Camouflage, that's it.
Oh, do you remember that 70s song? Camouflage.
No.
Oh, it's a really good song.
I'm not as old as you, mate. Love Fatsia, so that one's coming up in a little while. I'm in trouble.
Shall I? Do show on your own now.
He doesn't mind, honestly. So all of that is coming up. If you see something in the list that we haven't talked about yet, because we don't always get to everything, unfortunately, and you want to see it, you want to talk about it, you want us to tell you about it, send us a message. YouTube, on the YouTube chat, which I've got, on the emails, which I've got, or on the Facebook chat, which Stu is looking after. Just send us a message on there. We're very interactive here, so we love it when you join us. It's not just about us talking to you and trying to sell you plants. We actually want to build a community here, and that's what we're doing. Harvey, good morning. New Facebook viewer.
Hi, Harvey.
Really nice to have your company. I hope you stick around and see what it's all about. Right, let's talk about one of the items that is in my fantasy list if I was to start a garden all over again. I know it's only $9.99 still. I just need to find space for it. That's my problem. I want to move into a garden where there's nothing. I mean, I love my garden. I do. I love it. But what I really want to do is I want to move into a place where there's nothing in the garden and I can plant it from scratch.
So you say that, but because when I moved into the bungalow that we're in Swaffham now, there was not a single plant in that garden. It was just grass. But even though I've designed gardens and I've been a gardener for donkey's years, I found it a little bit intimidating.
I bet it's a bit daunting, but I just love the idea of doing it. And I tell you, this plant is on the list of things that I would put into that make-believe brand new garden if I had one. I mean, I've really turned on to hydrangeas in the last few years anyway, but I particularly like this one because there's a few quirks with this, isn't there?
Yeah, well, look at this. I mean, this is insane. What I don't get, actually, the first thing I'm going to do
I mean, look at
is
the size of it and check out the size of that flower on there, first of all.
Lovely root systems, always know we're going to get a fabulous root system with our plants. Look at that. Super rooty there. Gorgeous, gorgeous roots. This is flowering at such a young point, which is incredible, really. I mean, it's insane. This is actually flowering now. First of all, you've got the foliage, quercifolia. I mean, Hydrangea quercifolia, quercifolia basically means oak-like foliage because it kind of resembles oak leaves. Super, super green now, but at certain times of year, this foliage can go a lovely bronzy red colour. And I've also found quercifolia hydrangeas to be semi-evergreen sometimes as well, if they're in a really reasonably sheltered place. But look at this. I mean, this flower head on here, this conical flower head, that's starting off lime green colour, I mean, really, really deep lime green in the middle there. And then as the flowers start to open out, look, I mean, I'll go around, turn it around the other. Look at that, you can just see there, look, that contrast.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You know, the flowers on one side that aren't opening out so much of that lime green, and then on the opposite side, you know, they've got that sort of really, really lovely white colour as well. And eventually that will become like almost like a pure white flower head on there. And hydrangeas go the opposite way sometimes as well. When they finish flowering, they can get other little hues like sort of pinks and stuff like that on the flowers as the flower starts to kind of, you know, sort of have its time and die, basically. But this is just such a staggeringly beautiful plant. Great plant for shade, great plant for sort of damp conditions. I've even grown these in quite dry conditions. Great for sort of beds and borders.
So this is the one that's slightly more drought tolerant when it comes to hydrangeas as well, isn't it? Because normally when we talk about hydrangeas, we will always say to you, top tip, make sure you water well. The clue is in the name, hydrate, hydra. They need to be moist, damp, well watered. But this one actually can, once it gets established, but it can actually cope with less, can't it?
Donkeys years ago, I planted about 4 or 5 of these in front of a house in Loughton, and they had one of these sort of bay windows with a little bit of soil in front, and it was normally that dry soil that normally the cats do all their doo-doos in, and it drives you mad. Well, I put sort of 4 or 5 of these hydrangeas in, and then we sort of put a nice lot of gravel over the top, and that was really, really dry there, and it was north facing.
Right.
And there were some huge, great big pine trees. They grew there for years, and they flowered their socks off, and they loved it. And they actually stayed semi-evergreen there as well, because it was, you know, sort of sheltered and in that part of the world. But in a really exposed position, it will lose its leaves. But a gorgeous, dramatic shrub, well worth trying.
Definitely, and at $9.99, I just check it out. I mean, Adam just showed you, but look at the size of this plant and look at the size of the flower on there.
Will they all come with flower specs?
I don't know. Do you know, I haven't been out on the nursery to see these ones. I'd like to think so, but honestly, I just think that's incredible that a plant that size has a great big panicle, really tough flower head up on the top of there. They make great cut flowers as well. They also look fantastic when you leave the faded flowers on over the winter, don't they? Because you don't need to prune these until the springtime. Leave the flower heads on because they give great winter interest on there as well. It is a third off the price of that one as well, so it's £9.99, should be £14.99. Put in the offer code, please, when you place your orders on the website, YGTV2624. That's how you get the saving. If you're placing an order on the phone, tell the operator you've got that offer code, because that's how you'll get those savings. Don't forget about all those garden readies. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Put those into your basket. Add those into your basket instead of paying postage, because you'll get more and you'll pay less. Any of the 2 roses that you've seen on the show as well, it's a buy one, get one free. They break down to £12.50 each, or £11.25 if you are in the club, which for a potted rose of the quality that we're bringing you, I defy you to go and find that kind of price outside in the garden centre. How do we find our products on the website? Very easy. Go to the website, click the Live Now button. YouGarden.com is the website, by the way. Click that Live Now button. There we are, that's where the live shows are. These are all the items that we've got on offer. There's the garden readies that you've got there. There's the roses that we've got there. We've got 5 bush roses, 4 climbing roses. We've still got things to show you. We've got the eucalyptus Gazania standard. That's great if you've got a smaller garden. I couldn't plant a eucalyptus in my garden, but I could have that. We've got the passion flower back. We've got the Canna collection. If you're on Adam's social medias, Adam Woolcott, he did a little unboxing the other day because you ordered some Cannas, didn't you?
Yeah.
He was really pleased with the quality.
I was over the moon. They're in a pot already. Yeah, looking good.
There you go. So we've got the Canna collection coming up. We've got a Grapevine up there. We've got a wonderful Acer there. We've got buy one, get one free on Fuchsias. We've got so many things, so do stay tuned. We're here until 2 o'clock. By the way, if you can't stay and watch, I do understand, you can come back. You can watch at any time on Facebook, on YouTube, and on the website. So you can come back, you can catch up. It's not like you have to be here live. We do appreciate it. We love you interacting with us, but maybe you've got something to do. You can come back and catch up later on. We're bringing you back onto our amazing deal on the Oleander bushes. These are a half-price deal. You can get one for $14.99. They should be $29.99, or you can double up and get two for 20 quid. Basically, they work out at £10 each. I went out onto the nursery the other day. It was really nice and hot. I was wearing a nice summer dress. Let's have a little look at where we keep these on the nursery. We have got the most fantastic deal for you on the oleanders. Of course, it is a half-price deal for one. They're normally $29.99. You can get one for $14.99, or you can do that amazing double-up deal where you'll get two for $19.99, so working out at £10 each. We absolutely adore our oleanders here at YouGarden because they are incredible quality. We work with the best grower of oleanders. They're Sicily-based. They're a family-run business. There's a waiting list to get to work with them, and we have that special relationship. Oleanders are beautifully evergreen. They are tall. They are gorgeous. They have these beautiful flowers that last ages as well. June time all the way through to October, and very minimal care required. A little bit of deadheading will help, but mostly these are going to thrive on neglect, and even when they get established, they will become drought tolerant as well. A perfect addition for any garden, and even a wonderful gift to give to somebody as well. Just remember, don't eat them. Don't let your dogs or your cats eat them either. Yeah, check out, that's where we keep all of the oleanders out there. It was a lovely warm day in that little growing tunnel there. It was so, I could have spent ages in there.
Yeah, it's divine out there.
We do take you out onto the nursery floor so that you can see the kind of quality that we're talking about, how, you know, how uniform they all are. We don't just go and pick the absolute best one to show you. Of course, we pick some nice ones, but we don't pick the best one. The idea is that we bring something into the potting shed that shows you the kind of quality that you're going to receive, and by doing those videos, that's what we're trying to highlight to you. These are stunning, aren't they?
These are stunning.
I don't actually have one yet. I should get one in my garden, but the beautiful thing about oleander is that they're going to flower for ages and they're evergreen.
Yeah, and they're easy as well. They're not a demanding plant. I mean, look at the blossom on this. It's like a bouquet of oleander, isn't it? Basically,
isn't it?
And this is sort of 8-9 stems on the one I've got. Like, the root system is fabulous on these as well. Really, really well-established plants. They'd have been grown from sort of cuttings. You've got foliage all the way up the stem from the base to the top. You've got buds coming as well as flower already on these at the moment. And providing you plant them somewhere really sunny and well drained, these are going to flower for month after month after month. We say, you know, hardy down to about -5. If you're going to grow them in the garden in a reasonably mild part of the country, you can put fleece around them during the winter time. Go around at least half a dozen times or so, if not more than that. If you're in a really, really cold area, these make fantastic pot plants. They're absolutely brilliant for pot plants. And then in the winter time, they don't need to be mollycoddled. Just keep them somewhere above freezing. Let them, you know, really dry out. Give them a bit of light. They'll go through the winter, bring them out next spring, and they'll start growing all over again. But, you know, the good thing about these is they just give you that holiday feel, don't they? Just bring that kind of tropical holiday feeling back into your garden. You may have been on holiday already this year, and you're already feeling a bit like, you know, holiday blues, because you've come home and you've left the blue skies behind, and here it's a bit cooler and a bit cloudier and not so gorgeous. Well, put some oleanders in your garden in pots or beds or borders, and then all of a sudden, you feel like you've bought Spain or Malta or Egypt or wherever you've gone kind of back into where you are at home now. It'll just kind of almost extend that holiday feel for you. And the white ones are just divine. I absolutely love these white ones, Bex. I think they're so dramatic.
Yeah, I do love a bit of white in the garden now. They mix and match with any colour that you've already got there. The way that you get hold of this deal, you've got options. It's entirely up to you. We've got a deal if you want to go for one. It's a half price deal. These are normally £29.99 each. You can get it for £14.99. Put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV2624. You'll get one for £14.99. But you can get an even better price if you add two into your basket. Enter the code YGTV2624. They'll work out at £10 each. I think they're a great gift as well. So if you want one for yourself and give one for a gift, how fantastic to give somebody a living gift that they will probably have for a lifetime, because these are really long-lived perennials. So rather than giving them that bouquet of flowers that's going to cost you £25 and last for 7 to 10 days if you are lucky, get them one of these and they will have these in their garden for a lifetime. 680-058 if you want to go for the Oleander white bush on there. $13.49 if you're in the club. Oh, the price has just gone up. What are you talking about, Stu? Hang on, he's going to play with that. Honestly, $29.99 normal price, but it's half price for one, so $14.99, $13.49 if you're in the club. Double up deal, which is £19.98, £10 each. So one in your basket, enter the code, it'll be $14.99. Two in your basket, enter the code, it'll be £10 each on the oleanders.
Stick one of your vouchers in and then you're down to $14.99.
Exactly. If you've got a voucher to spend by being part of our club, then even better value for money. Right, the next thing we're going to talk to you about is something that everybody needs. It is the biggest, the most popular item that we bring you on YouGarden on YGTV.
We're off.
Over the years, I was doing it while we were talking about the oleanders as well. Over the years that we've been bringing this compost, it has been reviewed 5-star constantly. I'm always going to quote Olwyn because her comment sticks in my head. It's her gold medal product. Graham's greenhouse. I think it was his garage. In actual fact, he had something like, we counted 25 bags of these earlier on in the season. He has these stacked up and ready to go. This is something that you never want to run out of.
Should we what we're talking about, should we challenge Stu?
What we're going to challenge Stu?
Should we challenge Stu to go to a random page?
Oh, yeah, I love this. Random page of reviews. We never.
Is that right, Stu? You like to go random review page, because it never fails.
We never double check the reviews before we read them, because we know how good this is and we know how many people.
What number should you go for?
7, please. 7. Page number 7 on the reviews. He's going to have a little look. Not a look, he's going to get to the page. But tell us, first of all, why is this so amazing, Adam?
Well, it's the simplicity of it, isn't it? Because, you know, sometimes you go to the garden centre these days and you see all these different brands of compost lined up, and they've all got these different things on the front, haven't they? Kind of vying for your attention, and some are number 1, number 2, number 3. Really confusing. This is just a brilliant, brilliant compost. Firstly, it comes in these incredible white bags. I mean, and as Stu, our producer, always says, the value is in the bag, not on the bag, because it comes fresh from the supplier direct to you. It's a hugely peat-reduced compost as well, and eventually we'll all be completely peat-free. But what we've done, where we've taken one thing away, we've replaced it with something else, and in this case it's composted wood fibre. And that is fabulous, because what that does, that keeps this compost nice and open, nice and airy, and that does 3 really important things. First of all, it lets the air and the oxygen get down to the root of the plants, which is important. It allows the water to percolate through the compost, so the compost doesn't become waterlogged and heavy and claggy. And if you think, some seeds are like dust. In fact, some seeds per ounce are more expensive than gold, because the seeds are so difficult to get hold of. Like orchid seeds can be almost minute. Well, you think of a little seed trying to start its life in this compost, it's got the best chance ever, because it's not a really heavy, claggy, solid compost. You know, that little root can penetrate, it can become established, and then it finds it's got fertiliser in here as well. It's got slow release fertiliser to help it on its way. It's going to last it for up to 6 months. Also, that little seedling might be panicking about drying out. We've got a wetting agent in this compost. That means this compost wants to absorb moisture. It's hydrophilic. It likes moisture. It likes to become wet, which is really, really important. It's pH balanced. That stands for potential hydrogen. Sounds gobbledygooky, but basically what it means is this compost isn't too acid, it isn't too alkaline. it's towards the centre, so the vast majority of plants are going to thrive in his compost. And basically, generally, I tend to pretty much say if it's green and it grows, it's going to really adore this compost.
Yeah, and it's the compost that we use here at the nursery. So anything that we pot on, everything that we grow, all those potted roses, we've potted those. It's been put into this premium professional compost. Our head gardener is fastidious when it comes to the health, the quality of the plants that we bring you, and he would not use an inferior compost here at the nursery. This is the one that we use, and it's the one that we want you to use as well. If you want to know if this is any good, put a little message in our chat, ask our regulars, is this any good? They will tell you because they've been using it for years. Page 7 of the reviews. Let's have a little look at what we have, what people are saying about the compost on our review page. This is page 7, as you can see right there. Page 7. I've ordered this for several years. Always been successful. We were very surprised with the size of the bags, equivalent to some you can buy in garden centres. It should say 50-litre size, for much, much less in price. The composition of the material was slightly surprising as well, and only time will tell if it benefits the garden. It will. There was no information as to the content material in the bags. No, because we don't waste money putting that onto the bag. We are passing on those savings to you. I have ordered this product on several occasions, and it has always produced good results. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Or Mrs. Roberts, who knows. Been purchasing this compost for a few years now and swear by it. Never had a problem and would definitely recommend it. Fast delivery, all boxed well, so no problems with it. Marisha, amazing. That is all we need, to be perfectly honest with you. But I do love that people write a lot about this. Sometimes we get essays and pages, and that's because they really have seen the results, just as we have seen the results as well. I use it. I'm a customer at YouGarden. I don't just work here. I do actually buy this compost and use it in my garden, and it is absolutely incredible. Oh, top tip, compost. If you want to get multiples of your free gift, this is the way to do it, okay? So maybe you just want 100 litres of compost today. Place that 100 litres of compost as an order on its own, because there's no, the postage is included here, so there's no separate postage to pay. You will get your free gift as long as you enter the code YGTV2624. Then come back and place another order for everything else. If you can get your order to over £40, you'll then get free postage on that as well. Perhaps you want 300 litres of compost. Put it in 3 separate orders. So do 100 litres, put your code in, you'll get a bag of the free gift. Do another order for 100 litres, put the code in, you'll get a free gift. Do another order for the final 100 litres, put the code in, and you'll get a free gift. It's 1 per order, not 1 per customer. And there'll be no postage to pay on this. So that's one way of doing it. You might use your compost as a way to get you over the £40 so you're not paying the postage. There's ways that it can work for everybody depending on what your budget is and how you're shopping today.
And just a quickie, the person who mentioned about the fact there was nothing on the bags regarding the compost, if you go on our website, I'm sure that, there'll be a description of the product on the website which will kind of tell you the...
Yeah, I just think that people have got used to having information on the bags, but this is the point with buying a commercial product.
Absolutely.
When, the packaging and all the fancy marketing material and the words and the colour and all the rest of it, that costs money. It does. That marketing material costs a fortune to have that printed on there. We are passing on that saving. We are saving that. So we always say it, the value is in the bag, not on the bag. We're not wasting money putting that onto the bag because this is a commercial product. This is the only place you can get this. Look at our reviews, look at the info on the website. Honestly, that will tell you everything you need to know about this compost. Listen to Sandra on the chat. Is that on the YouTube chat? Hold on. Sandra, I bought this off Amazon and it was yours. Yes. I used it over the last 2 years and it was fantastic for my plants. Apparently there's another comment a bit further down. Oh, before that one. Oh, yeah. Well, I've been told, but your compost is fantastic. One of my neighbours where I live has got it and they give it 5 stars too. Thank you, Sandra. Yes, absolutely. We've experienced it ourselves. Julie, I've bought the oleander bush and it has buds, but they aren't opening. What am I doing wrong? No, it's fine. They're just taking their time. Julia, sorry. Put it somewhere nice and sunny. Make sure it's in a full sun position. Do water it well. I know we bang on about it being drought tolerant, but that's once it's got established. So do make sure that you're watering it well.
Don't let it sit in water though. You know,
No.
just soak the pot. If you're going to keep it in the pot, soak the pot. Let it dry out a little bit till the compost on the top dries out a little bit. Then give it another water and then let it dry out. Don't keep it really, really wet. As you say, somewhere sunny and warm. And it's only the end of June. Give it another 2 or 3 weeks. It'll start to flower for you.
It will, absolutely. What was I going to say? I mean, we always talk about feeding plants. I don't think oleanders are necessarily like a heavy feeder, but it probably wouldn't hurt to give it a little feed.
Yeah, you could give a little feed, although, I don't know, I think sometimes with things like oleanders, if you feed them too much, you can always make them a bit lazy to flower. So,
just sunny and water, I think. Let's leave it at that for the time being.
Leave it at that.
And just be patient for a couple of weeks.
And, if the buds are tight, but, the buds are on there and they're not falling off and stuff, just give it a little bit of time and they will open for you.
There you go, Julia. All right, so that's it on the chat for the time being. Let's come to another amazing offer. Another buy one, get one free. And this is on our flowering fuchsia tree. Now then, we call it a flowering fuchsia tree because this has been sort of fashioned into the standard shape. Now, if you want even more of that standard shape, you can take some of the lower branches off here so that you can get that lovely sort of more lollipop shape up at the top like we're showing you in the picture. Or you can let it sort of roam free like it is here, can't you?
Yeah, you know what I'd do, Bex, I think to start with, I think for this summer, I would just enjoy those lower branches to start with while they're flowering and looking so nice. And then, if I wanted to make it a standard, I'd take those lower branches off during the winter time. Just one thing to mention though, if you want to take these from year to year, you will need to keep these frost-free during the winter. But there's no reason you can't keep these for many years if you do that and get these fabulous displays every year. And we can't guarantee exactly which variety we'll send out to you, but they will be one of a stunning variety. And this one, look at these. Aren't these knockout?
I love fuchsias.
Look, I mean, these are just great. I mean, a mass of small, delicate, but really beautiful flowers on this.
I love them.
Whereas this one, this one's a bit more belle of the ball, isn't it, this one's a bit more kind of out there and kind of... But again, looking incredible with those sort of sepals. At the top, there's lovely red sepals.
They just sort of reflex, don't they? And then show you. I always just think dancing girls, can-cans, ballerinas.
It's got that look,
that's
isn't it?
just the shape that they give me. They're quite feminine and beautiful.
But I like the fact red sepals, white centre, and then sort of red stamens.
Yeah.
So you kind of got that sort of mix of colour, and then the pink one here. So yeah, I mean, buy one get one free. So you're going to get 2 of these. And these are just going to give you colour, right up until the first frost. I mean, they just keep flowering. If you put them in a pot or somewhere like that, keep them well watered and feed them. Use something like a liquid tomato feed or a feed that's high in potash, because that encourages flowering, which is really important. But instant colour, instant impact, instant joy and satisfaction from these. And as I say, with a little bit of TLC, keep them frost-free and light and on the dry side through the winter, no reason you can't enjoy these for many years to come.
Yeah, totally. I want to come back, please, too. Can we show a picture, Stu? Dingo sent us a update of his garden.
Come on.
Because Dingo's got a sea of lilies out the front there, and that just looks so bright, so colourful.
Look at the oleanders as well.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out as well. He's got his oleanders down here. It looks like multiples of those oleanders as well down there. Got the lovely sort of shades of pink going on there. What are these things called here?
They've got some hollyhocks at the back there.
Are those hollyhocks?
Yeah, they're the single-flowered hollyhocks, those ones.
Oh, yes, I can see the flowers there.
And he's got them almost to be completely rust-free as well, which is fabulous as well. Looking super healthy they are.
I love them. I'm seeing so many of those out and about at the moment.
We saw some fabs when we went out on Wednesday, didn't we, driving around? Some lovely little stout ones in apricots and yellows and oranges. They're gorgeous, aren't they?
I think they look like triffids. They do. They just look like...
They're just so unusual. I think because they're tall, they've got those huge leaves and those big flowers.
Big flowers, and they open... I love them.
They're not like any other sort of plant, are they? They're so distinct and different.
And they sort of just seed about, don't they? They grow anywhere.
They do.
I don't have any in my garden. I'm hoping someone will seed in my garden.
See, I made a mistake when I was a kid trying to grow hollyhocks. I put loads of manure and all that kind of stuff in.
Yeah, they don't need it.
They hated it. They didn't really flowering properly. And the little seed falls into a dry crevice somewhere and they just grow like crazy.
They get so tall as well.
Amazing.
Anyway, thank you, Dingo. Love your updates. That's awesome. I'll come back there and have a little chat, see who's in the chat and see who's sending us emails in a little while. I've forgotten where we're going to do. What did you say? Oh, we're doing a review. All right, let's do it. So this is pens and papers time. If you've been loving what you've been seeing and you want to make a little list of things you want to buy, just going to run through some of the things that we have seen already. We're going to start with the, and that means...
Do you think we should review Stu one day on it?
No, never.
No.
Stu doesn't need a review.
He wouldn't like that, would he?
Trust me, we're not brave enough, he says. No, we don't need to review Stu. He's amazing. Right, let's move on. Antirrhinums, on to the garden ready. Adam's going to change the table over so we can show you some more amazing things. Garden ready plants. We've got 4 different options for you. We're starting with the antirrhinums, the butterfly mix. These are just $4.99. $4.99, that's 50 pence a plant. It's $4.49 if you are in the club, and these are going to flower all summer long for you. We've discovered a delightful fragrance from these as well. If you go onto our website, you can buy 20 of these for $19.98. But because you are watching YGTV and you've got the YGTV code, which is YGTV2624, you can get 40 of these for the same price as 20 on the website. This is why we want to spread the word about YGTV. Do tell your friends, do tell your family. We are here every single week. 410048 for your antirrhinum garden ready plants. Next, we've got the second of our garden ready selection. This one is actually in the lead. This is the most popular. Is it the most popular in the entire show, Stu? It is indeed. Love it. Marigold Durango mix, 10 garden ready plants, $4.99, £8 saving. These are the gorgeous kind of fiery yellows, oranges, just beautiful. Nice stout, steady, sturdy flowers that you get on here. They stand up to the British weather and they flower all summer long and are one of the latest flowering as well. These keep going right the way through to September, October, and even into November as well. They stand out, they are beautiful. Even on a dull day, which, let's face it, in British summer times, we get a few of those, these illuminate your borders. Put them in pots, put them in tops of hanging baskets, put them in window boxes. Really versatile and super easy. A wonderful companion plant as well, particularly if you're growing things like, loads of stuff, but tomatoes, for example, they'll keep the aphids away. 410072 is the item number if you would like to go for your Marigold Durango mix. Then we've got the Gazania, the tiger stripes, fascinating flowers. African daisy, aren't they, these are called? Is that osteospermum? Oh, these have got another name and I've forgotten what they're called. Anyway, these want a lovely, bright, sunny spot. Put them somewhere gorgeous and sunny. They close up during the nighttime. They open up during the daytime. They're really, really beautiful. They're super easy to grow. In a mild winter, you can get them to come back. They will come back for you next year. Mine survived a few years and then a harsh winter knocked them out. But if you do want to overwinter these, you absolutely can. Just make sure you lift and keep them somewhere frost-free. But at this price, you can absolutely grow these as just an annual. Loads of flowers, free flowering and super easy. Tiny bit of deadheading and that'll keep them going right the way through. 410060 is the item number for your Gazanias. Geranium Fire Queen is up next. Oh, these are mine from a few, this is a little while ago now actually, out the front of my house. Planted them as tiny baby ones. There is 1 plant in each of these pots. This was a couple of weeks ago, and this is what they've turned into. So there's only a few weeks between these videos. And then here they are today, sneaky peek of my hanging basket, which I'm quite proud of as well. 1 plant in each of those pots. There's 5 around the base there. They're free flowering. I haven't deadheaded them yet. They probably need a little bit of deadheading, but I literally have not touched them. I've not deadheaded them at all, and they are looking absolutely fantastic. So do think about getting your Fire Queens. It's not just about the flowers, it is about that gorgeous zonal foliage, beautiful fragrance that you get from them. Drought tolerant as well, which is quite unusual. So these aren't divas at all. They definitely stand up to British weather. They can stand up to a bit of drought too. And these you can overwinter as well. You can even grow them indoors on windowsills. These are super easy. 410064 is the item number for the Geranium Fire Queen. Now, what we have got for you as another deal, so those are the garden readies. Now we've got a buy one, get one free on our selection of roses. It's a mix and match, so you can go for 2 of the same or you can go for 2 different ones. It's your choice. We've got 5 bush roses, 4 climbing roses. This one is the most popular of all of them. It's the roses, it's the rose, oranges and lemons. Love it. Absolutely adore the colour mix that you've got here. All of our roses have been bred to be, you know, quite disease resistant. They're beautiful, glossy foliage, super easy to grow. Roses are easier than you might imagine. If you've never grown a rose before, now's the time to try, particularly on this deal. So choose which 2 you want. Put those 2 in your basket. Enter the offer code YGTV2624. One of them will be absolutely free. They are all the same price. So you don't need to worry about which one, you know, normally it's the cheapest one will be the free one. They are all the same price. So they work out £12.50 each. If you're in the club, £11.25. That's oranges and lemons. We've got the Wellbeing. No, it's not a climber. Wellbeing is the next one. It is coming, I promise you. Oh, Tech said no. All right, we're going to New Dawn instead. This one is the Climbing Rose. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous blush pink that we've got here. They're all provided to you in either a 3 or a 4 litre pot, so these are nicely established. Loads of foliage on there, buds and flowers all on there. And of course, rose is going to flower for you right the way through to October, into November as well a lot of the time. In fact, my Arthur Bell had a rose on it in December last year. It just kept going, didn't it? So yes, go to the website. Check out all of the roses we've got available. They are all buy one, get one free. Go to YouGarden.com, click on that Live Now button there. That extra 15% off that you saw, by the way, on the top there, ignore it. Our prices are better than 15% off. I know it's the same company, but for YGTV, we get even better value for money. So there is our show list, and here is all the roses. We've got Handel, Ginger Syllabub, Lady Marmalade, Iceberg, Dublin Bay, Oranges and Lemons, Rhapsody in Blue, which is actually purple, Rose New Dawn, and there was one I missed up at the top there, Wellbeing, that was the other one. So you can see which ones are climbers, which ones are bush roses. Put any 2 in your basket, enter the code, one of them will be absolutely free. So it's a really good time to add to your rose collection or start your rose collection. At this price, you will not find potted roses, 3-4 litre pots for these prices in the garden centre. We're going to show you the white oleander deal as well. So look, go to Live Now, scroll down, see all of the items that we've got here. Keep going. There it is. That's the white oleander bush there. So $14.99 for one, or enter 2 in your basket. Go and have a little look at the basket. Look, view basket, and they will break down to £10 each. Actually, we've got our club in, so they break down to £9 each. If you're not a club member, it will be £10 each. But that's why you need to be a club member, because you'll get an extra 10% discount off every single item that you add into your basket. 5%, by the way, if it's some other things on the website. But in general, pots, plants, compost, they're going to be 10% discount by being a member of our club. Hydrangea, the quercifolia tara, love this. Lovely, large, sort of oak leaf-shaped leaves. They have this lovely, bronzy, gorgeous colour-changing foliage that happens, you know, towards autumn before their leaves will drop. They can be semi-evergreen, depending on where you plant them, but I would edge on the side of caution and expect these to drop their leaves, but sometimes they can keep them. But this one's amazing on a, you know, a third off. We've got a £9.99 deal. Comes to you in a 9-centimetre pot. The one that we've got in our potting shed has got the biggest flower on it on this small plant in the 9-centimetre pot. These are going to establish nicely. And the quirky thing about the quercifolia is that hydrangeas actually, they generally need to be well watered. They need to be kept moist. They do not like periods of drought, but actually this one can cope with a bit more drought than others out there, which is absolutely incredible if you're not always completely on it with your watering. So 511493, that one has been upgraded onto our favourites table. That's how popular that one is at the moment. 511493. So do think about joining our club, please. It costs just £5 to join. You will get 10% discount off all your orders, plus £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year. We used to say they break down to £5 every 3 months, but head gardener gave me a little secret tip. You can actually spend those whenever you want. You can spend all 5 in one day if you like. It's just 1 per order, that's all. So if you place 4 orders in a day or 4 orders in a week, you can use all of your vouchers at that time. Some people shop differently, don't they? Some gardeners just garden in spring and summer, for example. Some of us garden all year round and spend money all year round. Basically, you can spend your vouchers whenever you want.
could be good to hold on for the autumn when autumn bulbs and things like that come out, can't we? So yeah, there's always. Every time of year there's something at YouGarden, isn't there, to sort of get involved with. And we have fabulous stuff for Christmas time, springtime, summer, autumn. Yeah, it's 24. I was going to say 24/7. It's like 12/12 for us, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
I mean, we did. You know that, and this is what we do here. There is something that you can be doing throughout every single month, week, of the year.
Which is good for up here, getting out in the garden. It's so good,
it.
Getting outside.
Even when it's cold, get wrapped up, get out there, it's nice.
Get the fresh air, get the kind of all the, all the smells from the earth and the soil, and hear the birds singing and just feel the wind on your face. And you come indoors and you just feel all boosted up and happy and cheery again. It's nice.
It's true. All right, let's move on. We've changed the table over. Oh, I quite like this selection, actually. We've got some really nice ones going on.
It's looking very Bexy, this table.
Do you know what it is? Sexy Bexy, right?
Very Bexy. It's a Bexy table.
All right, let's start off with our Canna Canova collection. We've got 3 beautiful Cannas included here. Bronze Peach, Bronze Scarlet, and the Red Golden Flame included. All 3 of these in this deal, and it is another half-price deal. £15 saving, just $14.97 or $13.47 if you are in the club.
First thing to say about these is they're just absolutely incredible range of colours. I mean, you've got the oranges, you've got the reds, you've got the pinks. You've got 2 of these that are sort of a reasonably sort of solid colour, the red and the pink, and then you've got the bicoloured one there, which is just incredible. I mean, 2 colours for the price of 1. A couple of them have got that bronze foliage as well. One has got that really sort of lustrous, gorgeous green foliage. Great big, really attractive leaves that will support and kind of just highlight these flowers. These will eventually get to about 70 centimetres to perhaps about 1 metre tall. I do believe as well we actually give these our lifetime guarantee, our hardiness sort of symbol. You see the little snowflake symbol on these, which does seem a little bit strange for plants that look so tropical and difficult to keep.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tricky, isn't it? I think they're going to require a good layer of strulch in order to get them over the winter. I know one of our lovely viewers told us about their cannas, and they basically just lift them, store them over the winter, divide them in spring, and then plant them out again. So I think they'd need, we both agree, don't we? Think they'd probably need a little bit of extra. Yeah, just a little bit of something.
I would err on the side of caution. I mean, I would say if you're on the south coast, if you're down in the southwest, if you're in a really super mild part of the country and you've got very well drained soil, yeah, leave them in, but I would err on the side of caution. Like Beck said, you can always lift them and store the roots through the winter somewhere frost-free, or you can plant them in pots, any old pot really, and plunge the pot into the ground, so you bury the plant and the pot.
I like that. It makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Just lift them and off you go. Yeah,
so if you've got like an old 3 or 4 litre pot from something else you planted that you bought from the garden centre, just one of those plastic pots, you don't want anything fancy because you're going to bury it. Put these in some of our compost, bury the whole thing in the ground, keep it well watered through the summer, and then in the autumn you can just lift the whole thing out, put it somewhere frost-free, job done. But as I say, we do give you that lifetime guarantee on these, but you're going to get drama from these, you're going to get colour all the way through the summer, right up until the autumn. In fact, I had 3 of my cannas arrive this week, the Canova. I've gone for the peach-coloured one there.
Didn't you?
Yeah, which I really adore. And I've got 3 in a square terracotta pot. I did have a climbing rose in that pot that I took a cutting of from somewhere else, and that rose has been a right damn disappointment. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's just not taken off.
Get rid, put something else in.
And I forgot I'd ordered the cannas, and they turned up yesterday. I was like, oh, where am I going to put them? I've got no space now. And then I thought, I know what's going to go. These went in, and I've got them against a wall, a lovely white wall in this terracotta pot, and I just know for the rest of this year they're going to give me drama, they're going to give me colour, and next year and the year after they'll double in height, triple in height. And I've got a bird of paradise as well in a big pot next to them, a Strelitzia.
Nice. Oh, that's really nice together.
Yeah, and they look
tropical.
Really good together. I mean, the Strelitzia does have to have greenhouse protection in the winter, but I'm just so looking forward to sort of months of these hot colours, these tropical colours, these big leaves. Brilliant plants. Yeah,
it's gorgeous that you're getting all 3 varieties in there. I believe that we do have all of these available individually as well. If you want to go and search the website, you can get them all individually. But I do quite like that we're doing a lovely collection collection for you. Just if you do go and buy another item, please put in our code YGTV2624. You might find there's a secret saving that we didn't know about, but you'll also get your free gift included in there as well. Next, we've got another hydrangea, very different to the quercifolia tara that we've got over there. In fact, it's so very completely different. You could put them next to each other and not actually say these are both in the hydrangea family. This is the hydrangea serrata euphoria pink. Now, this one actually was runner-up last year at the Chelsea Flower Show. I think it lost out to the Agapanthus Blackjack.
Whoa.
And this one was number 2. So silver medal, still absolutely fantastic. Adore this one. Let's have a little look when I went out on the nursery to see these. So here I am at the nursery, and this is the hydrangea, the serrata, the euphoria pink. And it is one of the most dazzling varieties of hydrangea. You've got gorgeous pink flowers on here, but it's offset perfectly by the dazzling variegated foliage. You've got creams, you've got greens, and that new foliage that comes through is a beautiful pink colour. Now, this is actually an award winner because last year at the Royal Horticultural Society Chelsea Flower Show, this was runner-up. This got 2nd place, which is an absolutely amazing accolade to have. One thing to remember with this hydrangea is it actually flowers on last year's growth. So do bear that in mind when you are trimming and pruning. But it's a beautifully compact variety, perfect if you want to put these into borders. But it would work great in a pot as well, because this shouldn't get any bigger than about 1 metre by 1 metre. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think you should have it in your garden. There we go, that was the hydrangea, it's always a mouthful. Hydrangea serrata euphoria pink.
Easy for you to say.
Easy, easy. Yeah, I love it. I love the flowers. I love the variegated foliage. It's something super interesting, isn't it?
It is interesting. It's got those crinkled leaves, which I like. I like the texture of the leaves, but also it's unusual, isn't it, when a plant's foliage pretty much mimics the flower as well. And you've got the pink of that flower in the pink of the foliage. But that pink is transient, which is nice. All the new growth has that sort of pinky salmony kind of colouring to it. And then as the growth starts to mature, it goes more to a sort of a marbling kind of white colour around the edge that does stay on the foliage all the way through. To the then you have the sort of the green centres of the flower there. It only gets to about 60 centimetres tall, this hydrangea as well, so great for a pot plant. So, you know, 3 floors up, just a balcony, you can grow a hydrangea in a pot and have that double whammy, that double interest of fabulous coloured foliage and flowers at the same time.
Yeah, love that one. 511522 is the item number. It is £11.99, £10.79 if you're in the club. Enter the code YGTV2624. That's how you get the saving. And it's also how you get your free gift worth £4.99, the Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster. Not just for your roses, you can use it on everything in your garden. Right, we were just having a little look in the chat. So, Olwen! Good morning, Olwen.
Hi, Olwen.
She's come to join us. It's really nice to have your company. Thank you. Morning, Karen's saying, morning, Olwen, how is your brother doing? Hope he's doing okay. I know you were messaging about him the other day. Apparently he's making steady progress. Thank you. Apparently COVID is on the way, so she can't go and do any more visits. COVID.
Yeah, it's
when are we
been
going to get rid of that,
yeah,
eh?
It's
so annoying that it's still a thing, isn't it?
I come across people, this is a whole family of 6 it's just sort of cropped up again. It just does the rounds, isn't it? Really cyclical.
Yeah.
But at least, you know, it's not like it used to be, thank goodness.
One day we won't be talking about it anymore.
No.
I do hope so anyway. But Olwen says she's feeling positive today, so good. And I'm so glad you've come to join us, Olwen. Thank you so much. Right, I want to go into the emails because Tony has sent us a bunch of pictures, a few more photos, but some especially of my osteospermum purple sun and why they have stopped flowering. So I think he's asking us why. I also purchased a mixed pack of perennials but could not read which was which. So I'd be asking as they flower. And the first is the blue cone-shaped one. Oh my word!
Is that the ones in the little pots?
That's that one.
Oh, that's lobelia.
That can't be in the perennials pack, surely.
No, they're the mixed lobelia we did a few weeks ago, didn't we?
Aren't they?
Not the jewel mix. What was it called? Still remember?
Trail away. And I think this is is that the osteospermum?
No, they're geraniums.
Are they the geraniums?
I think they're osteospermums there. Yeah. Oh, no, don't worry about that because the thing is, if you go back on that, yeah, these will start flowering again soon. What's happened is, see all the little buds, loads of little buds there. So, but basically, what's happened with these is, where we had them here, we had them in full sun, we perhaps had them in the greenhouses, they kind of flowered away really, really well. We've now moved them from where they are with us into your garden, and sometimes these things get a little bit of transplant shock, but all those plants are super healthy, they're super green. I'm pretty sure I can see some little buds coming on them. So just give it another week or two for them to just kind of shimmy down a bit and get themselves established, and they'll start flowering for you all over again. So it's just a transient thing. It's not going to be a long-term thing. No,
give them a little feed. Make sure they're in the sun. We've got some Torino pots, and I think these are the perennials that he's talking about, that he got. And this one is a salvia.
Yeah, that's a salvia, that one, yeah.
And then I think that's a geum.
That's a geum, definitely.
This one is...
That's an Achillea.
Achillea, that's it, isn't it?
Or yarrow is its common name.
That one looks like another geum.
I think that's a hollyhock.
Oh, it could be.
Little baby hollyhock.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not the same, is it? So that's a hollyhock. That one is those amazing flowers, Aquilegia.
Yeah, there.
Can we get to any others? I can't really get to the others. Oh, that one there.
Oh, that is the Coreopsis. I think that's a little Coreopsis there. We had a Coreopsis in the mix, didn't we?
There you go. So those are some of the names of those perennials.
That's strange because when we did that collection, they were in the little pots, weren't they? If it was a collection I'm thinking of.
Maybe, and they will have had the labels on, but we do also do a pack that's in the
little greenhouses. Right.
Yeah, he sent us loads of pictures of his garden, basically. So we've got a lovely cordyline there. We've got some other... Oh, and the Torino pots, by the way, they're on the that way. They're on the screen for you. So if you want to go for our Torino pots, 130272 is the item number. Those lovely little square pots there. Let's see who else. Oh, Lynn. We've got the Hypericum coming up in a moment. My lovely Hypericum just flowered last week, and my anemone Lord Lieutenant. Loving all your shows, from Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. We love... Oh! We love that you've come to join us. Oh, my word. What is that lovely lavender blue flower as well against that yellow? Because that combination right there...
Oh, I
can't quite tell.
Oh, it looks to me that's a cornflower.
But look at that against the yellow.
Blue and yellow.
Just peeking in there.
Yeah, it's a marriage made in heaven.
Isn't it?
So that is such... I don't know why it works, but it does. It shouldn't,
really
but it does. Blue and yellow are staggering together.
And that's the other picture that she's sent us.
Yeah, they're anemones. I think they're anemone...
Yeah, anemone Lord Lieutenant is what she says.
I think the anemone decayens type of anemones, as opposed to the blanders. So, yeah, nice super double one there.
Stu spotted it. Yes, that is a little Loropetalum just creeping in there, look.
Isn't that a beautiful little mix she's got there?
Yeah,
really lovely. Really cute little part of the garden there.
All right,
gorgeous.
Fabulous. Thank you very much for your pictures. Love it. Hope we've helped answer some questions as well. Right. I'm almost in my happy place.
Go. I'm staying quiet on this one.
I love Fatsias. I don't know why. I just love them. I love Fatsias. I love Acers. I mean, I love it all. But yes, what we've got here for you is a collection of Fatsias. I wish I'd got the collection. Mind you, I haven't got room. Anyway, we've got three. We've got the spider's web. We've got the Fatsia japonica. Unfortunately, we've got two spider's webs here, but you will get three different varieties. No, we've got two. Yeah, we've got two spiders' webs, which are at the front there. And this one is the camouflage. What you are going to get, I promise you, is a spider's web, the Fatsia japonica, and the camouflage. So the camouflage is this one down here, which has these lovely sort of yellowy green centres and then some darker green edges to the foliage. Really nice and interesting. You're going to get the Fatsia japonica, which is the really luscious, shiny green leaves, and you are going to get the spider's web, which is this lovely variegated one here. The reason I love Fatsia so much is that it's luscious, it's tropical, it's evergreen, and it's not fussy on soil type. Plus, it can cope in shade as well. I mean, if there is no... I mean, I've given you like 5 different reasons to love Fatsia right there. They're easy, aren't they?
They are easy. And you know, sometimes a shady part of the garden can be a difficult or boring part of the garden. Sometimes... people put you on the spot for shade, and you always say, oh, hostas, ferns. That's the first thing that pops into your head, and you think sometimes, I just want to say something a bit more different than hostas, ferns, same old, same old, same old. And Fatsias are different. You know, they will give you drama. They're very hardy as well. They'll come up year after year. You can let them become huge, or you can keep them pruned and keep them small, or keep them compact.
You can keep them in a pot as well if you want to.
Yeah, they used to be treated as house plants. They look good all the year through. They give you drama, they give you colour, and they even flower late autumn into early winter with absolute masses of nectar. The late pollinating insects absolutely adore them. And then if you're really lucky, you get gorgeous black berries as well on the flower heads once the flowers have been pollinated. So there's so much drama about these plants, but there you go. I mean, and they have a nice fragrance to them as well. I've been at work near these when they're flowering. They've got quite a sweet fragrance, and they're absolutely alive with pollinating insects, absolutely appreciating all that wonderful nectar. And I've planted many of these over the years because they make a dark space light up. They make it exciting. They make it a destination rather than just somewhere dull and a bit dark and depressing. But they'll do just as well in full sun. So they're very adaptable plants.
Yeah, and for my clay soil that I've got, they do actually work quite nicely. Some things just do not thrive in clay soil. You can't shoehorn them in there. But Fatsia will work beautifully in clay soil, as well as all other soil types as well. So don't worry about that. 511549, 3 gorgeous Fatsias in that collection. Nice, and they're quite quick growing as well, aren't they? They don't take too long to get established and in place.
No, they really get a move on. I mean, in a year, they can easily grow sort of 3 or 4 foot in one season once they get established.
Yeah, so they're great for covering up something ugly, an ugly corner, or just bringing a shady corner to life. 3 of those for £19.99. It is what saving is that? That's massive. £18.98. So it should be £12.99 per plant. It works out way less than that. Next, we're going to move on to our Mount Asso, the Japanese pink pussy willow, and I do love the pussy willows. The bright, well, not bright, they can be quite bright pink actually, but the new foliage when it comes out has a lovely pink tone to it, and it is so ridiculously hardy.
It is, yeah.
I'm going to say it, you can't kill these.
The only thing that will kill these is if they were in a super silly dry place, but other than that, these are such tough plants.
They're really hardy, aren't they?
And it was a bit like you were saying, Bex, when you look at Geranium Fire Queen, you kind of think of your childhood and your grandparents. Your nan. When I think of Pussy Willow, I think of my dad, because I always remember when I was a kid, my dad was crazy about the countryside. And he used to go for walks with my dad, and I always, bless him, and I always remember late winter seeing the pussy willow just coming out, and that was a great lift for me, because it was like, wow, we're right at the end of winter now.
Yeah.
You know, the pussy willow's starting to open up, the pussy willow's starting to show colour. That means spring's on the way. You know, you can already, it's that time of year we can already hear the birds singing. They're getting ready to nest. You can already see the grass is starting to move on a bit. You can already tell the days are getting longer. The light levels are getting higher. So what's lovely about these plants that time of year is they bring joy, they bring promise, they bring hope. They're the forerunners, the vanguard of spring and all the other flowers that are going to come later on. And these pink pussy willows are so dramatic, so incredible. They're adored by florists. They love to use these in flower displays. They're great for dried flower displays as well. And they start off pink, and then eventually, as the little stamens develop and the pollen develops, they then take on sort of
yellow, don't they?
They turn yellow. So yeah, pink to start with, and then eventually yellow. So who thought from a catkin? I mean, it doesn't sound a particularly exciting word, does it? Catkin. It's not exciting, is it? But catkins can be, because when they start off that pink colour and then they burst into that yellow, they are exciting, because that time of year there's not a lot of other colour around. So imagine a shrub of these or a small tree of these exploding into those catkins, bringing the promise of spring, you know, welcoming in sort of the birds and the flowers and the blue skies. 3 plants going to give you drama, grow anywhere, bone hardy, will live for donkey's years. You can let them grow, you can prune them down. Whatever you want to do with these, great plants. Yeah, they're absolutely gorgeous. Love them for those early pollinators. And those catkins, you will not be able to help yourself. You'll have to go and stroke them, because they're like little bunny's tails. 511323 is the item number. You're going to get all 3 of those for £9.97. £3.33 a plant. That's stunning. Brilliant, isn't it?
511323 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your order, or go to our phone lines 0844 502 0050. The phones are open until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Great roots.
And yeah, great root structure. Always bringing you healthy and quality plants here at YouGarden at YGTV. Last one on this table is the Tulbagia, the purple eye. I think this is dainty and delicate and gorgeous.
Last but not least as well,
Look how tall those stems are.
They're great.
As well.
They're lovely, tall, upright stems. You've got this chive-like foliage down here, which is actually fragrant. I'm not going to say what it smells like because you told me off the other week when I said that, so I'll just keep quiet. It just keeps flowering and flowering and flowering. There's a little flower stem here, and this, I'm going to be honest with you, this isn't like a really dramatic plant. It's not like a huge.
It's not a thriller, is it?
It's not like
but
bowl
it
you
has
over.
its place.
It does. It has its place because it'll just sit in the background. It'll just easily, simply, for month after month after month, throw up these flower spikes with these lovely, delicate little flowers on the top. Great for rockeries, great for pots, great for sort of scree gardens, gravel gardens, great for somewhere hot and sunny that's got quite poor denuded soils where other things might struggle. These will love it. They'll grow in that kind of place. If you've got a patio with a bit of cracked paving and you've got a little corner of a paving missing, you want to plonk it in somewhere like that where it gets lots of heat and sunshine, it'll just keep flowering and flowering and flowering. It will come back year after year. It's bone hardy, it's undemanding, but it's just like sort of like one of those friends that you kind of can always rely on. They're always there. They're always constant. They're never in your face, but they're never far either. They're just always by your side, kind of supporting you, bringing you joy and happiness. That's what a Tulbagia is like. Just constant, regular, just charming, colourful, easy to grow, and so I have a lifetime guarantee, and it's just one of my favourites, to be honest. They were really, really highly featured at the Chelsea Flower Show last year, and I think
they were.
Yeah, their time is starting to come now. Tulbagias used to be very unusual, but people are now discovering that they're a lovely plant that just sort of flowers for a long period of time, but with minimum input.
Lovely. Well, it is 561285 if you'd like to go for that. It's £9.99 for one. You can double up and get two for £14.98. Put two in your basket for a double up deal. Enter the code and the price will come down for you. Right, we have to go back. We have to get back over to the garden ready selection. These are the most popular items on our YGTV show. Not difficult to see why when you see the prices of these. 4 different options for you. Antirrhinums, marigolds, Gazanias and Geranium fire queens. Excuse me. I'm going to sneeze again.
Bless you.
There was a bit of a mixture. Each of these packs of 10 are just £4.99. If you go onto the website, you can buy a pack of 20 of these for £19.98. But by shopping with us at YGTV, which is the same company, but you can get all 4 of these for less than that. You can get 40 of these garden ready plants for less than a pack of 20 on the website. So do stick around because we'll show you how. Starting off with our Geranium Fire Queens, a pack of 10 garden ready plants. Look at how many flowers we've got on here already. It's not too late to get your garden ready plants. It's not too late to get the most out of these. You plant these now, we're in that amazing time of year. These are going to really romp away, aren't they?
They will romp away because the thing is we're at that point in the garden where there's still some gaps, isn't there? Yesterday I was walking around my garden, there's a couple of little spaces where they've not filled out quite as I wanted them to, and I'm thinking, I can't stand that. There's a little patch of soil there. Cannot have any soil.
You can't cope with a gap, can you?
I cannot cope with a soil gap.
My garden would drive you crazy.
It drives me. In my garden, you must not see like 1 square inch of soil. So things like this are great this time of year because you can use these bedding plants to kind of fill those spaces, get colour, get drama, and there's no waiting around either because they're already flowering, they've already got great foliage, they're already well established. In fact, what I'm going to do is oh, that was easy. Didn't need to pick the block up. Let's just pull one out because again, look, fantastic root system on that as well, which means this plant's going to get established immediately. Look at this, Bex. This is mental. We've got like a flower bud there. Look.
Yeah.
A flower stem there.
This is what I love about these.
Another 2 flower stems.
They just constantly throw up these flower stems and you get those lovely clusters up at the top. I barely touched mine other than growing them on the windowsill, planting them out. I haven't touched them, I haven't deadheaded them, and they just keep throwing up another flower spike.
And then look,
Another tiny one there.
Another one. It's not even 3 inches tall. This plant. It's already got one. It's got one flower spike on it. It's got 3 well advanced, and it's even got little tiny sort of baby ones down there. So what does that mean? That means months and months of these fabulous, gorgeous red flowers, that zonal sort of variegated foliage, that lovely fragrance.
I was just going to say that fragrance that I mean, I haven't even got close to them, but just by you holding on to that and touching it, that fragrance has come up here.
And memories.
And it brings back those memories that I've got of my nan's house.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's lovely, and this is what plants can do for us all. 10 of those garden-ready plants, £4.99. If you're in the club, you're going to get an extra 50 pence off because you get 10% discount. So those work out at 50 pence per plant, and they're going to flower all the way through the summer into autumn. You can overwinter them as well. You can grow them on windowsills. You can take cuttings from them too if you want to be really savvy with your gardening in your garden. Go for those geranium fire queens. They're a top tip, top recommendation from us. 410064 is the item number. Next we've got the Gazanias, the tiger stripes.
And you know what you finished off saying about the geraniums, Bex? Well, we can start off saying the same about the Gazanias as well, because if you keep these through the winter in a pot, for example, somewhere frost-free, you can almost keep these as tender perennials that will live from year to year to year. In fact, Bex and I in mild winters have seen these in really sunny positions, people's gardens actually get through from one year to the next. We can't guarantee that. We don't give them the hardy guarantee, but give them a bit of love in the winter, you can get them from year to year. But look at these. I mean, hey, this is mad. I mean,
so they've closed up because we're in the potting shed, but these do open up during the daytime and they close up at night time. It's just one of those lovely little quirks that these flowers have. I adore the colour mix. You've got those lovely sort of russets and goldens and yellows, but then these ones at the back here near my hand, absolutely adore the colour. The yellow in the centre, the kind of, beautiful purpley pink, and then those white tips on them as well. They are absolutely fan-flippin-tastic.
Yeah, and I tell you, there's something else that's jumped out at me about this as well. I mean, we're saying about these flowers are closed up.
Yeah.
But look at that. That bud.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it?
Even closed up. That just looks amazing, doesn't
incredible.
it? Just those 2 buds there, just as buds, they look gorgeous, don't they?
Yeah. Loads of interest going on with these, and as we say, you can get these to overwinter. They will come back if you leave them planted out. And we have a mild winter. They will come back next year, or just keep them in pots and bring them in and get them to come back that way. But at £4.99 for 10 of them, you can treat these as annuals and not even worry about it. 410060 is the item number if you'd like to go for your Gazanias. The most popular item on the show, it's most popular items of the Garden Ready, but also of the entire show so far, is the Marigold Durango mix. they're a traditional favourite, aren't they?
They are traditional favourite. They remind me of my childhood. Bex was saying the geraniums remind her of her grandparent, her grandmother, and Nan. These remind me of my grandma and granddad because they were passionate gardeners. That's where my mum got gardening from. That's where I got gardening from. It's sort of gone through the generations. And I always remember going to my grandma and granddad's as a kid, and my granddad had these perfectly edged borders, all sort of really cut out on the gorgeous lawn. And then he'd have sort of rows of red salvias. Then he'd have the row of geraniums, then the blue lobelia and the white alyssum, as you did back then, and just these wonderful colours. Some are solid oranges, some are solid golden yellows, some are sort of a bicolour there. Happy, cheerful, bright plants that just seem to emanate their own light source. Lovely, delicate foliage underneath as well. Flower for month after month after month. All you've got to do with these is just deadhead them and they'll keep flowering. They'll go right up until the frosts. Beds, borders, pots, troughs, hanging baskets, wherever you want to grow these, somewhere bright and sunny. Easy and simple and just joyful colours. And as Bex has said, the value on these is crazy. And again, I'm only saying this, Bex, because you mentioned it this morning at the start of the show. For any one of these, if you use one of your vouchers, well...
They're free.
They're free.
Yeah, because you are, if you're part of our club, you will get you get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend. We break them down as £5 to spend every 3 months, but the head gardener did tell me you can actually spend them all within a day if you want to. You can just use one per order. So if you place 4 orders in a day, you can use all 4 of your vouchers. It's £5 for each of those vouchers. So, yeah, you're quids in, aren't you, basically? 410072 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Marigold Durango mix, the most popular item on the YouGarden show today. Final one of our garden ready selection is the Antirrhinum mix. These are our gorgeous snapdragons, 10 garden ready plants. We've actually got 2 packs out here, so this is probably likely what you will receive. We have pinched out one of them here, so I did that earlier, pinched the top off, so you could do that with your Antirrhinums if you want to. Pinch the top out. What's that going to do for us, Adam?
What that's going to do is that's actually going to cause those little side shoots at the bottom that are sitting quietly there. Now they're going to have their day in the sun. They're going to start to shoot out and produce flower spikes in their own right. Quickly what happens is when a plant grows upright, like the ones on the left, the bud at the top always suppresses the side shoots further down. It kind of wants to be the leader. It keeps all the others in the dark. If you just pinch the top out, the chemical that apical meristem produces is gone. Then all the side shoots have their day. They'll start to shoot out and they'll make flower spikes in their own right. So you've got a couple of options. You can have them upright and tall, as these ones are at the moment, with flower heads on top. But even these, once you deadhead them, will flower further down. Or you can pinch them out earlier on and have slightly more stout plants, but many, many more flower heads. The option's yours.
Look at the colour of that.
And we discovered, Bex, well, we kind of knew they were fragrant, but we just actually, we physically had a sniff of these a little while back. And that one there, it smells...
That one is super fragrant.
That is really sweet, isn't it?
That one's slightly less fragrant, but still gorgeous. And the white ones don't have as much fragrance, but the fragrance on them is delightful.
It is nice.
Really beautiful.
That reminds me, I think of a sweet that I used to have when I was a kid, a kiddie sweet, and I can't name it. I can't name it.
There's something reminiscent about it, but I can't quite name it.
It's definitely a smell you kind of recognise.
This is one of those things we're going to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go, that was it!
Yeah.
That was it!
Yeah, it'll be like liquid shoelaces. That's what it was, or something like that, yeah.
Right, 410048 if you'd like to go for the Antirrhinum Mini Butterflies Mix. Each one of these garden readies, pack of 10, £4.99. This is a great idea to get no matter what, but it's also a fantastic idea to get hold of these if you are paying £6.99 postage. If your order is somewhere, I've got one down here, Adam. If your order is somewhere around the £36 mark and you're paying £6.99 postage, just put one of those packs of 10 garden readies into your basket, because you'll get 10 garden ready plants. You won't pay the postage, and you'll be paying less than you would if you were. So you'll be paying less, you'll be getting 10 garden ready plants. It's a really good way of tipping your order over £40, because yes, you get free postage on any order over £40. Only one postage under £40, £6.99 is the maximum postage cost today. Right, so the next one we've got is the heavy duty pots, and we discovered earlier on in the week that these have come down in price even more. These are normally £19.99 for a pack of 4, so £5 each, and that's fantastic price for these heavy duty pots, I promise you. Then we brought the price down to £17.99, and then we discovered earlier this week that they're actually now down to £14.99 for 4 of them.
Which is phenomenal. And I'm just thinking,
isn't it?
If you put one of our roses in here, you'd have 3 handles in one pot. But yeah, these are
Send help.
super strong pots. I mean, I love the fact that the handles are actually kind of moulded onto the side, so those handles aren't going to go anywhere. The drainage hole idea is brilliant as well, because somebody might think with a pot like this, I'm going to grow an apple tree in it, or a pear tree.
I've got an apple tree growing.
Yeah, so you're not going to move that about very often, are you?
Not often.
It pretty much stays in one place.
It's where it is.
And sometimes that means that the holes underneath, unless it's on pot feet, these can become blocked, so the pot could become waterlogged. But they've thought that through with these, because they've put holes in the side as well. So you've got side drainage and you've got drainage holes in the bottom. And you've got pots that are UV stable, that are frost resistant, that are really, really strong, rigid pots. So if you want to grow fruit trees, for example, if you want to grow some larger shrubs, you might even be thinking to yourself, you know what, we're planning to move in 6 months, a year's time. You might even want to start transplanting some of those plants you love into these already, to sort of get them established, sort of get them sort of nice and ready to move to their next destination. So when you do move them, they're in these good pots. They've got a solid root system.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, you know that plant's going to survive. And also sometimes, you know, it's like when you move into a new property, you don't always have time to put things in straight away, do you? So if you establish them in something like this first, when you go to the next property, you can leave them in here until you get the time and then transplant them. And that's just one one of about 50 different uses, Bex, and I could think for these just standing here.
Yeah, 130011 is the item number. While they're at this price, definitely add that into your basket because you will get 4 of those. Might be an idea to multi-order on those and keep them stacked somewhere for when you are going to use them, and you will find so many uses for these. Right, we're gonna take a little comfort break because I'm desperate for a wee, basically.
Thanks for sharing.
So let's throw over to our wonderful head gardener, Peter McDermott, and Sean Ryan, who will be back in the shed next Sunday, I believe. Yeah, next week. With you. Oh yeah, I've got to do something with my kid. So yes, he will be back next week. But Peter and Sean telling you all about our premium professional composts.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough. Yeah.
There we go. I really needed that little break. So, sort my hair out apparently. 100125 is the item number if you would like to go for our premium professional compost. You heard from our head gardener there how amazing this compost is. Comes to you in 2 bags. You will get 100 litres, but they are 2 50-litre bags. Obviously, that makes it just a bit easier for you to be able to move them around your garden. They do come boxed as well, so if you want to stack and store, you can absolutely do that. It's well worth multi-ordering. Please don't ever run out of it, because you'll be really frustrated. Once you've used this compost, you'll be really frustrated if you run out and then you go and buy a bag from the local garden centre or garage or something, because you will realise how good this is, and then you'll be really annoyed at yourself that you ran out. So 100125, it's a great way of getting multiples of your free gift as well, the Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster, because there is no postage attached to the compost. So if you want to place multiple orders, you want to get 200 litres of compost, do it in 2 separate orders, put the code in, you'll get 2 of these amazing free gifts. I know it says Rose Bloom Booster, but you can actually use it on everything. But do remember, we've got our amazing offer on the roses, which is a buy one get one free. It works out £12.50 each for a potted rose in a 3 or 4 litre pot. Right, ooh, I smell that already.
Yeah. Do you remember that advert years ago? It was like two ticket to Dottingham.
Yes, I remember that advert.
And then, like, so do you need that Vicks Sinex, I renamed it, Vicks Sinex nasal spray. That's
it. You don't even need to get it close
that's
to you.
that menthol fragrance there. Isn't that gorgeous?
Oh, I adore it.
That is so nice,
I love
isn't
that
it?
eucalyptus smell. And the thing is, I have always wanted a eucalyptus, because I do love the plant. I love the bark. I love how it gets that lovely sort of peeling silvery colour to it. I also love the foliage, but I know I can't plant a eucalyptus in my garden. Eucalyptus are some of the biggest, I think they're second only to the redwoods, aren't they?
Well,
in size that they can reach.
Yeah, they were originally the biggest trees on the planet, until unfortunately we discovered Australia. Well, we didn't discover it. Somebody else had already been there. We just found it.
We found it.
And then we chopped all the big eucalyptus trees down, because we do that sort of thing, sadly.
We're idiots.
Yeah, because we're idiots. But, you know, the good thing now is you can grow eucalyptus in a small space, because this is a standard eucalyptus.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can control it. It's not going to develop a huge trunk that's going to romp away. So you can grow that in a pot. You can keep it restricted. And this one is evergreen foliage. It's got like what they call that glaucous blue kind of foliage, and it almost has sort of like a I was going to say
waxy patina.
That's it, a waxy patina. All I could think of was a mildewy look, but I thought that doesn't sound good, does it? But and again, that is great for keeping the moisture in. Everything about this plant is to protect it from intense sunlight and to stop the moisture evaporating from it. So it's a very drought-tolerant plant, which is good as well. So if you're going to grow it in the garden, it can grow in the most silly, driest, hottest sort of places. Eucalyptus do very well in poor soils. So if you've got gravelly, stony, slaty, gritty soil that other things struggle in, eucalyptus will say bring it on, as long as it's bright and sunny. You can clip this plant to keep it in a nice ball shape if you want to, or you can just let it grow naturally, keep it open and loose if that's what you prefer. And the good thing about this particular type of eucalyptus is if you keep it trimmed, then you keep this what's known as juvenile foliage. A lot of eucalyptus will have foliage like this when they're younger, sort of oval shaped foliage, but then as the foliage matures it becomes more willow leaf shaped. I kind of prefer this. This is the sort of foliage you see Bex in flower displays when you get flowers delivered, and people put, you know, the florists put spikes of eucalyptus in it, which is great. So just to sum up, you've got something that's evergreen, something that's attractive, something you can trim, something you can shape, and something as well that when you just pick a leaf off gently and like, oh, that is so nice. That.
I love it. I think the smell of it is gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making sort of medical claims to this, but you know, I would think if you've got a bit of a blocked nose.
Well, we know eucalyptus clears your nostrils, doesn't it?
Take a little...
It's not going to cure your cold, but it'll definitely clear your nostrils.
Clear your nose, yeah. That is lovely. And also, there's a little red edge to the leaf as well.
There is, isn't there?
Which is really nice. You probably can't see that from here, but when you get it home... In fact, if I move the plant round, you see it from behind, you can see there's this kind of little red coloration round the edges of the leaves. Can you see that? Just
see it there.
It's very subtle, but you'll notice it more when you see it at home. So it's quite a charming little plant, and the more you look at it, in fact, let's go around that way because it needs to be what's known as face-sided. Plants generally have a kind of a natural side that you tend to prefer them from. You can see it there. Lovely, gorgeous.
It is beautiful, and if you've got those smaller spaces, this is the one that you want to go for. You know, I mean, I've got a decent-sized garden. It's a, you know, regular kind of garden, patch of grass, borders. So I could grow a tree in there, but I certainly couldn't grow a eucalyptus. I think my neighbours would get really annoyed with me for that. 680-117 is the item number. We have got a huge £15 saving off that one. £24.99. You get the saving by putting the code in when you place your order. It's always on screen, or very nearly always on screen. YGTV2624 is the code. That's how you get your saving. 680-117 for the Eucalyptus gunnii standard. Next, we're going to move on to something very vibrant, very tropical, something that we have fallen in love with here in the potting shed. It is our passion flower.
Come on, Bex, stand behind this flower. I want you to wear this flower on your top like it's a brooch.
It could be a brooch, couldn't
because
it? Could you imagine that as a
gorgeous
brooch?
blue against, look at that, I mean...
Wow.
Look at that. I mean, that blue really highlights how stunningly beautiful this flower is.
Isn't it beautiful?
Isn't that incredible? Well, they're both beautiful. A beautiful flower and a beautiful lady.
Look at that flower. And
it's phenomenal, isn't it?
Look at the depth and dimension on it as well.
It's mad, isn't it?
I just love it. And the thing with the passion flower is you get loads of them as well. Look at how many are going along that stem right there.
It's almost like
there's just bud after bud after bud.
At every leaf junction, you get a flower bud, don't you?
Indeed, you do.
And this one, I mean, this one's almost, well, it's grown up and gone back down again. It's actually, it's double the height of the bamboo cane because it's already folded itself over. Now, of course, you know, when you get this home, I can't guarantee yours will be as tall as this one, but it will be, you know, at least sort of bamboo cane height. Good thing about this is that you can just get this to train around things and go round and around and around and around and get that kind of wonderful bloom. This is a hardy one as well. So, you know, some of the passion flowers we bring you aren't hardy. This is really, really hardy. And in a hot summer, it has those little miniature orangey egg-like fruits on it as well, which are not edible in this case, but they look attractive.
They don't taste nice, do they? Birds will like them, though.
Birds will love them. But and I can see, I know why Bex is hovering behind, because there's a perfect accompaniment to this plant.
Well, look, with the passion flower, you can get it to climb over anything, and it is hardy. So this is one that you could plant out quite happily over a fence, a pergola, an archway, and you wouldn't have any problems with it. But you know I'm going to talk to you about the tower pot. By the way, I've got buds on my flame lily. It's budding
really?
up. Yes, I've got multiple buds on my flame lily. Anyone else that bought the flame lily and any of our regulars, I am going to do a little post on Instagram, Facebook at some point, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, of my flame lily, because there are buds and they are waiting to open, and there's several of them. I'm so excited. You didn't have any success, did you?
Mine hasn't started flowering yet.
But you've got one growing, right?
I've got one growing, yeah.
But no buds yet.
I do love you, really. But I'm just jealous. Oh, that's brilliant, Bex.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I've got that on my tower pot. The reason being that is a tender plant, so it's going to need to be brought in and looked after over the winter. I'm going to put it out soon in the sunshine. It's going to be fine, but I can easily move it and I can bring it inside. Passion flower, it is hardy, so you could plant this outside, growing over a fence, growing over a trellis, absolutely. But you could also put it into the tower planter, particularly if you want a 360-degree display. I think this is where this really comes into its own, particularly if you're ever thinking of moving home and you don't want to have to buy it again. You can pick this up and take it with you.
Which is brilliant, because because if you try and dig one of these up, that might be very successful. No. Now, I've just kind of dropped this into the pot just to give you an idea of the sort of plant you're getting. But what I would suggest is rather than sort of let it go straight up from the base, is twist it round. So this extra bit at the top here, for example, I would start to spiral that round the top of the tower pot. So, and I would do that with the whole plant from the base all the way up. So probably just put the the bottom layer on first and get that to go round and round and round. And can you just imagine this surrounded all the way round from top to bottom with these lovely glossy sort of hand-shaped palmate leaves, but then all the way round these fabulous blue flowers just popping out all the way round. In fact, typical, you've gone the wrong way round, haven't you? I wanted you to face outwards and you've faced inwards. But anyway,
I do want to get this, and I do want to get another tower pot for this to go in. And when I do that, I'm going to do exactly what Adam has suggested. Rather than building the tower pot up, I'm going to start just with the bottom bit of the trellis, wind that around the bottom bit, and then build it up as the plant grows, because by doing that, we're doing what Adam always suggests, which is slightly stressing the plant, you know, meandering it around, making it send out more shoots. More shoots means more flowers. So it comes like in 3 different parts. I'll put the bottom bit on, I'll wind it around that bit, then I will put the next bit on, and then wind it around that bit, and then finally put the top bit on. $24.99 each. It should be 50 quid for 2. So what we've done is £39.98 for 2 of these. Watch that price. Watch it. You ready? It's come down even more. It's £34.98 for 2 of them. £17.49 each. Now's the time. If you have been umming and ahhing over whether to do it, now's the time. I can't imagine we'd drop the price any more than that, but then I thought that on the last one. No, I can't imagine we're going to drop it any more than that. Get hold of these. Even if you don't know what you're going to plant in them yet, you'll find something. How many have I got now, Adam?
300.
No, I've got 5 at the moment. So I've got my flame lily in one.
Only 500.
Wisteria in another, my Trachelospermum in the third, and I've got 2 that have got my sweet peas in. So obviously they are just annuals, and I'll get rid of those. But yeah. This is the next one. Tower planter, passion flower. That's what's going to go in my next one. 130461 is the item number for the tower planter and trellis. Do go for that double up deal. Even if you only want one right now, you'll find something for the other one. And just a reminder of the passion flower details for you. It's 550334, just $9.99. That's a half price deal on there. Take the cane out, wind it around, you're off, you're running.
My neighbour Terry's just got one of these as well, next door but one. It was like, came home the other day, he's got a tower pot on his front drive, so...
Has he?
Be interested to see what's going to grow in it. Yeah,
amazing.
Just had his garden all done, so he's kind of, you know, buying little accompaniments to kind of just finish it off, which is nice, isn't it, really?
All right, we need to remind you of...
Oh, yes, that way.
Our beautiful oleander deal.
I was going that way. I thought they were up there for some reason. I don't know.
We're doing oleanders over here.
Hey.
So what we've got on the oleanders is an amazing offer, depending on whether you want 1 or 2 of them. So we had it on the pink, we had it on the red. I've knocked a flower off. We're keeping the deal going with the white one now as well. So if you want to go for 1, it's a half price deal, £14.99. They should be $29.99. But if you want to go for 2, put 2 in your basket, enter the code, and you'll get them for £10 each, just £19.99. Love the oleanders, love all of them, but particularly in love with the white one. Let's have a little look when I went out onto the nursery to see where these live. We have got the most fantastic deal for you on the oleanders. Of course, it is a half price deal for 1. They're normally $29.99. You can get 1 for $14.99, or you can do that amazing double up deal where you'll get 2 for $19.99, so working out at £10 each. We absolutely adore our oleanders here at YouGarden because they are incredible quality. We work with the best grower of oleanders. They're Sicily-based, they're a family-run business. There's a waiting list to get to work with them, and we have that special relationship. Oleanders are beautifully evergreen. They are tall, they are gorgeous. They have these beautiful flowers that last ages as well. June time all the way through to October, and very minimal care required. A little bit of deadheading will help, but mostly these are going to thrive on neglect, and even when they get established, they will become drought tolerant as well. A perfect addition for any garden, and even a wonderful gift to give to somebody as well. Just remember, don't eat them. Don't let your dogs or your cats eat them either. Where's Adam? I've lost him. There he is, look.
You'll see in a minute, yeah.
We're coming back to that in a minute. We've got our grapevine, the red grapevine for you. But here we have the oleanders. That was where they were on the nursery. They're just £10 each. They're amazing quality. Just £9 each if you do that double up deal and you are in the club. Do remember they are toxic to humans and to pets, so please don't eat them. It might be worth wearing gloves if you are particularly sensitive to sap and things like that. But they're super easy, long flowering and evergreen as well. We adore them, and I know you are loving these as well. Lots of those are in your baskets. Oh, apparently we got a message about a grapevine earlier. Did I read it? What was it? Oh yeah, we looked at the pictures, didn't we? Somebody was asking about pots and things like that. Alison, that was it.
Yeah, could you go in a tower pot? Not really. No,
Yeah, no, we're not going to recommend you grow your grapes in the tower pot. The tower pot is brilliant for a lot of things, but not for your grapevine. If you are thinking about growing a grapevine, you do need something for it to climb up. That might be a trellis attached to a wall. It might be a pergola. It might be an archway.
Anything like that.
Anything like that, absolutely. That's where you can grow your grapevines. And they're super easy, and they're quite... They grow really quick as well, don't they? So if you want to cover an area quickly, a grapevine is a good one.
And this is what we're sending out, isn't it? This is the type of plant we're sending out. This sort of size is what's going out. Because what I've noticed is, if I just bring this one down, because I'm not the tallest man in the world.
Yeah, go on.
And it's actually taller than me up there. Look at this. Look, whole cluster.
Yeah, loads of them.
A whole cluster of grapes there already. So, you know, this plant's only a couple of 2 or 3 years old, already starting to produce fruit, which is fabulous. We're not being specific about the variety, are we, of grapevine?
No, I don't think we are.
Although we're saying it's a red grapevine. Yeah, it's a red grape. So you can already see there. And the leaves are actually edible on grapevines as well. I've got a customer, a chap called Ozzy, who's from Cyprus. No, he's actually from Cyprus, and they use grape leaves to cook in.
Do they?
Yeah, grapevine. Well, I made a right pig's ear of that. Let's put it up there. So
it's very big.
It's all kicking off. It's all kicking off. That way. There we go. Go that way round. Yeah, I mean that is fantastic. So you've got the drama of these huge, great big leaves. It makes a fantastic climber. And another thing as well, the leaves. Whoa, they turn a brilliant colour in autumn grape leaves. Really gorgeous, bright yellowy colours as well. So it even looks good then. But it is incredible to think in the UK. You can grow and pick, well, I say that really, I mean, there's lots of quite famous distilleries and wine growers in the UK now, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Places like Chapeldown and places like that have been famous for their wines and...
It's surprising how, you know, we can actually grow them quite easily here in the UK, you know, and they can be grown to the point where they are deliciously edible.
Definitely. And they do quite well as well on chalky soils. They don't mind sort of chalky soils. So if you've got the sort of chalky soils or shallow soils, do well there as well.
Yeah, they're fabulous. I remember my mum and dad had one for years growing over a kind of trellis archway thing they had. I don't know whatever happened to that. I think the trellis probably just got old. You know, when it gets all... Anyway.
Well, the grapevine probably well survived, because grapevines can live to be hundreds of years old.
I loved going and seeing it and seeing the bunches of grapes forming. I'll have to have a word with them, get them to start doing a grapevine again, because I quite enjoyed that.
Some people do sometimes with grapevines, and you can do it if you've got a huge greenhouse. Sometimes people actually plant the root of the grapevine just outside the greenhouse, in the ground, and then they just cut a little hole and grow the grapevine inside the greenhouse, the actual vine itself.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's something people have done in the past, so that the roots outside in the ground where it gets all the moisture and the nutrients, you don't have to keep watering it.
Train it to come in.
But yeah, the actual fruit is inside. But these ones in a nice, sunny, bright position will reliably give you fruit, even if you haven't got a greenhouse.
Lovely. 340035 is the item number if you'd like to go for the grapevine red. Just circling back to... the passion flowers. Julie says, hi Bex and Adam, I received my passion flower and my tower planter. Love the passion flowers. I haven't been very lucky with them. Hoping this one I can keep. So yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have too many problems with passion flowers at all, should you?
Not really. I mean, again, plant them somewhere quite bright and open and sunny. They don't need to be too wet, so kind of nice, well-drained soil. If you've got them in a pot, you know, don't keep the compost really soaked. Just water, let it dry out, water it again. But generally, passion flowers, the serrata type of passion flower is very easy, very straightforward to grow.
So William is saying pineapple guava, what a beautiful plant, any chance of showing it? William, I wish there was. It's not in our show plan for today, which means that we don't have it here. It is there, it's in the nursery, but it's an 11-acre nursery, so I can't just run out and grab it. We're happy to bring forward and talk about any of the plants that are in our show plan. If you go onto the website and you can scroll in to look at those, I can bring you any of those, but I can't bring you anything from the website because it means searching an 11-acre nursery, but I'm sure we will have it on the show very soon. Excuse me. Karen says, have my passiflora in a tower pot wrapped around, doing well. Stuart, it was delish. I don't know what you're saying there. Oh, you're talking to Olwyn about a carvery. Stu, who's in the control shed, is chatting away with Olwyn about a carvery.
What
That's
item numbers
lovely.
that in?
Hey?
What item numbers that? Do we do
Not one.
carveries?
But I do fancy a...
Oh, yeah, I could eat... I
could eat a roast,
Oh, I could,
actually.
yeah, I've got rumbly tums. I could eat a chicken roast now.
Yeah, I could go for a chicken roast.
Roast potatoes, nice bit of broccoli, nice thick gravy, Yorkshire pudding.
Eleanor says my dad's grapevine is over 60 years old. His is planted in his greenhouse. That is amazing. Look, they're carrying on.
Twice my age.
Karen's
That's
saying
amazing.
don't forget the Yorkshire puddings.
Oh, yeah.
You can all stop it. I'm hungry as well.
Do you know, I had a big thing last Christmas on social media, because I put it on social media, is it right to have Yorkshire pudding with Christmas dinner?
Of course it is.
Well, because I was kind of, in my family, that was a bit of a no-no. Oh, no, you don't have Yorkshire pudding with Christmas lunch
Of
or
course
Christmas
you
dinner.
do.
Yeah, that's what 90% of people said.
I'm quite mad about that.
Everyone
Of
said, you've
course
got to
you
have
do.
Yorkshire pudding with Christmas dinner.
I can't have a roast without a Yorkshire... Yeah, I'm really mad. I can't have a roast without a Yorkshire pudding. It's not complete for me, and that doesn't matter whether it's Christmas dinner or anything.
I like filling Yorkshire puddings up the middle with gravy and then putting mint sauce in there.
Stu's saying if you're really bad at making Yorkshires, you just buy them. Aunt Bess's is amazing. Other Yorkshire puddings are available. But I do... I'm not...
I make my own.
Nah, I buy them. Too much hassle, can't be bothered. No. I don't mind buying them.
I love making
I'm all right with buying them.
The secret is to have nuclear hot oil before you put the batter
It's
mix
very
in.
true.
That's the secret.
I just can't be bothered. I've got too many other things to worry about. I'm not fussed about that. Right.
I'm leaving the studio now because I don't want to see that.
Who was this from? Elaine, wasn't it?
That is so impressive.
Elaine, thank you so much for sending me a picture of your flame lily. Looking fantastic. There's a bud right there, look. Bud.
There's a bud
right
further
there.
up as well. That is immense.
Bud right there. That is exactly what mine is looking like. A bud right there. You're getting loads of buds on there. That is exactly what mine are looking like as well, Elaine. Congratulations. Cannot wait to share pictures with you when they come out as well. And those flowers are going to be so exciting.
She's definitely a budding gardener.
A budding gardener. I cannot wait for that.
That looks superb, doesn't it? Can you imagine, Bex, once those flowers come out, how good that's going to look? I mean, that is going to be...
It's going to be
that's going to be
amazing.
something to see, isn't it?
I can't wait. Right, Linda, not Lynn, Linda says, am I okay or do I need to cut them back yet? Even my postie is impressed. I don't know what she's talking about. Let's have a look. Ooh.
Oh, they're potatoes.
Oh. Look at the foliage.
Yeah, so with potatoes, don't worry about cutting them back.
Yeah, no.
Let them flower.
Yep.
And then once the foliage starts to go yellow and kind of looking a bit...
Yeah, once it starts looking a bit sad.
A bit sad. That's the time then that you can start lifting, but just wait till the foliage goes a little bit yellow. In fact, what farmers do in commercial potato growing, the farmers actually spray the foliage with a type of acid, which actually burns all the foliage off and desiccates it, and that just makes it much easier for them to harvest potatoes
really?
commercially. But you don't need to do that in your own garden.
They are looking super healthy though. Loads of foliage on there. What I found with my potatoes was I just kept them nicely watered, kept giving them a feed every now and then. And all of a sudden, so the flowers will go, so you've still got loads of flowers on there, so you leave them growing for a while. But I just saw the foliage, even though I was keeping on top of the watering and everything, it just started to look sad and a bit wilted. So I had a little dig around and was like, oh, there's a big potato.
Yeah,
and that's when I took them out.
That's when they let you know.
Yeah.
So, and looking at the vigour and vitality of that foliage, I think you're going to have a really gorgeous crop of potatoes there. Seriously.
One more picture, please. Dingo. Actually, he sent us two pictures. So Dingo has sent us a picture of Grapevine, and this looks like a lovely sort of...
I think this is indoors, isn't it? It's sort of grown.
I don't know what it is. Garden bar.
Undercover. Look at those bunches of grapes. Huge bunches of grapes at the back there.
Look at those. Oh, you've got some good ciders going on. Sorry, we're looking at the plants. We're looking at the plants. Looking at the plants.
Look at those bunches of grapes. See, sometimes just giving it that little extra bit of protection can really increase the yield as well. But if you can't protect it, you still will get grapes on that grapevine.
Oh, and this is the outside. So that's the bar inside, and this is the picture from the outside. Yeah, what's the bar called? Turtle? I don't know. It's Turtle something. Turtle Paradise over there. Oh, that looks really good. I want to come and sit in your bar. Should we get... Stu just said, let's get turtly drunk. All right, I quite enjoyed that one. Stu's into his cider. We went down to Gloucester in the week to do that garden makeover. If you're down there, have you ever been to Gloucester Services? It's like the fanciest services. It's in the hill.
It was amazing.
In the hill.
Yeah.
And we had to stop there and buy some ciders because you can only get them down there.
We could have spent a week's wages on the stuff in that
We could have
place.
easily got it
It was just full of yumminess.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
It was brilliant.
I'm
Really
happy to go
stunning
down
place.
there anytime just to stop in that services.
Yeah.
Right, let's move on. We've sidetracked enough. How long have we got left? Oh, we've still got an hour left. We're all good. Right, let's talk about Acer, because we love an Acer. This one's a bit different for me. I mean, I love the dissected leaves on the Acers, but I'm getting there. Look, I know it's an Acer. I do love it. There's a few things about it actually.
Good job
all right, I'm going to be honest.
You're not called Pinocchio.
When we first got it, I was like, "That's not an Acer. I'm not happy. That's not an Acer. That's not what I love about Acers. It is an Acer. It's the red flamingo, but it's not what I love about Acers. However, we've brought it to you a few times. And I am really starting to appreciate all of the gorgeous things about this. Check out those bright red stems. Look at the different colours, the variegation. There's a lot going on with this. It's a really interesting one.
It is actually very akin to...
The serrata?
Yes, the serrata hydrangea.
Well, you've hidden it.
It's got that... here we go. Yeah, I'm going to pick that up at the same time because it kind of just occurred to me that there is quite a similarity, isn't there, between the kind of the sort of the new foliage on there. Look, that's really similar. So they've both got that sort of pinky kind of marbly foliage. But one's an Acer, one's a hydrangea. It's incredible as our plants can sort of share those attributes.
Yeah.
But it's great, isn't it? Because like the hydrangea, you've got that sort of multiple interest there, Bex, on the leaves. I mean, Acers do flower, not you'd notice because they're very inconspicuous flowers. But this one, it's all about the foliage, and the foliage changes colour as the leaves mature as well. And it almost, well, I would say pretty much every leaf is unique in the way that it's sort of mottled or coloured.
It really is. I mean, just look at the different colours you've got on that. I mean, that green one, for example, that's pretty much entirely green, but you've got a tiny bit of bronze on there. Look at all the different shades of green, and this is what makes it unique because you're going to have so many different colours on there. But then when you go a little bit further up the plant and then you start bringing in these pink coloured ones,
We're getting seriously wild, aren't we, with colours there. And
there's
the stem.
so much going on.
The redness of the stem on that, Bex.
That's incredible. It's like a dogwood, isn't it? It's so bright.
It is really, really bright. In fact, what I might just do with this one is I might just set it free as well because it's on this...
Set it free! We've got some clippers over here somewhere. Or have you hidden them?
I think I put them all over near the door. That's where I put them earlier on because I just kind of... Is that going to come off? Here it is. Yeah, and there's another one down there.
There's 3 of them.
Because sometimes I just like to kind of free a plant up a bit. And,
yeah, so you can actually see the shape of it.
Yeah, just kind of... There we go. There we go, kind of just lovely. I'll take that stick out, and then you can just see there, that's got a sort of a nice sort of open, sort of flowing habit to it now. It's not sort of trussed up on that cane. Look how lovely that looks. And you could, and also, I'm not sure you can get in on this, but even the actual stem has got the kind of almost like that snake skin kind. Hey, look at that! Look, you can see that. Look, that snake skin coloration on the skin, on the trunk, and that will become more and more pronounced as this tree matures. So this is an Acer that is so appealing on multiple levels. You've got the interesting bark, you've got the lovely leaf shape, you've got the actual new stems being that reddish colour, and you've got the pinks, the whites, the greens of the new foliage. So if you want to try an Acer that's a bit different, this is definitely a candidate.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit different. And as Stu just said in my ear, like this would be amazing, wouldn't it, up against a fence because of all the different colours that you've got, particularly if you've done that thing that a lot of people are doing and painting fences black. This is really going to stand out against that.
The garden was in on Wednesday.
Yeah, they were all black fences,
weren't
weren't
they?
they?
Black fences there. This would stand out brilliantly against a fence like that. We can do that next time, can't we?
We'll give them a different Acer. 511520 is the item number. If you want to go for something a little bit different in the Acer world, this is the red flamingo. It's in that 3-litre pot, really nicely established, and we have taken 25% off the price there. It is just £29.99, £10 saving. We do need to give you a quick reminder, though, about our rose deal because we've got a fantastic offer for you. It's a buy one, get one free on all of our roses. So 9 of them we have selected for our YGTV show. If you go to YouGarden.com, click on the Live Now button, then that's where you can watch the show, but you can also scroll down. All the roses are together. We've got the Climbing Rose Handle, we've got the Climbing Ginger Syllabub, we've got Lady Marmalade, Iceberg, Climbing Rose Dublin Bay, Oranges and Lemons is still the most popular, Rhapsody in Blue, Rose Wellbeing, and the other Climbing Rose New Dawn. That is the second most popular one there. It's a buy one, get one free, and it's a mix and match. So it's not the same two, although you can go for 2 of the same if you want to. But you can go for 2 different ones if you want to as well. They are all the same price, so you don't need to worry about which one's going to be free because, you know, it's normally the lowest price one. They are all exactly the same price. So they work out at £12.50 each, £11.25 if you are in the club, and you will not find, I'm fairly certain of it, you'll not find a rose deal in a 3 or 4 litre pot for £11.25.
No, they're all. I mean, probably the cheapest you might find is £15, but I mean they're all at least £19, £24.99. I can't believe in recent years how the prices of pot roses have gone up. I remember a time they were £9.99, you know, for kind of a potted rose. Now, you know, they're 25, 30 quid plus VAT sometimes, you know, for sort of potted roses, which is phenomenal, really. So, you know, the value on these is great. And remember, you get a lifetime guarantee with products like ours as well, with roses, because they love the snowflake symbol. So that means if you plant any of these roses, follow the instructions, and they don't thrive, they die, we'll replace that plant for you free of charge. All you've got to do is pay the extra P&P. So even if you're a new gardener, Bex, there's no fear now, is there, in trying sort of plants like this? You know, you can go ahead with confidence, knowing you've got that guarantee.
Well, absolutely, and that's what we bring you here at YouGarden, particularly as we say on the winter hardy plants. It is that lifetime guarantee. Fails to thrive, if it dies, we'll replace it free of charge. Just let our customer services know. They will send you a new one. All you have to do is cover any postage for that to come out to you, which I think is exclusive to us. I've never found another plant company that offers that lifetime guarantee. I've seen a garden centre that offered a 5 or a 6-year guarantee, which was lovely, but I haven't found anywhere that offers that lifetime guarantee. I just want to bring up that lovely picture, which I know Stu sent to me. You forwarded it to me, didn't you? Saying note to self.
This is for the New Dawn.
This is for this one, the New Dawn Climbing Rose, because I just want to show you the kind of effect that you can create here. So this is from Lisa and Michael. They're just down the road from us in Spalding. It's really not far at all. They have created this. That is the New Dawn. They've got 2. They've got one growing up either side of that archway, meeting in the middle. And that is just such a beautiful picture, isn't it? With that lavender pathway just in the background there, that lovely little fence there, that little gateway they can walk through. Wow, you can create that. Buy one, get one absolutely free. And that one is just the New Dawn. There are other varieties available for you. There is that phrase, isn't there? You know, they say a picture paints, 1,000 words. And that does, doesn't it? I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know about this rose. So pretty. I mean, that is the quintessential perfect rose arch, isn't it? It is, isn't it? You couldn't make that any more perfect, any more wonderful. I love it. The fact you've got New Dawn on there as well, with its disease resistance, with its fragrance, it's really, really lovely fragranced rose. It's repeat flowering, so this isn't just for a couple of months. You know, this will keep reflowering and give you that joy throughout the season. And you know what? You could even do something else with that as well. If that was your rose arch, you could grow one of our passion flowers through that. Yeah, of course. The blue passion flower, if you wanted to as well. Grow it together, couldn't you? Grow those together, but that is just gorgeous. I want that garden. I want that garden. If you're ever thinking of moving, let me know. First refusal. Because that garden is amazing. I want it. Wow. I've always wanted. It looks nice too. Yeah, there's my details. I've always wanted a walled garden. I've always wanted a walled garden. I think everybody wants a walled garden. There's just something amazing about a walled garden. Especially when it's the south side of a walled garden, because the wall gives out that sort of radiated heat, doesn't it? And everything just grows so well in a walled garden, which is why the Victorians built them, to be honest. I need to win the lottery. Right, New Dawn Rose, buy one, get one free, mix and match. Go for any one of the 9 that we've got on there, and you can mix it with any of the other 9 that we've got on there as well. We've got the Wellbeing Rose here also, so that's another one that you can choose. But let's move on. Hypericum, because we've had loads of pictures about hypericums, haven't we? Who sent me a hypericum picture? Lynn sent me a hypericum picture. I think we showed this earlier. We did. But I'm showing it again because look at it. So pretty. Absolutely adore hypericum. It's on my fantasy list. Remember, if I'm starting my garden from scratch, hypericum is going in there. Who else sent me one, Stu? Can you remember?
The thing is with the hypericum becks, like this one, for example, I'm just taking off a few little manky bits there.
No, you go ahead. That's what you've got.
Just pick them out.
Garrity. No, that's the one I just showed. Oh.
But, I mean,
hang on, you keep talking about that. I'll find
yeah, I was going to
picture.
say, I mean, what's brilliant about this is, and you said this, you pointed this out before, Bex, is like kind of everything that's happening with this plant is all happening at the same time. So, you know, on this one, for example, you've got a flower bud here that's about to open. So
yes.
that flower bud's about to open, which is fantastic. Then you've got a flower, actually in flower, like that one there. And then it's gone on to produce the seed pods afterwards, which are these incredible orangey colour. So you've got kind of, I don't know, 3 stages of this plant. You've got it just before it opens, you've got it flowering just before it's pollinated, and then you've got the seed head developing on top. And then you've got that incredible foliage as well, which is semi-evergreen. You've got a plant that's very, very hardy, very drought tolerant, will take full sun, it will grow in really dry places. Only gets about 90 centimetres to a metre tall, will come back year after year after year. And it's strange because up until now, I've never really massively appreciated hypericum. In fact, when we were out the other day, 3 of us, we parked up at a car park at the end of the day, and there was a ground cover hypericum there that I actually said to Bex and Stu, I don't like the hypericum. I've never liked it because I remember it back in the 70s and 80s. You used to plant it; it would run everywhere.
It's not as nice as this one.
It would overtake. You couldn't get rid of it, and that put me off of hypericum. And then when I saw this stunner, it was like, you know what? Wow, I mean, that is a hypericum in a different class.
Yeah.
It has been so popular because it is just so utterly beautiful.
It is, for so many different reasons, and ridiculously easy to look after. And of course, just is helpful in the sort of transitional phase, you know, when we're coming out of summer and we're going into autumn. This one still looks absolutely amazing. It does this, what you can see here, for ages, for months on end. And I imagine this at full size, sort of 1 metre by 1 metre, covered in those flowers, covered in those berries.
Yeah.
You will not be able to stop looking at it. Honestly, it's so pretty. 510890 is the item number. It's just £9.99. We have taken a third off the price. Someone else did send us a picture of their hypericum. It was Grimmy who sent it to us. He had his delivered, and there it is, all potted up. I'm so glad, because that is really, really beautiful. Somebody else sent a picture, and it's not on the hypericum, but I need to show it. It's from Olwen. Olwen has just sent us... She sent us a roast. No, I don't think she sent us a roast dinner, although I could really eat one.
Yeah.
No, this is the Calicarpa, isn't it?
Yes.
Certainly looks like my Calicarpa is looking at the moment. There's some beautiful orange flowers growing in there. Are they the tangerine?
That's the tangerine viola.
They are, aren't they? The violas.
In the background there.
That is the Calicarpa starting to berry up, and that is exactly what mine is looking like at the moment as well. So that's looking really beautiful. I'm glad to see that mine's doing what it should be, because Olwen sent hers in as well.
When you see one of those in the autumn and it's smothered in those purple berries,
Can't wait.
You've not seen anything like it, have you?
Cannot wait.
It is so extraordinary.
I've got mine planted next to my Fatsia as well.
Oh, that's going to be good.
I'm quite excited.
No, it's remarkable. I mean, you don't really notice the flowers, but you certainly notice the berries. Stunning. Beauty berry, I think, is a common name for it. And it's not surprising, really.
Beauty berry, yeah,
Beauty
absolutely.
berry, yeah.
Right, let's move on, shall we? Because we've talked about our hypericum. It's just £8.99 in the plub. I was thinking about the pub then, I think.
You're thinking about a roast dinner in the pub, aren't you? You're thinking of a carvery now in the pub. Yes, exactly. Nice chicken roast.
I'm going to the cinema later. Kids want to go and see a movie, and it's only on for a few more days, so that's what I'm doing. I'd love to go to a roast, though. But no, it'll be a pack of sweets in the cinema for me.
You could have a KFC instead.
No. No, you're bad, you are. Right, let's move on. Kojo no Mai is the next one.
Don't you know my me?
let's move on to the Cojonomai, Flight of the Butterflies. I think this is a really good time to get hold of this because it's a lovely plant. You've got the foliage there. Get this in the ground, get it established. It's a really nice size, but come springtime, you're going to be glad that you've got this now.
Yeah, no, well, I'm going to own up here because when I heard this was going to be on the show today, I thought, oh, come on, why are we doing this time of year? It's not flowering. Nobody's going to want it this time of year. Then I saw it and I thought, that reminds me of a bonsai.
Yeah!
It's got that lovely bonsai look to it, isn't it?
Yeah, this is why we love Cojonomai.
How fantastic is that? I mean, look at that. It looks like a sort of a fully mature tree, but in miniature form. You can just imagine it's being 100 times bigger and what a gorgeous tree that would be. And it's got those zigzaggy stems. You can see on this stem here, it's got sort of little zigzaggy stems that make it a bit more interesting as well. Covered in foliage from top to bottom, a nice shaped tree. And the good thing about this Prunus as well, if we think about Prunus, that's the cherry family. We think about cherry trees and quite often you think, oh, cherry trees have those surface roots, don't they? They get huge, they kind of lift the tarmac up and the paving. Nobody wants a cherry tree in their garden. Well, this is a real miniature. This is a really, really small cherry. You could grow this in a pot. You could grow this in one of our strong pots, one of our 30-litre pots if you wanted to. You could grow it in a more ornamental pot. It never gets more than about 1 metre tall. So it's, you can really grow a Prunus now, a cherry tree now. Enjoy the foliage and the bonsai kind of shape to it this time of year. But then in the spring, just enjoy that explosion of pink flowers. But in between, in the autumn, enjoy autumn colour as well. So although this might not be the kind of optimum time of year you would buy this because it's not in full flower, I still think it's nice to bring you things that look gorgeous even when their main colour time has gone.
Yeah, but you've still got all that gorgeous foliage on here. It's a beautiful plant. It has various different periods of distinct beauty. It does drop its leaves, but it has this lovely zigzag nature to the branches. So even as a deciduous plant, it's still quite attractive when it's bare. And then you get those beautiful flowers that form on those bare leaves in the springtime. And as I started this item with, I think this is a really good time to get hold of this now. Get it in your garden. You'll be so grateful that you did when the springtime comes. We'll be bringing it back to you in springtime, and we'll probably be bringing it back to you at very nearly full price. We'll probably have some saving because we are YGTV, of course. We always bring you a little bit of a saving, but I'm not sure it'll be as big a saving as this is now. $14.99 for this size is absolutely incredible. Get it now while we're out of season, because then when it's in season, you'll be very, very grateful.
And sometimes as well, Bex, it's nice of a plant, isn't it, not to necessarily buy it when it is in full flower, because it's nice to have that anticipation of what it's going to look like when it flowers. If you buy it when it's
in full flower, you've missed part of the season.
Get
it now and you'll get the whole of it.
The whole of the season. And rather than buying it in flower and then the flower goes and you're wondering, you can enjoy what it looks like now the rest of the year. But then at the end of this coming winter, just have that excitement and anticipation of knowing I've established it, I've enjoyed the leaves and the zigzaggy stems and the bonsai look. Now I'm going to get the flowers.
Absolutely. 510014 is the item number. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order. Use the phone lines. They're open for another 3 hours. They're open till 4 o'clock. Tell the operator you've got an offer code and they will apply that so that you get all of your savings. Let's move on to the last item that we've got on this table, and this one's really cute actually. This one's the fragrant clematis or clematis. It's called the Kimiko.
Fragrant as well, which is amazing because apart from it's gone out my head, Clematis almondii, which I know is very fragrant, has very almondy kind of fragrance to it. There's not many clematis that are fragrant. This one is fragrant, delicate white flowers. Then you get those like old man beard kind of seed heads afterwards, and it's evergreen, which is fabulous. And it's not super crazy tall, this one either. You can grow this just on a little piece of trellis work. This would work in a tower pot, wouldn't it?
Yes, it totally would.
You could definitely do this one in a tower pot.
Yeah.
Because this wouldn't romp away and just be sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 metres. You can see here, I mean, it's quite a compact plant, about 1 metre, a couple of metres tall. But in a tower pot, you can twist it round, you can grow it in and out. And just imagine the tower pot with that lovely sort of bronze coloration to the tower pot, smothered in these white flowers with that evergreen foliage and fragrance to boot as well, and that 360 degree of colour. This is a really lovely simple flowered but elegant clematis. I like the big bold flowered ones. Sometimes I like the double flowered ones, but sometimes it's really nice with a plant to strip it right back and take it back to almost like a species kind of flower and enjoy the simplicity of a clematis flower, as opposed to some that have, have got these huge flowers. There's a place for all of them, but sometimes the simple ones I love as well.
Yeah, fabulous. And you are getting all 3 of those 7, they are 7, aren't they? 7 centimetre pots. It's £19.99. Perhaps if you're going for the passion flower and you're going for the double up deal of the tower pots, you've now found the second thing to put into that second tower pot. 550370 is the item number. Just go to our website, YouGarden.com, and add those into your basket. And if you're on the phone lines, let the operator know that you've got an offer code to use in order for that. Stu's asking, an eclipse or a tower? I think you could go for the eclipse, which is a little bit smaller, but you'd only put 1 in there.
Yeah.
And it will grow happily in there. But I think if you put all 3 of these potentially into the tower pot, you'll get a really nice full display from it. It's not miniature. It's smaller than other clematis.
It is.
But it's not dwarf. It's not dinky. It'll still fill the tower pot.
And remember as well, you don't. The tower pot comes in 3 sections, so it's not. You don't have to sit there and wait for it to get to the top of the tower pot. Just put the first section on first, let it grow up, and then keep adding.
Yeah. There you go. Well, we've got the eclipse as well, just in case you do want to go for it. I've used the eclipse for the boulevard clematis, which this is similar to, so you can just restrict it to the size of this. My boulevard clematis looks absolutely beautiful in here, but likewise you could easily plant this into the tower up planter as well if you want to. And this is a double up deal, so you can get 2 of these for £14.98, 1 for £9.99. So you're getting 3 of those Kimiko clematis there. Perhaps you could put 1 in. You could use 2 of them to put in your 2 eclipse planters, and then you can put your other one elsewhere. It's entirely up to you. 130133 is the item number if you'd like to go for those. Now we're going to talk to you about our gorgeous... All right, I love this. This is the Hydrangea Tara, and I just want to point out to you, look at the size of the plant. It's in that 9 centimetre pot, but check out the size of the flower head that we've got on here, on this plant that's in a 9 centimetre pot. That's incredible, isn't it?
Since you started shaking your tomatoes, you're shaking everything else now, aren't you, in the garden?
Shaking me tomatoes.
You're shaking your booty there with that little hydrangea, aren't you?
Look at it, though.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Size of that flower on the size of that plant. I love this one.
That reminds me of a big scoop of ice cream for some reason on the top there. And good angle there, Bex. You can see the contrast, can't you, with the flower colour. It starts off that lime green, in fact, green, then lime green, and then as the flowers mature, they get more and more white. What has really kind of bowled me over with this particular example we've got here, it's already flowering. I mean, it shouldn't be flowering at this stage.
I can't quite believe we've got a great big flower on that.
It's a bit mad, but my guess is these plants have been grown from cuttings, so they've probably gone to a mature plant. They've taken sort of tip cuttings from different branches on that plant.
Right.
And that's why it started flowering, because it's already been taken from some sort of mature wood to grow on, which is good for you, because it means when you get it home, this plant, if yours isn't flowering this year, will probably definitely be flowering next year. And the quercifolia type of hydrangeas, or this is a guy the other day called them hydrangeas, each to their own. But the quercifolia type, that basically means oak-like foliage, because these do look like oak leaves. They've got that oak leaf shape. The leaves are great on this. I would like to grow this in the same location as the Fatsias, because I think these kind of quite dramatic sort of leaves would work really well together. And the white, kind of limey white flowers against the foliage of the Fatsias, again, would work really, really well. Certain times of year, these leaves turn a lovely bronzy red colour as well. And I've even known quercifolia hydrangeas to stay semi-evergreen in shelter positions. They'll grow in really dry soil, which again is unusual for hydrangeas. But to get this conical head, this sort of huge flower head on here is just spectacular. Really, really good plant, hardy, easy to grow, long-lived, attractive, different, unusual, go for it, honestly. You'll love it.
And quite drought tolerant in relation to other hydrangeas.
Definitely.
We always give you, the advice of make sure you keep your hydrangeas well watered. They do not like to dry out. But actually this one can cope with a little bit less than other hydrangeas out there. So more drought tolerant than other hydrangea varieties. 511493 is the item number. A £5 saving, 33% off the price of that one. We've taken a third off. Next we're going to move on to our garden readies. So this is our favourites table. These are the items that you are buying the most of. And we're not surprised when it comes to the garden readies. 4 different options that we've got for you. We've got the Fire Queen, we've got the Gazanias, we've got the marigolds, and we've got the Antirrhinums here. Each one of these should be £12.99 for 10 of them. Each one of these is £4.99 for 10 of them. If you go to the website for any one of these items, you can buy 20 of them for £19.99. But because you are watching YGTV, you could get 40 of them for the same price as 20. That is why we are so excited to bring you YGTV. This is why we want you to share it with your friends and your families, because as gardeners we want to get the best deals, and we're giving you the best deals as well. Let's start off with our Geranium Fire Queens. These are garden ready plants. You can plant these out and you are going to get the best displays all summer long.
Well, these are Bexy plants, these are, because Bex grows these. Bex is growing these in her front garden. Look at these, Bex. I mean, they look spectacular. You should be dead proud of these.
I am proud of these. Every time I drive up onto my drive or walk up onto my drive, I think, oh, I need to pick the weeds out from between those cobblestones. But no, I also look at these and it brings such a smile to my face. That is my little dog. You can see in the little window there, by the way, Otis. He's such a cutie.
I love the name.
But yeah, I've got the reason I planted these is look at him. There he is. Hello, baby. Doesn't want me to leave this morning. Right, so I put one of those Geranium Fire Queens into the Alhambra pots, which are small pots. I wouldn't have done that with certain other summer plants because they would dry out really quickly. I'd have to be watering them day and night a lot of the time during the summer. But I don't have to do that with geraniums, do I?
No, geraniums are silly drought tolerant. It's really weird because I remember, and this is going back donkey's years, when I went, and don't you make a joke, when I was in infant school, that must have been 75 years ago. Yeah, I knew she would say that, yeah. When I went to infant school, they had these sort of concrete planters. And I remember one year they pulled all these geraniums out and they just left them on the side for about a week.
Right.
And they kept flowering. The stems went up and faced the sun again. And I always remember thinking that as a kid, how's that possible? These plants have been pulled out the ground, they're sitting on the ground and they're still flowering. They are really silly drought tolerant. And you know when they're super droughty, because they go to sort of a reddish colour, but they'll still survive. So they are the ultimate plant for somebody who's perhaps away a little bit, can't keep things regularly watered, but you want that colour, you want that interest. And just very quickly as well, where's the little one? There we go, this one. We picked this one out as a sample earlier. I mean, what made me laugh about this one? Already a flower on it. I mean, it's not even 3 or 4 inches tall. It's already got one flower spike, and then in flower, and then there's 1, 2, 3, lots of buds coming. Look at that. Look, you can see the little sets of buds there coming as well. But then I noticed further down, like at the base of the plant, look, like an even more baby little bud, look, all the way down there. So this has got 1 flower spike flowering. It's got 3 flower spikes to come. It's got another very tiny little. Oh, look, there's even more of a mad little baby one there. That's even smaller. So we've already got the next 4 to 6 weeks of flower on these plug plants, and that's just going to keep happening. That's going to keep developing. So these are going to keep flowering right the way up until the frost. And if you keep these somewhere frost-free in the winter time, you can take them from year to year to year. You can grow them as bigger and bigger plants. If you've ever been lucky enough to go to places like Crete or places like that, sometimes you see them at the front of houses, geraniums, and they're like 4 or 5 foot tall, aren't they?
Nice.
Where they've just grown from year to year to year. They're not being cut down. That's what I'm going to do with mine. Yeah, so you can grow them bigger and bigger if you want to, or you could take cuttings from them next spring.
There you go. top tips from our expert gardener. I'm going to be taking mine in over the winter. That's why I've put them into those little pots so that I can get them to come back next year. And maybe I'll even start taking some cuttings from them as well. 410064 for the 10 garden ready geranium fire queens. You can buy as many of those as you like, by the way. Remember, on the website you can go for 20 of them for $19.99. YGTV customers get an absolutely different deal. For the same price, you can get 40 of these. Or you could go for 10 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these, 10 of these. You'll be spending 20 quid and you'll be getting 40 garden ready plants. Amazing. I liked what you said earlier about how now's the time, isn't it? Because I know we've done a lot of our gardening and our gardens are looking great, but there's always a few little gaps. You didn't quite fill that gap, or that plant didn't quite survive, and now there's a gap left from it. Now's the time to get hold of some of these garden readies and fill all of those gaps. Perhaps it's with the Gazania tiger stripes.
Why not? Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to just pick these up because I want to just get these to stand. Hey, look at that. That's a monster shot.
They're starting to open up a little bit, even here, aren't they, in the sheds?
Look at those. I mean, wow.
I love
That's
them.
the word, isn't it? It's just wow. That's all you can say about these. Stunning, stunning colour range there. Just the sort of the different marcations on the petals, the nice foliage underneath.
I love these colours. I
Isn't
love
they lovely?
that.
Look at that.
There's something about that colour mix, that colour combo.
And
so pretty.
Something else, the pointiness of the petals.
Yeah.
Because sometimes daisy flowers have sort of rounded edges, don't they, to the petals? These have got those super sharp flower petal sort of spikes there, which just makes the flower more dramatic, more kind of obvious. And these open out in the sun, they'll close up in the shade. But like we said with the geraniums, if you can keep these somewhere frost-free in the wintertime, so if you grow them in pots, but in the wintertime, bring them somewhere indoors with a bit of light. They don't need to be mollycoddled, just sort of kept frost-free. Keep them on the drier side. You can probably get these through next year and the year after. You can almost treat them like what we normally call a tender perennial.
Yeah.
But goodness me, if you've got a gap to fill in your garden, what better plant would there be to fill that gap than these stunning gazanias?
Lovely. Yeah, remember they are £4.99 for 10 garden ready plants. Grab these, get them into your pots, into your borders, fill any of those gaps. They should be delivered to you hopefully within the next 7 to 10 days. 410 You can tell we're getting into the last hour, can't you? We're both tripping over our words now. 410060 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your order, or go to our phone lines 0844 502 0050. Next, we've got the most popular item on our YGTV show today. Apparently, it still is up to now, and that is the marigold Durango mix. I never used to be. I'm gonna be honest. I never was a fan. Used to be a fan of marigolds. I just thought they were a bit blur, just thought they were a bit boring, you know, but yeah, everyone's got those. But there's a reason everybody's got them, and that is because they are absolutely brilliant. They flower for ages, they flower late, you get lovely, stout, sturdy stems from them, and the Durango mix, I think, is just the best colour mix.
These are joyful, that's what they are, Bex. These are joy. These are flower that is joyful and happy. It'll make you smile. And in the mix, you'll get some that are a solid colour, so some might be a solid yellow, some might be a solid orange, some are bicoloured as well. They're nice, compact plants. They've got a nice shape, so look at that. That is a flower pot of joy and happiness there as well, with fantastic colour. All you've got to do is slightly deadhead them, keep them watered and keep them fed if they're in a container, but these are going to keep flowering right the way up until the autumn. They really, really are knockout, and you can actually use them to make washing up gloves.
Oh, you're an idiot. That's not true.
No, there's marigold washing up gloves. I've seen them.
Yeah. Don't make them from marigolds, though, do they?
Don't they? Oh. I didn't realise that.
I don't know what's going on with Adam's day. You're perky today, aren't you? Did you have a few drinks last night or something?
Oh, yes, I did, yeah. I had a nice...
Oh, you had a curry, didn't you? That's what it was.
I had a nice curry last night, yeah. It was that company that does something finest. It was one of their finest ones.
Right.
And I finished off a nice sparkling bottle of Chapel Down wine. That went down nice as well.
Oh, I've got a picture, actually. Shall I share this picture? So, you know, we were talking about the Gloucester services the other day.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because we all went on a little road trip.
I'm just glad that's not up the road, that place, because for me...
We'd be there all the time, wouldn't we?
You'd spend your wages every week before you got there, wouldn't you?
Well, here's lovely smiley Adam the next day. This is in Adam's garden, right?
Yeah, that's my tree fern behind me.
That's your tree fern.
Yeah, that was I think that was Friday. Yeah, I got home from work and it was great because I forgot that cider was in the fridge. I opened the fridge door.
Oh,
and it was like,
that's a nice surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's sort of one of those. What they call that? They have that on radio too. So that's one of those things. They called it a little. What's the phrase?
I don't know. What are you trying to say?
One of life's little likes, little surprises. Oh, come to me. But anyway, I opened the fridge door. I saw little win. That's it. It was like one of those little wins because I opened the fridge door. I forgot it was in there.
Like when you find a fiver in a pair of jeans that you haven't worn for a while.
Yeah, and I sort of cracked it. I poured it out, and I thought, oh, Bex stew, fantastic recommendation.
Sent us the picture. He emailed it to both of us.
because it's so refreshing. But glorious. But yeah, going back to the marigolds.
Sorry, carry on. No,
Just fantastic. I can understand why they're so popular today. Root system. Let's quickly just pluck one out as well, because I don't know why I'm even bothering, because I know the root's going to be ridiculous. Look, there it is. Fabulous root system.
Ridiculous roots.
Ridiculous root system.
I'm pulling out another one just so that we can see. Ridiculous roots.
Fabulous. So, and look at such perfectly formed plants, smothered in buds, and get these home. These will be with you, in the near future, and you can get these in your pots, your tubs, your hanging baskets, plant them in gaps and places like that, and just enjoy them.
Yeah,
right
I love
until
them.
November.
Having been a bit of a meh about marigolds, I'm now completely turned on to marigolds. I grew some last year. We were talking about them, the lovely white-coloured ones, and I was so impressed. Each of the flowers lasts for ages, weeks you get out of each of the individual flowers. Very low maintenance, nice, stout, sturdy stems, and they just keep flowering for such a long time. Real good transitional flower. Take you from summer into autumn. The next one, or the final one of our 4 garden readies, is the Antirrhinums, the snapdragons. We've got 2 sets out here. Let me just put the iPad down. These are likely what you are going to receive. We recommend, or Adam has recommended, pinching them out. We pinched this one out earlier. So with this one that's a bit taller, you might want to pinch it out maybe about here. What that's going to do is delay flowering a little bit, but only by a week or 2, a couple of weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks. But then what you'll get is those extra side shoots, which means you're going to get more flowers in the long run. Or you can just leave them. We don't think there's not much pinching out that's happened with these, and you're going to get these lovely tall, and they really are, let me pretend I'm the British weather, they really are quite sturdy, aren't they?
I'm glad I don't live in your garden.
I mean, I'm going for it. Look, I'm the British weather.
Yeah. And they're still as good as ever.
But that smell. God, I wish it, what was it? I wish I could tell you. I wish I had the grapes.
It is really, really sweet.
There's something delicious about it.
Let's have another quick whiff.
I can't put my finger on it, or my tongue on it, or my nose on it.
Oh, it's so annoying when I totally reminds a little bit. You remember that? What's that really, really cowpole? That really nice pink. that pink medicine. That's really, really nice. Where you want to drink the whole bottle. Don't
drink the whole bottle.
That can't drink.
You're so funny.
Let's kill that. That's a good thing, isn't it? I like the smell of cowpole. Well, that's just one of the possible options.
I thought you were going to come out with something amazing.
Well, like a Chateau Neuf de Pape sort of 1854 or something. Cowpole just came into my head. You know?
They smell really.
Other fragrances are available.
These are going to flower for a really long time as well. So they will flower not long after you get them, and they're just going to keep going all the way through the summer. Super easy to look after as well. And they are just £4.99 for 10 garden ready plants. Go onto the website, have a little look, because for each of these garden readies you can buy a pack of 20 for £20, but you can get 40 for that price if you shop here at YGTV. 410048 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Antirrhinum mini butterflies.
But you could leave the ones on the left like that. Those as cut flowers, couldn't you, if you grow them like that?
Yeah, totally.
Nice and upright.
Yeah, because they've got nice,
nice strong stems. or have them like the squat ones.
Right, let's go over, shall we? We're going to talk about oleanders next. Yeah, let's move the grapevine out of the way, because that really is taking up a bit of space.
It is mungus, isn't it?
It is mungus.
Over there you go.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Right, we have got for you the incredible deal on the oleanders. The same deal that we had on the red, the same deal that we had on the pink. We now have the oleander bush in white. God, that Antirrhinums got right up my nose. Now, this is an amazing deal for you on here. It depends what you want to do. You can go for one, you can go for two. Great deal on both of them. One of them is half price, $29.99 each normally, but £14.99 here today. But if you want to go for two, a double up deal, you get even better value because these are then $19.99 for two, so £10 each. Only if you use the code though. It's all about the offer code. Every week we have an offer code. It does change on a weekly basis. This week it is YGTV2624. If you want to get two of these, put both in your basket, enter the code. That's where you'll see those savings come down. And you will also get a free gift included in your order, something that we've kept going since we started our YGTV shows. And this week it is the Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster. So great if you're going for our buy one, get one free on the roses, but also fantastic because you can use this all around your garden.
Yeah, you can use it on other shrubs as well. You can even use it on your perennials if you wanted to. And you've got two options. You can actually add it to the soil while putting new plants in, or you can add it to the soil around plants that are already established. The option's yours.
Lovely. So oleanders are an amazing plant because they flower for ages, but they're also evergreen and they're really easy to look after.
They are easy. They're undemanding. When you travel abroad, you see them growing in all sorts of awful soils, don't you? Down the middle of motorways, in big open kind of areas. They're tough. They're growing really sandy soils. We say they can be hardy down to about -5 in the UK. I mean, the white ones are just so glorious, so beautiful. The root system on these is fantastic. These are multi-branch. We're not sending you one sort of weaselly little sort of single stick with a few flowers on top. We're selling you sort of multi-branched kind of plants. That nice willow-shaped foliage as well that's glossy and healthy. And what's interesting, Bex, on the one you've got here, for example, a lovely full head of flower there. But look, even here, I mean, these are flowers for a few weeks' time, and then we go down an even smaller buds here. So that's a flower for about a month time or 6 weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, look around here. There's buds starting to appear down the... So the one that's in flower here, you've got other ones starting to appear down the bottom as well.
Yeah, even here, like, even
in the middle of that
tinier
one.
little flower bud there. So... You know, all the weeks ahead, you can already see the potential for flowers to come to cover those times for the coming weeks.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a plant that thrives on neglect, so very little you need to do to them. Occasionally do a bit of deadheading once the flowers go over, but these will keep giving you flowers right the way through to the first frosts. Hardy down to about -5, so maybe in the worst, areas of the country, as in the ones that get the coldest, you might need to give it a little bit of extra winter protection. But the more you grow these, the older they get, the tougher they tend to become as well. And they're quite fast growing, so even if they do get knocked back a little bit by frost, you can cut that bit off and they will grow back for you next year.
They are fragrant, these ones as well.
They are, they're lovely,
Yeah,
gorgeous fragrance.
Yeah.
So add 2 into your basket if you want to get that double up deal and put the code in. That's where you will see your savings appear. Next, I do believe we're going to give you a little review of everything. Oh, hang on. Heavy duty pots, first of all, Stu wants to talk about. Then we're going to do that lovely review for you where you can get your pens and papers, you can make a list of anything that you want to get into your basket. Now the heavy duty pots, we have a surprise extra amazing deal available for you on them. So normally the heavy duty pots are £19.99. We brought the price down a little while ago to £17.99 for 4 of them. But YouGarden TV customers, you're getting an even better deal on these because for 4 heavy-duty pots, these are going to be £14.99, and you are going to find so many uses for these. I'll run you through mine in a minute, but Adam, tell them about these. 4
for 15 quid is insane, because sometimes at work we get trees in these size pots from garden centres, and they will say to us, if you can you bring us the pots back? Because they don't want to part with them.
They don't want to part with them,
They'll clean them and reuse them, and you can, because they're real solid plastic. They're frost resistant, they're UV stable. And the thing is, with pots this size, you might, for instance, grow pear trees or apple trees, and kind of the miniature ones. And you're not going to move those pots, are you, for a long time? That can be problematic sometimes with some pots because the holes in the bottom will clog, the plant becomes waterlogged and it dies. Look at these. Holes in the side as well, so you've always got that guaranteed drainage on these. These handles are moulded on, so these handles are really, really strong, really resilient. But of course, these pots are lightweight as well. So you've got that huge planting area, but you've got a lightweight pot that's super strong, and there's a daft amount of uses for these Becks, isn't there?
Yeah, loads. I mean, if I just run you around my garden, for example, I've got the Appletini growing in there, I've got the Prunus triloba growing in there, I've got my menopause rose growing in there, I've got a cordyline growing in there, I grew some garlic in there. I wasn't very successful with the garlic, but that's not because of the pot. I'll update you on that one. I've always got one in use that is my garden trug. I keep all my tools in it. It comes out of the shed. I use it for garden waste when I'm going around collecting leaves and things. I've got them in the kitchen as well because I use them for putting the recycling in before it goes into the big bin outside. What else? You can use them for log storage. You can use them just for storing bits and pieces in the garage. You know, there are so many uses for these, and they are commercial growing pots, and it's because of that extra drainage and also those super strong handles as well.
Who was the lady around with the lovely spuds going along the wall?
Oh, yes, that was...
Linda. So, for instance, if Linda lifts up her spuds and the soil's really wet and all the potatoes are all covered in mud and stuff, you can just put them in one of these, swish it over with a hose, and it acts like a giant garden colander.
I love that.
And even just put it over the lawn or over a flower bed, then the water goes into the flower bed, you don't even waste the water.
It's one of the best things that you'll buy, honestly, and you will use the most. Whenever I buy anything, I do try and do a price, particularly I do this with clothes, price per wear. Because if you're buying something super expensive, you want to know that you're getting your worth out of it. Like, okay, my belt that I bought, okay, so this cost a fair amount of money, but I wear it every single day, almost. So price per wear, it's right. I mean, I'm into minus figures. Stu's going to tell me you can't get to that. But do you know what I mean? I've worn it so much that I've really got my money's worth out of it. That's exactly what you are going to get with your heavy-duty pots. This is something that you will use constantly, I promise you. Stu sent me a picture when we went out to the... we do our little garden makeover. If you're on TikTok, you'll know what we're talking about. Do venture onto TikTok. I've recently ventured over there. Adam's on there, I'm on there, YouGarden's on there. Go and have a little look on TikTok because we're doing loads of stuff on there as well as everywhere else now. So we went out and we did a little garden makeover for Luke and Dan of TikTok fame, and we took a heavy-duty pot with us. In fact, we took 2 heavy-duty pots with us, and this is some of the garden waste that we cleaned up whilst we were out there doing that garden makeover.
Yeah, we took some old stems that we off of some palm trees, so they went in there, which was good, and they were really spiky and sharp as well. And trying to get those into a plastic bag would have been a nightmare because it had just all ripped and snagged. But they went into here really, really easily. Then you can just transport this off to your green bin or your brown bin. Yeah, easy, simple,
nice and easy, and an amazing price on those heavy-duty pots now. £14.99 for all 4 of those. It is a bit like a buy 3 and get 1 absolutely free because they are normally £19.99. 130011 is the item number for your heavy duty pots. Right, we are moving into our last half an hour with you. For anybody that stayed for the whole time, congratulations, well done. If you have just tuned in or not been with us for a while, we've been here since 10 o'clock. Where have you been? Only joking. But you can go back and you can watch any parts of the show that you've missed at any point. We upload all the shows onto YouTube. They're always available on Facebook, and they are available on the YouGarden website as well. Stu's saying strong use of the word we. It's all Stu. Stu does it. Although he was doing something this morning, it wasn't working. He's like, I do tech, but it's not working. But yeah, you can go back and you can watch any of the bits that you've missed. So do bear that in mind. Right, let's give you a reminder. Adam is going to change some tables over so we can show you some more items. I don't know if there's anything we haven't seen yet, but stick around and find out. I'm going to give you a little reminder. Apparently there's... I'm going to give you a little reminder of all of the items, or as many of them as possible, that we have seen so far. So now is the time to get your pens and papers. If you'd like to make a little list, write down the item number. It makes it very easy to go to the website and then place your orders. First of all, we're going to start with our serrata, the hydrangea, the Euphoria Pink. This one is an award winner. So it was an award winner at Chelsea Flower Show just last year. It got runner-up, it got the silver prize. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I might be giving you wrong information. I am right, aren't I? Yeah, so this one, second place. It lost out to Agapanthus Blackjack, but second place at Chelsea Flower Show is an amazing one. Gorgeous variegated foliage, but not just two colours. You've got greens, you've got creams, you've got pinks, and the flowers are absolutely beautiful as well. Nice and easy to look after. And I think I'm right in saying that this hydrangea is one of the ones that stays stable with its flower colour, no matter what kind of acidity or alkalinity of soil that you put it in. 511 522 is the item number. You've got a £3 saving on that one, but only if you use the offer code YGTV2624. Now next we've got the Acer. This is the red flamingo. Yes, I was right. This actually works quite nicely with that hydrangea because it's got some similarities in the variegation of the leaves. I mean, look at that big green leaf there. Look at the different colours in there. Each of the leaves is going to be really unique. You know, they're all going to look very different from each other. Look at the bright red stems that you've got on there as well. For me, it's not what I consider to be what I love about acers. Normally, I love those dissected leaves, but this is super interesting. And for foliage interest in your garden, that up against a fence is going to look absolutely glorious. Of course, you can keep it in a pot as well if you want to. It's beautiful, and we've taken 25% off the price there with that £10 saving. Make sure you put the code in to get that saving though. Next we've got the Tolbagia, the purple eye. Now we often talk about thrillers, we talk about fillers. This one isn't a thriller, admittedly, but it absolutely has its place in the gardens. It was all over the Chelsea Flower Show. It is so pretty. You get these lovely sort of chive-like foliage at the bottom. You get these lovely sturdy stems from them. They just dance in the breeze, and they're really easy to look after. It's one for £9.99, or you can double up and get another one for just an extra £5 on top, £4.99 on top, so £14.98. 561285 is the item number. Next, we've got our buy one, get one free deal. I love a buy one, get one free. Anything that says free makes me very happy. So we've got this, it is 80 centimetres tall, not 8 centimetres tall. They are a really decent size. It is a lucky dip in what colour that you're going to get. So we've got a couple of varieties of lovely pinky colours. There's also another one that's sort of a pink and purple. So you might get two the same, you might get two different, but it doesn't matter because all of them are absolutely glorious. You can get these to come back for you next year, but they do need a bit of winter protection. They're not the hardy variety. So best suggestion here is grow them in pots because it's nice and easy to overwinter these. They work out at £12 or 50p each because it is a buy one, get one free, but only if you put the code in. Otherwise, you're going to end up paying £50 for both of them, and we don't want you to do that. We want you to get the benefits of shopping with us here at YGTV. 45008 if you would like to go for the flowering fuchsia trees. Next, we've got the passion flower. I love it. I mean, I just absolutely adore the structure of this flower, the 3D nature of it. I know all flowers are 3D, but there's just such dimension to this flower, which makes it really interesting. And of course, you get so many flowers from the passion flower as well. At each leaf axil, it seems to just throw out another flower. And you can encourage even more of those flowers. Our lovely Adam here, our garden expert, he's given us so many top tips when it comes to climbers. If you stress the plant slightly, not to the point where you're going to kill it, but you know, if you just make it meander, if you make it go sideways and then bring it back round to go back the other way, what you will do is stress that plant enough to the point where it'll throw out extra shoots, giving you more flowers. And these are the kind of top tips that you tune into YGTV for. Passiflora caerulea, that's the blue passion flower basically. 550-334, £10 saving. It's a half price deal. So if you put 2 in your basket, it's almost like getting a buy one, get one free. If you want something for it to grow in, then we have the tower pot available for you. This one's an amazing double up deal as well, because it is now £34.98 for 2 of those. That's £17.49 each. It was at £39.98. Well, it used to be 20 quid each, but now we brought a little bit more down. There's my wisteria in my tower pot, but I've got loads of these now. Wisteria, jasminoides, I've got my sweet peas, my gloriosa flame lily. I want another one for my passion flower as well. If you want a 360-degree display, if you want to be able to pick your plant up and hide it if it's not looking very good. Like, wisteria has a period of in the year where it doesn't look great. I'm going to hide it. I easily can because it's in a tower pot that I can lift and move. Love, love, love the tower planters. I think they are one of the best things that we bring you at YGTV. 130461 is the item number if you want to go for that. Put 2 in your basket for the double up deal. Next, we've got our rose deal for you. Another buy one, get one free, but it is a mix and match. So you can get 2 of the same if you want to, or you can go for any 2 of the 9 that we have available. You can go for any of them. It really doesn't matter. They are all the same price. They're basically going to work out as £12.50 each. These are, we're going to show you the climbers. Wellbeing isn't a climber though, is it? After this one, okay. So this is a bush rose. So this is the Wellbeing, available for you in a 3-litre pot, £24.99. All you have to do is decide which other rose it is that you want to go for, or maybe you just want 2 of the Wellbeings. It's entirely up to you. Make sure you put the code in, YGTV2624, so that you do get the freebie. Otherwise you'll pay 50 quid for 2, and we don't want you to do that one. New Dawn is the next one. This is the climbing rose. Remember Michael and Lisa's home with the lovely archway and the lavender pathway? New Dawn is the one that they've got growing over that archway, and they planted 1 either side. I think this is where potentially you would go for 2 of the same if you are going for the climbing roses, because it's lovely to get them sort of to grow up and meet over the top. And then, yeah, add the passion flowers in, because Adam's been telling us passion flowers don't like strangle other plants. They can grow really nicely with other climbers. So yeah, I love that idea. In fact, I'm going to do that in my make-believe house. I'm putting an archway in, I'm putting a New Dawn on either side, and I'm putting a passion flower on either side as well. Next, we've got the ginger syllabub. That's one of our other climbers. This one has a really nice, strong rose fragrance. Actually, Adam often talks about rose first and scent second. With this one, I think you're getting both of them, because it is a really gorgeous, I mean, look, it's petalicious, and you're also getting a really nice strong scent from these as well. 531003 is the item number if you'd like to go for the ginger syllabub. That's our second climbing rose. And the third climbing rose is Handel. Or Dublin Bay. Actually, we've got 4 climbing roses, haven't we? Let's go for whatever Stu brings up on the screen next. We're going for Handel. I'm glad, because it is beautiful. It is the one I'm thinking of, isn't it, with the pink tips to the petals? Oh, it's not loading. The technology is just being a little bit funny on us today. His media player, or whatever it's called. There we go. There it is. That one, I think that's my favourite. It doesn't have the strongest of scents, we will put that out there. It has a very light scent to it, but it's beautiful. I just adore those bright pink, tips to all the petals. I love the ruffled nature to them, and then you get that lovely kind of yellow centre on there. Oh my word, look at that. Yes, it's beautiful, I love it. Buy one, get one free. Remember, you just select which 2 roses you want to go for. The next one is the Handel, which is the other climbing. Oh no, this is Handel. The next one is the Dublin Bay, which is the bright red. Beautiful bright red colour that you get on this one. I do love a red rose. There's something quite romantic and gorgeous about a red rose, isn't there? I don't know, look, it's your choice. You go for whichever ones you want to go for. There are 9 of them available, so just go onto the YouGarden website, click where it says Live TV, scroll down, and then you'll be able to see them all. Look, there we go, live now, in that red box up at the top. Click on there, that's where the live show is. If you scroll down, that's where you're going to find all of the items we've got in the selection, but all the roses are together, look. So all you have to do is just go in, pick which one you want, then pick the other one. Put them both in your basket and enter the code. When you enter the code, that's how you get your savings. If you don't enter the code, you're going to pay full prices, and please don't do that. We don't want you to. Right. A little slurp on my drink.
I'm just finishing a toffee crisp.
What? Toffee crisp?
No, look. I said a toffee crisp. I tried to get a bit of come back to me sooner than I thought.
Adam gets hangry.
I do. Yeah.
That thing where he gets hungry. If he gets hungry, he gets a bit angry. You have to keep it up, don't you? I can get through the 4 hours with no food, and I'm all right. But no, Adam can't do that.
I have to keep the sugar levels up.
Right. Stu says, "Do you need a drink now? You're right." Do you remember how quick we went at the start?
Yeah, right. We've done this one. Let's move on to Hydrangea now.
No, Fatsias. We've got the Fatsia collection for you, and we are going to give you 3 absolutely gorgeous and beautiful varieties. Fatsia japonica, that's the bright, shiny, glossy green leaves. You've got the spider's web, which is the lovely variegated one. And you've also got the camouflage, which I really love because actually you just get these lovely sort of yellowy, limey centres, and then you've got the sort of darker edges around them as well. So it's a beautiful collection, but what is it that we love about Fatsias?
Well, the shade is a good thing. They will grow well in shade, so they create that drama. But another thing about them is they look tropical.
They do.
They look like they're going to be difficult. They're as tough as old boots. They'll get through every winter. They'll have a lifetime guarantee, and they're just great for lifting a shady corner.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you think about a shady corner and people say, what's good in shade? And I go, hostas, ferns. That's all I can think of at the top of my head.
Which are great, and we bring those to you.
Brilliant. But sometimes, somebody wants a bit more drama and they want something a bit taller, a bit more kind of, a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Fatsias will definitely do that for you, but they will grow in full sun as well. They flower late summer into autumn. Big sprays of white flowers, ball-shaped white flowers. Then they will produce berries afterwards as well, and they're great for late summer pollinators. I've planted oodles of these over the years. So you've got the spider's web, you've got the camouflage, and you've got the japonica, which is just sort of is the plain green. Yeah,
they're gorgeous. They should be $12.99 each, but you're going to get all 3 of these for £19.99 or £18, £17.99 if you are in the club. 511549 is the item number.
We've got toffee crisp in my teeth.
No, you're good. There's no toffee crisp in your teeth. Moving on, Hydrangea serrata Euphoria Pink is the next one. Second place, runner-up to in the Chelsea Flower Show just last year, 2023.
Come on, we're nearly there.
I absolutely adore the fact that this is an award winner. Yeah, a silver medal is nothing to be disappointed about, particularly when you think about the competition that there is for that prize. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is beautiful. If I just tilt this forward as well, what is dramatic about this plant is that the flower is actually represented, the flower colours representing the foliage as well. You've got this lovely sort of pinky kind of foliage. Like as Stu said, they kind of mimic each other, the flower and the foliage. It starts off this really, really lovely sort of salmon pink, and then it fades down, but it doesn't lose its variegation completely because, even later on, the leaves are still green in the middle, but got this sort of white marbling on the outside. You've got those heads of flower there. And look at this. I mean, this is a great one for a container. It only gets to about 60 centimetres tall.
Yeah, it's not massive, is it?
No, so it's brilliant for growing in a pot or a container. And the bigger pinky flowers you see, and they're actually sort of bracts. The true flowers are the little tiny, tiny diddy ones you see in the middle there.
Yeah.
But who cares? The overall effect is just absolutely stunning. This plant is hardy. It will come back year after year after year. It'll have a lifetime guarantee, and it will just give you drama all the way through the summer. And you can even leave the flower heads on, and they will look great through the winter as well, covered in frost, covered in a light fall of snow, for example, and then you can just trim them off the following spring and just let it flower all over again.
Yeah, very easy to look after. Just do make sure you keep it watered. 511522 is the item number for the Hydrangea, the Euphoria Pink. Next, we've got a Hypericum Miracle Attraction. You might know of it as St John's Wort. I think it's an absolute stable plant for you to put in your garden. Super hardy, super easy, but so much going on.
All at the same time as well. On this plant, for example, here, that's a flower bud. So we've got a flower bud here that's about to open, which is absolutely magnificent. Little flower bud there, that's about to open. Then full flowers already open there.
Yeah, and the flowers, sorry, I just have to stop you because the flowers themselves, check that out. I mean, the stamens on those, the amount of them, I think the flowers on their own are absolutely beautiful, but it's when you mix it in with all of the other bits, stunning.
They kind of remind me of water lilies as well, a little bit, those flowers, that kind of look to them. You can just imagine kind of bigger and floating on top of a lake or a pond somewhere. So then there's the flower, and then after the bees have pollinated the flower, they set seed, and they have these fabulous coloured seed heads as well, which florists use in floral displays. Chances are, if you've had somebody send flowers to you, you would have had some little stems of these. Sometimes they're pink, sometimes they're orange, sometimes they're red. So everything about this plant is happening simultaneously, plus you've got the lovely foliage there as well, and those reddish stems. This is hardy, it's going to come back year after year after year. It's compact, it'll only get to about 1 metre tall eventually. You can prune it, you can clip it if you want to. It's really drought tolerant, it'll grow in dappled shade, full sun. It's just a real giver, this plant. It's amazing.
Total winner. 510890 is the item number. Third off the price, £5 saving, just £9.99. Just 2 of the roses that we've got. Remember, there are 9 of them available. Go to YouGarden.com to check them all out. It's a buy one, get one free. It's a mix and match, so you can choose which 2 you want to go for. You can go for 2 different ones, or you can go for 2 of the same. They're all the same price, so you don't need to worry about which one's going to be free. Because normally it's the lowest price one is free. They're all the same price, so just pick your 2 favourites and add those into your basket. The first one is the handle. Absolutely adore this. Look at the beautiful colours that you've got with that particular rose. Bright sort of pink tipped to the petals, lovely creamy colours graduating in, and then that gorgeous yellow centre. I think it's outstanding, this one.
It is an absolutely beautiful rose. This, my next door neighbour had one of these for years, and it flowered all the way through the summer. Always these really happy, bright, cheerful flowers. Lovely, really shiny, healthy-looking foliage on there as well. A sort of a not a multiflora, a floribunda rose. So you get lots of flowers on sort of one stem. But yeah, it's adorable, that one. I like the fact you've got that sort of change of colour on there as well, as the sort of the actual flowers start to mature and sort of change.
So that's the rose climbing handle. So you might want to go for 2 of the same when it comes to roses, because it's lovely if they can grow up and meet each other at the top. 530184. Or maybe you want to add in a second one that is different. This one has been super popular this week. Is it still the most popular, Stu? Of the roses, yes, oranges and lemons is the most popular. I mean, there's so many reasons why, but I think that lovely kind of double colour that you've got here is one of those reasons, isn't it? It's
extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, sometimes you think, do I want a yellow rose? Do I want an orange rose? Well, have a rose that's got both. Every flower is distinct, is individual, is different. That is magnificent. I mean, you see roses like that sometimes online, and you think they're kind of fake. You think, no, that's not a real rose. Somebody's made that, making that up. They're trying to dupe me into buying this rose. It looks so extraordinary. This is genuine. This is not an AI rose. This is an actual real rose. It looks incredible. And look at the foliage. It's one of these roses that has this lovely sort of auburn red kind of foliage at the top just before the flowers develop as well. It's also a repeat flowering rose. It has a light fragrance. It's a floribunda again, so lots of flowers on one stem at the top there. This rose was introduced back in 1993, so it's held its own right up until 2004, and it's not surprising, is it?
It's not surprising at all. 530737 is the item number for oranges and lemons, the most popular of the roses in our rose deal. Buy one, get one free, 9 to choose from. Just pick which 2 you want, put them in your basket, enter the code, one of them will be free. And of course, you'll also get your free gift, which is our Ultimate Rose Bloom Booster. That's fantastic if you're going for the buy one, get one free here. Worth £4.99. It's an annual feed, basically, for your roses. So you only need a little bit of it. Nice granular feed, add it in. But if you're not going for the rose deal, it's still a relevant gift because you can feed anything in your garden with this. Quick mention on the passion flower. 550334. It's the blue passion flower. It doesn't come in the tower pot, but it's a good idea for it to go in the tower pot if you want to. Gorgeous, gorgeous plant there, and it is buy one get one free. It's only £9.99 or £8.99 if you are in the club. The next one that has been super popular throughout the show today is our white oleander. You're all coming in and placing your orders right at the end here, which I'm not surprised about because you love watching and then you place your orders at the end. This is classy.
Magnificent. If you're having a wedding this year, wouldn't this just be perfect for a wedding?
Yeah.
Because so often...
Do you know, I'd love to get married again. I'd do it all completely different. I'd buy a bunch of these. These would be my central table decoration.
Yeah, it would be magnificent, wouldn't
and
they?
And then you could give them away as wedding favours. I mean, the price of wedding flowers is just astronomical. That in a pot... If you've got 10 tables...
Dotted around.
Oh, I'd love to do it again. I'd do it so different. And no, I wouldn't. I love him. I was going to make a joke, but I love him.
I already said that, but like, yeah, I thought, well, I shouldn't have said that, really. It's a bit rude. But yeah, I mean, this is magnificent. I mean, the white, there's something classic and really incredible about pure white flowers. And if you're trying to create that sort of white garden look, I know a lot of people love to do these days. Well, this has definitely got to be in there somewhere, isn't it? Because, you know, months and months of flower on this as well. Hardy down to about -5, that evergreen foliage. And just the fragrance on this, because
yeah, they're lovely.
Sometimes people say to me oleanders have a fragrance, and I don't always find that fragrance, but I've noticed on the white one I can actually get a fragrance on that.
Yeah, there is a lovely
nice.
fragrance from them. Super easy to look after, drought tolerant once they get established. Thrive on neglect. Just remember that they are toxic to us and to animals as well, so don't eat them is my top tip there. Put 2 of them into your basket if you want to go for that double up deal. They will work out at £10 each. If you only want to go for one, then it is a half price deal at just £14.99. 680058 is the item number for the oleanders. Next, we're going to move on to our antirrhinums. These are our garden readies. We've got 4 of them. Antirrhinums, marigolds, gazanias, and our geranium fire queens. First of all, antirrhinums, they're going to flower for ages for us, aren't they?
These are magnificent. These are stately plants. These are gorgeous. These are double ones, these ones. They've got a lovely fragrance to them. You can use them as cut flowers if you grow them upright, as they are here, or you can pinch them out and have bushier plants with multiple flower stems. As Bexy's shown you, they're very wind resistant. They'll put up with the British kind of summer weather, whether it be hot and dry, whether it be kind of windy and wet.
Lovely fragrance.
Yeah, look at the colour mix on that as well. Those colours are so unusual, so different.
Yeah,
and
I particularly love this peachy one here because it's the different combinations. There's sort of yellow and peach and pink included in there.
And they're so full and textured, those flowers, aren't they?
Lovely wine-coloured one, lovely creamy-coloured ones here. I mean, these ones have been grown on, they're a little bit taller. These are probably more like what you are going to receive. You can just leave them and let them grow into those taller ones. You can pinch them out and create a much bushier plant if you want to. Just recommend getting hold of those as soon as you can.
The colours of those ones remind me of those lollies you used to eat when you were younger that made your tongue go purple.
That made your
It's got that sort of colour of those lollies.
410048 for the antirrhinums, just £4.99 or £4.49 if you are in the club. Add these into your basket if you're paying postage. If you're on the £36, £37 and you're paying £6.99 postage, add these in at £4.99 because you're going to get these delivered rather than paying that postage. You're going to spend less and you're going to get more. Any one of these. Marigold. They are still the most popular garden ready. Apparently gazanias are chasing. They're hot on the heels of them. But the oleanders are now the most popular item on the show. Not surprised. But marigolds are brilliant for providing bright, gorgeous colour into your garden, even on the dullest of days. Because of this Durango mix, the colours that you're getting here, on a dull day they will illuminate your borders, but they're going to flower right the way through. I found that last year these were some of the latest flowering.
These colours really pop, Bex, don't they? Really pop, really ping. They stand out. Some of them are like a solid yellow, some are a solid orange, some are sort of a bi-colour as well. You have a red and orange in one flower. They're compact, they've got a lovely shape to them, they've got great foliage. You can use them as companion planting with tomatoes, for example, to try and deter things like aphids and green fly, that kind of thing. And they will just flower for so long. And they're great bedding plants to get children involved in gardening as well, because they're easy to grow, because they're bright, they've got those fabulous colours. You could even grow them in the, what's those pots, the Bellagio's.
Bellagio's?
Yeah, the Bellagio pots we had
why
the other
not?
day. If you got some of those, they'd look great because you can kind of mix up all those colours and have something really wild and wacky.
Yeah,
but,
we've got them in the studio actually. You get 4 different colours. You get a yellow or an orange, a red and a pink. So those are great if you want to put those in there. Really bright and colourful. 410072 for the marigolds, 130327 for the Bellagios. Pink, orange, yellow and red, which is going to work beautifully with the colours of the Durangos. £1.80 each in the club. So you could add those into your basket as well. Gazanias are number 3 of our garden readies. These are chasing though.
It doesn't
Marigolds
surprise
have been
me.
most popular all the way through, but Gazanias are coming up. They're coming out of nowhere, apparently.
Well, they are coming out of nowhere. Like, they're literally coming out like into bloom now. These flowers are opening up in the studio. They're liking the warmth. They're liking the light levels. How happy and joyous and interesting are those? I mean, again, right up until November, easy, simply giving you colour. These are undemanding. They're not fussy. All they want is to be somewhere sunny and well drained. And if you do grow these in pots and you can keep them frost-free through the winter, you can almost treat them like a tender perennial and take them from one year to another. All I would do is just deadhead them. Deadhead them if they're in the ground. Feed them occasionally if they're in a container or a trough, for example. But other than that, just enjoy months of gorgeous, gorgeous, stunning flower colour.
Yeah, so garden ready just means they are larger plugs. So we do a variety of plug sizes. We do teeny tiny ones, the pro plugs, and we do, plug plants. We do garden readies. They've just been grown on that little bit more, so they're bigger plugs, which means they are absolutely raring to grow in your gardens. The root systems on them is absolutely amazing. Shall I pull one out quick to show you? Why not? Yeah, look, lovely root system on there. Nice white, healthy roots. Get those in your garden. They are going to establish so very quickly and they're going to flower for ages all the way through the summer and into autumn as well. 410060 is the item number. If you want to go for your gazanias, I think I might have just sold those to myself. I fancy having some gazanias again this year. And finally, we've got the Geranium Fire Queens. 10 garden-ready plants. Every single one of these is £4.99 for 10 of them. On the website, if you have a look, any one of these, you can buy 20 of them for £19.98. Because you're a YouGarden customer, a YGTV customer specifically, you can get 40 of them for the same price as 20 that you would get on the website. That's why being a YouGarden TV, a YGTV viewer and understanding what we do here is going to reap those benefits for you. We love Geranium Fire Queen, don't they? Bright red, zingy, gorgeous zonal leaves, lovely fragrance.
Super drought tolerant on these as well. And just imagine what you do with 40 of these as well.
I know.
Wow, you could really, really get something looking good with these. And what you've done there, Bex, with the actual blue lobelia, your pencil cypress, it looks magnificent. I mean,
it looks like one big pot, doesn't it? But that's a Diablo pot with the cypress tree and lobelia planted around it, and then those Alhambra pots, 5 each around the bottom of those pots, and just 1 Geranium Fire Queen in each of those pots.
And the way it's just lifted that whole thing. If you imagine if you suddenly took all that lot away, that area,
horrible.
it'd look really flat, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Doing what you've done there has so simply and easily lifted that whole area. And the good thing about those geraniums is, even though they're in those small pots, because they're so drought tolerant, they're not the kind of bedding plant you're going to have to panic about if you don't water for a few days.
Yeah.
And these plants are stunning. Already got flowers on, loads of flower buds to come, great foliage, and they're just going to look great all the way through. And if you keep them frost-free during the winter, you can keep these forever.
Lovely. 410064 for the Geranium Fire Queens. That is our garden ready section. Those have been major popular throughout this week. And at £4.99, you can absolutely see why. If you are just tuning in and you've missed out, we're about to finish, so you can go back, you can check online, you can go to Facebook, YouTube, or the YouGarden website, and you can watch all of the shows back. It's well worth doing because we've had some amazing deals on here. Big thank you to everybody who has been watching us, commenting, sending your pictures. Karen, Olwyn, Neil, William, Philip, Eleanor, Julie, Bill, everyone that's been watching and contributing and sending us pictures and comments. Thank you so, so much. We really appreciate your company. We will be back on Thursday at 10 o'clock until 1 o'clock. So do come and join us then. Quick one on the Hydrangea, Tara at the end. It's been really, really popular. It's £9.99. We've taken a third off the price. Do highly recommend going for that one. It's a beautiful one. Big thank you, Adam. It's been lovely having your company yet again.
Well. Enjoyed it. Thank you.
I'll see you very soon. Big thank you, most of all, to all of you, though. It's been wonderful to have your company, and I do hope you'll come back and join us on Thursday. We've got a whole new show for you. See you soon.